Hello, everyone. Welcome and good morning. I am still David Teicher, the Chief Content Officer here at Brand Innovators, and we are thrilled to have you back and joining us once again for day 2 of our latest and greatest marquee program, the Brand Innovators 2021 Media Buying Summit. Yesterday, we heard from leaders at Cadillac, Unilever, L'Oreal, Walmart, Hilton, HBO Max, and others covering a wide variety of topics from social commerce to in-housing. We heard about the latest in digital video and the TV media ecosystem. We talked about the intersection of data and creativity, and we looked at how media planning changed going into and coming out of the last year's crisis, and much, much more. Today, we're going to have another fantastic group of marketers joining us, leaders from Group M, Danone, Oracle, Facebook, PepsiCo, Domino's, MasterCard, Inspire Brands, and AB InBev. And we're going to be covering everything from artificial intelligence to cookie deprecation to what it means for brands to be media or publishers themselves. So cannot wait to get into today's content with you guys. Quick reminder, housekeeping notes. One, we do allocate time at the tail end of most of our sessions for audience questions. So once again, don't be shy. Make sure you submit those and we will get to as many of them as possible. If you are going to be tweeting or posting along with us, we still use the hashtag BILivecast. And everything from yesterday, today, and tomorrow will all be on demand on our site in our archives. So if you do miss a session, or if you have colleagues, friends, coworkers, industry connections who you think might benefit or find today's content valuable, you can just direct them there. And then before we kick off, we're going to play our sizzle reel once again for those of you who missed it yesterday. So check this out. During South by Southwest, I believe it's our biggest activation, a clubhouse of sorts for all the brand marketers that descend on Austin. Great food, great people, great conversations. And unfortunately for the second year in a row, we can't be in Austin right now, but we are thrilled to be here with you guys virtually. This is our first ever 4-day summit, the Brand Innovators Trend Watch event.
Using fresh ingredients, it's really very important to have a great cocktail. 3/4 1 ounce. Voila. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise our glass. Salute!
One of the challenges in the pandemic was, of course, so much of our business came through the drive-through. A higher percentage would come into our shops because they wanted that experience. Well, how can we interject over the long term that experiential component into our drive-through, into digital, into other components of our business? We have relied on that shop experience. Then the question becomes, how do you up that experience and make it unique in a bunch of different channels?
That's been, marketing since the dawn of time, but now it's that we can do it in a one-on-one scale if we have the right tools, if we have the right data, which just means we need to think about it in new, different ways.
What we continue to do is stay very close to our guests, like what's happening right now in pop culture, not what happened, 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago, and basically open up a whole avenue that we call internally as live advertising. It's really understanding what's happening in society currently, like today, right now.
When Pizza Hut was at its best, we were also on the forefront of innovation. And last year we were able to bring to market the first plant-based pizza launched nationally by any pizza player in the U.S. with our partnership with Beyond.
We have a lot of really strong, great marketing talent out in the various markets that really understand what's going on at the local level and can help kind of take what we know about the brand at kind of macro level, but bring it to life in such a locally relevant way.
The role of consumer marketing is to figure out ways in which we can increase the percentage of people who say, you know what, there's a community for me on Reddit. This is a relevant product for me. It starts to become a daily habit and something that they're finding value in every single day.
We did disrupt the industry and we disrupted an experience. And I think we're still innovating in those areas, especially in results, to the pandemic of how we're reaching consumers and how they're shopping and virtual appointments and how we're connecting with them.
Most consumers today want to invest in brands that are doing good in the world. As we think about DEI, it's not just people of color, it's people in the, LGBTQ plus community, people with different abilities. As we think about our Asian brothers and sisters and what they're going through at a time like this, companies really have to pause and really embrace their internal employees. And so a lot of the work that needs to start has to and must start internally.
Diversity is a fact. It's just representation. It's who we are. It's identity. Everyone is diverse. Inclusion is a choice. It's a choice that is often made by the person including versus the person needing to be included. So there's already privilege in that equation. All of us can remember a time where we haven't belonged and what that feels like, and also know what belonging needs to feel like and should feel like and connect to it. And so it is a universal concept. It transcends all people. It is directly connected to humanity.
In the face of such hate and in the face of such violence, if what the Me Too movement, if what Black Lives Matter taught us was that this is a worthy fight, worthy of our time, worthy of our attention. And this is not just our fight. This is a cultural awakening that's been happening for a few years now. We have to continue to fight for a better future so then the people that come after us don't have to have the same conversations. They can have a different conversation.
It really takes that breaking through to the other side of bringing together a coalition of allies across all communities for us to kind of break out of the echo chamber and really turn this into a national movement. And I'm so grateful for this space where we can have that community as members and allies.
This is a really important time for brands to step forward. This is not a time to call it play it safe and be unheard, unseen. You've got to be seen, you've got to be visible.
With the cultural demographic shift that's happening in this country, more and more people are asking those questions. What is it the brand is doing and what are they standing for and how are you showing up? So engaging with the consumer and leading by example is incredibly important.
Every time I see that video, it makes me miss being in Austin and really with our speakers and our community members that much more. So with that, I'm going to introduce Alan from TV Rev. You heard from him all day yesterday. He and I are going to tag team today's program, so you'll be hearing from both of us. But Alan, welcome to our virtual stage. I'm going to turn the floor over to you once again to kick off today's program. So Alan, you're up.
Okay, well, thank you, Dave, and thank you to everyone out there. Happy Thursday. We've got a great program today. Dave has given you all the details. I personally am looking forward to cookie degradation, which sort of sounds like you're saying snarky things about Oreos. First up, we're going to have my colleague at TV Rev, John Casillo, a thought leader in his own right, and he's going to give you some updates from updates and insights from Tubular Labs, a client of ours. So he's giving you insights about insights, which is something you usually don't get. So take it away, John Casillo.
Hey, everybody. Like Alan said, I'm John Casillo, analyst at TV Rev, and just wanted to share with you all some insights from our friends at Tubular, who measure social video, and in particular have a great product, Tubular Audience Ratings. That allows you to really move past just simple views and really understand the impact of video, especially across Facebook and YouTube. So everyone knows that, social video exploded last year, but realistically, what you might not know is that things went up as much as 56%. So we'll see here in the presentation, we'll see a 56% growth curve from February 2020 up until December 2020. So insane jump from 305 billion minutes watched up to 475 billion minutes watched. I mean, 56% sounds big in and of its face, but looking at that type of jump across Facebook and YouTube, I mean, especially as TV numbers, especially traditional TV numbers were going down, seeing that sort of jump on social video is enormous. And realistically, when you see YouTube reporting $6 billion of ad revenue, a lot of that is why. It's because they were able to, take advantage, obviously, of an opportunity where people were in front of screens more, and they've been able to, elevate that content, and brands and publishers have been able to benefit as a result. So this is all US, as you can see here. Obviously, globally, that number is even larger. So when you're looking at media creators, what you'll see here is that, you don't just blanket just like on TV. It's better to not just blanket YouTube or Facebook, is that you want to actually know who you're advertising to. And in this case, breaking it down from males to females or different age groups, you'll find that while if you want to reach 13 to 24-year-old males, something like Fandango's movie clips might be good. Tasty is where you're going to meet females 13 to 24. Things like Cocomelon, the Dodo. You'll find Sports Center for 25 to 44-year-old men. While it's not completely the rule, you'll find that for a lot of these, males are kind of mimicking their traditional TV trends and traditional TV and screen watching, while women are watching digital first creators that are specific to certain interests. And here we show, this is top global media properties for cross-platform, that's YouTube and Facebook, average monthly unique viewers. So Tubular is able to measure unique viewers, not just blanket views. And you'll see here, the Soul Publishing, again, digital first creator, going toe-to-toe with Walt Disney. Pretty impressive stuff, obviously. You'll see numerous other digital first creators in here, again, going toe-to-toe with global media conglomerates. And then last year, we showed, this is just for March and for US audience only, but you see in the US, a digital first creator like Moonbug is able to, far surpass, this isn't to knock what's going on in from these traditional media conglomerates either, but Moonbug is able to, rack up 7.3 billion, minutes watched just over the course of a month. So for a digital first creator, if you're advertising, you can say, hey, like this is an active captive audience that we really need to latch onto. I mean, those minutes watched absolutely contends with some of the things you see in traditional TV. But then if you go down the line, you can also see, Viacom, CBS, Comcast, Warner Media, Disney's in there. Like these are companies that are also finding ways to use social video, specifically in this case, YouTube and Facebook, to also drive tune-in and viewership. And along most of these traditional companies have streaming services at this point, but you're also using those to drive subscriptions as well.
Okay, well, thank you for such a great keynote, John. That's really insightful. Tubular always has great stuff. For any of you out there who are not familiar with TV Rev, we are a media analyst firm, and we have a website that has lots of great articles. People from all different areas of the industry write for us, and we have our own insights as well. It's tvrev.com. Check it out. But right now, I am thrilled to introduce our first panel of the day. So everybody, please welcome to the Group M panel. So we have Liza Davidian, the Executive Vice President of Investment and Activation at Group M, Denise Ocasio, the Managing Partner and Managing Director of Mindshare, and Susan Chikoffer, the Chief Digital Investment Officer, and also my neighbor. Sue and I have sons who are the same age. They're 22 years old now and have known each other since they were in preschool. So it's really cool to see you in this kind of, environment, now. And it's just great. So I'm really interested to hear. Thank you. And it's really just interested to hear what Group M has to say. This is nice that we have the agency perspective because you've been hearing from the brand. So it's great to hear from the agency. So I'm going to let you guys take it away.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Ravi Kodige. I'm the host for the panel today. And I'm thrilled to be here with, three amazing leaders from WPP Group. Let me just give a minute to see if Denise can get her camera. Yeah, there you are, Denise. All right. Welcome, everyone. And let's get started. So my first question is, we're all sort of accustomed to living in this sort of abnormal times, but, it feels like things are slowly getting back to normalcy, right? More vaccines are going in, productions are up and running. There's also live sports, some movie theaters are opening. In this environment, what are some of the biggest challenges that you're hearing from your clients? Denise, maybe you want to take that?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for having me. Really, a lot of the conversations we've been having over the last month, particularly, and even the months leading up to April and sort of this period of time that we're going into in terms of long-term investments, conversations have really revolved around flexibility. That's been the number one topic that comes in every meeting that I'm having with clients. You know, the industry proved to be able to be reactive last year, right? Yeah. We were able to make changes at the drop of a dime. So that flexibility is something that is key because, as you mentioned, because of the pandemic, there's been so many economic disruptions to our clients' businesses, and there's still some uncertainty. You know, there's still issues with supply chain, commodity availability in the back end of the year. So, you know, number one, first and foremost, is how do we maintain that flexibility? And then I think secondarily, the second topic that comes up just as often is really about being very intentional about our media choices moving forward. And why are we spending in that particular area? How are we going to measure it? And then leading into how does that contribute to my ROI? So because of the economics of the pandemic, I think both of those two factors are leading into a lot of our decision-making in terms of where we invest.
Yeah, and I would also add, you know, while we were going through, especially those early months of the pandemic, you know, we saw some real changes in where our clients, you know, to Denise's point, like everything was so intentional. And when I look at where our clients intentionally leaned in, you know, and we didn't know, are these trends going to continue? One was like absolutely e-com, right? Because everybody was shopping from home and it just accelerated all of the growth projections, you know, exponentially. Right. And our clients leaned into e-com in a big way. We did with our partners, and there is no sign of that letting up, even as the pandemic starts to get better and things are starting to return to normal. I would also say podcasting is another area that was sort of exploding, and it's continuing to grow. It's a small base, but there is a tremendous amount of interest in that category as well, more like passion projects and streaming video, right? Like streaming video is just, and you know, I'm sure we'll talk about it lots in this panel. Yeah. But the growth and the viewership, but then also the ad opportunities and the ad innovation has been pretty tremendous.
So more flexibility. Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
No, lastly, I just wanted to say one thing I would add to that is as we talk about embracing all of those platforms, I think our partners were very conscious of their tone, right? So what is your tone when you have a mass broadcasting message in prime time, in comedy and news? And then as you dig a little bit deeper, John just talked about how important social video is, but you want to make sure that your tone is appropriate and taking into account, you know, everybody is handling this pandemic differently, and making sure that you're, you know, speaking to people in an understanding and compassionate manner.
So, you know, the fact that all of us are working from home and having to do this remotely, I'm sure is also, you know, a new challenge, right? And is that something you guys have feel like you've fully kind of overcome, or is that still a work in progress? How do you guys feel when you're, you know, working with all these clients?
I mean, I can jump in 100%. You know, I feel as if it's actually brought us a little bit closer, not only to our own people, but as well to our clients. It's a much easier transition for me personally to be able to go from one client to the next and really build a connection. So it's, whereas at the beginning, I think it was a little bit more of how do I interact in this space? I think people have become very comfortable with interacting in this space now, and have really talked about the benefits of it, right? The accessibility and our ability to really communicate with our clients at a moment's notice. So for me, I have found it beneficial. That's why I think some of this will remain as we move forward, because that accessibility to clients across the board is just beneficial because of what's happening in the marketplace, right? There's so much happening on a constant basis. This can't be a conversation that we're having 3, 4, 5 times a year. This is something that we're having out 3, 4, 5 times a month on what's going on with a client's business.
Yeah, I personally find it refreshing. I was on a plane pretty much every week, you know, and that ended February 2020. So I've really been given the gift of time. You can manage your calendar a lot better. It's more under your control because you're not, waiting on mass transit or whatever it might be. I also feel like it's leveled the playing field a little bit. We've been able to, for smaller meetings, like Denise said, there's just a greater connection. If you're not in the same city as somebody, oftentimes you would just pick up the phone, but now we have this video conferencing. But also with larger meetings, you don't have restrictions about room space and logistics and travel expenses. So we've really been able to invite a larger group to some of those larger meetings and really help that career path for some of the younger employees within the agency and at our clients.
Well, those are all great points. And yeah, sorry, Susan, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think there's a bunch of us who think that we've actually done our best work in the last year because all the extraneous things went out the window. And it was really about, every day was about what should we be doing in this environment for our clients, for our employees. And, those 3 hours a day where people were commuting, we're working instead, right? So there's pluses and minuses to everything. Maybe a little less steps getting to and from places. But it's just much more efficient this way, I would say. So I would imagine in the future, there'll be a more balanced, whether it's, to Liza's point about being on a plane all the time, do you really need to take, 5 hours in your day to basically fly to a city nearby or not? I think there will be changes that will allow for this efficiency, but I think we're also all welcoming back, just seeing our colleagues and, having real interactions face to face.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of those. I mean, I was one of those guys who was on the plane all the time. And to your point, being able to participate in discussions, no matter where it is, I think is such a welcome thing for most of us without having to actually fly in there. And so that brings me to we are in the upfront season, and, upfronts used to be this big gathering once a year in New York. That's probably not happening. But also the whole, as you guys mentioned, the viewing habits have changed. There's a lot more activity on streaming and others. So, how relevant is upfront, or is there anything changing at all in that process? And Denise, you've been at Mindshare for a very long time. You probably have seen lots of changes. So what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And our clients also challenge us with that type of question as well. And my response is, as long as the commodity that we're trading for and with is scarce, there's going to be a need for a long-term investment strategy. And I use that term purposefully and intentionally instead of using the word upfront, because I feel as if a year ago versus now, so much has changed that it almost feels like that term is a little bit antiquated. And so I have been continuously talking about is what is our long-term investment strategy? So as the managers of your investment portfolios, what is the long-term investment? What is the reason why we should be considering a long-term investment on your behalf? And how does that fit into your overall audience strategy? So as you mentioned, with the growth of streaming, you're talking about the ability to now speak to people on a one-on-one basis. So if we're talking about that type of change, how does that fit into our long-term investment strategy, right? Because into our overall audience strategy. There's been a lot of conversation about, if the long-term investment strategy is about what's scarce, then what gets included in that? So I think that's another conversation we've been having. Having this long-term investment idea is more than what it was in the past, where it was just about buying and trading linear inventory. It's inclusive of so many other pieces now. So there's conversations about what are the streaming services offering, what are the different audience targeting offerings that each of the partners that we deal with during this long-term investment strategy period, what are they offering and how does that fit into our overall audience strategy?
And Susan, on the digital side, is upfront evolving differently, or how is the fact that on the television there may be slightly different ways of buying? How is that impacting on the digital side?
So, for really years now, we really go to market as one team, right? So, we work very closely with Denise, with Liza, with the other portal, we call them portal representatives. And that has, at least 3 years been a joint approach, because it's all, it's forms of distribution of premium content. And if anything, I would say that because of the, just tremendous growth of streaming, that there's even more reasons for us to, just strengthen that collaboration and make sure that, when we have things that we want to see change, get better, measurement, et cetera, we're approaching this as one, regardless of the form of distribution. Also, it allows for much more innovation, right? So instead of having innovation, only on broadcast or only on digital, it's what can we do cross-platform that is unique for our clients? And we have just tons of examples, and it's something that we ask our partners to bring to us, with every discussion that we have, because we do want to stand out. And our clients have taken advantage of so many of the opportunities that we've brought to them to be first in market. And it's just resulted in, tremendous work, ROI, and case studies.
So do you guys see sort of the measurement that is used becoming more uniform across these formats? How you measure digital may be similar to what you do on TV or vice versa. Is that sort of a new trend that we should expect?
Yeah, so I would say this is something we've also been working very closely as a team together. So along with our research group, listen, there's measurement challenges cross platforms. We do need more uniformity. There's many places we think we should be moving to audience versus traditional forms of guarantees. But how do we do the verification if we move to audiences in a way from some of the traditional? I will tell you that, and it's not a secret, but transparency is an issue of schedule with some of the partners in terms of we want to know where our ads ran, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes when we move from linear into streaming in a big way, it's very top line reporting, and that can't continue. Just like, with digital ad networks or with linear, if we run a do not air list on linear television, and we get spot affidavits, right? So we know where every single spot ran. We need that same level in the streaming digital platforms. And the answer can't be, well, don't worry, we applied your do not air list. And it's but we can't tell, okay, show me where we ran. Oh, we can't do that, but take my word for it. We applied it. That's not going to continue. So just a lot for the types of conversations that we're having. The measurement piece in terms of audience is one piece, but the transparency is also very important.
Accountability, yeah.
Just building off of what Susan says, in my opinion, measurement serves two purposes, right? So there's the measurement as it relates to currency, and we need to have a uniform currency to negotiate within a marketplace. But then there's measurement that determines our clients' success against their KPIs. So I think as an agency, we're really pushing to sharpen the measurement tools available as we look at everything holistically to really make sure that we're, we're being accountable and making good, responsible investment decisions, and that we're delivering upon those, but also that we're helping our partners and our clients build their businesses and measure their own KPIs. So to me, that's sort of the two kind of roads that we need to push and have been pushing, as Susan said, for years in the measurement space.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why, lots of the conversation revolves how are we chasing the audiences, right? The audience are flowing into these areas, and why there isn't necessarily this huge rush into that area, because there's still significant lacking areas of measurement. And we need to feel comfortable, back to my first point about being intentional about our investments. This is what we think you're going to get, and this is how we think it's going to contribute, to Liza's point, to your KPIs internally. I mean, these numbers still have to be reported to CEOs as to, how every marketing dollar is working harder than the one before it. And just because there is an explosion in streaming doesn't mean that we can spend every dollar there either, So I think the idea of measurement and unifying how all the ecosystems are talking to each other becomes more and more critical, particularly as streaming continues to grow.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree kind of that there is a need for uniform currency, but it's also a very fragmented media landscape, right, with linear and streaming. What are your feelings about sort of the old panel-based approach versus maybe getting more deterministic data? At LG Ads, which is my employer, we talk all day about this, right? Which is there are millions of TVs now with the ability to measure sort of what people are watching on streaming versus linear TV. But certainly that data set, whether it's from LG or other TVs, are not really in sort of a currency state. Is that something that you think the industry wants, or is it evolved to something else over time?
So I think it's very important to remember sort of progress over perfection. And I think, everybody has knocked Nielsen for years, but there are billions and billions of dollars that are traded on the currency of the measurement that Nielsen they've set forth. We can poke holes at it. And I think we should poke holes at it, and we should continue to try and push to be better. I think as we look at the overall landscape, I think we need to look at it holistically, and we need to draw in commonalities so that we can do our best to make planning decisions and make investment decisions while we're kind of trying to push. I think sometimes when you want a perfect measurement solution that is consistent across all of these platforms, and we're talking about linear, audio, digital, out of home, cinema. I mean, all of these platforms are very different. And so sometimes I feel like we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole just for the sake of having consistency. I think what we need to try and figure out is what is the best measurement, but then how can we kind of bring that all together when we look at an overall investment plan?
A great point. And sort of staying on that same theme, you all mentioned streaming quite a bit and how that's growing and how important it's becoming. Liza, can you talk a little more about sort of how you see sort of streaming or CTV ecosystem fitting into the media plans this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's really important for teams to look at a holistic video plan when they start to plan their media, and when it transitions to an execution. And I think, we talk a lot about this consumer landscape, consumer evolution, consumer journey. We're all watching premium video, if you will, very differently than we watched it a year ago. As I mentioned, I used to be on an airplane. I'm in this business because I'm a big fan of premium video, and I watch a lot of content, but I used to watch it almost exclusively on my iPad on an airplane. And now I watch it very differently. I'm probably one of those people who've gone a little bit more back to using my cable box, if you will, now that I'm home. But I think it's important to look at, first of all, who is the audience that you're trying to reach, and where do they sit within that consumer landscape? Obviously, we've talked about how younger demographics are more and more, going into the streaming landscape for the first time ever. For 18 to 34, time spent with streaming has surpassed time spent with linear. And as we don't like to admit, we get older every day. So that 18 to 34-year-old is pretty soon going to be an 18 to 49-year-old, and kind of watch those trends. So when you're specifically talking about your media plan, where does your audience fit within that consumer journey, and figure out, what is the right portion of your media plan to reach consumers as they're engaging with premium video across the different platforms. I think it's really important. CTV is a really big piece of it. I think it's important. We on the agency side know that there's many different ways to engage and buy CTV. There's direct, there's programmatic, there's through the ad networks. It's a very muddled and wild, wild west landscape, if you will. It does not have uniform measurement, as we've discussed. I also think it's important to understand, where does social video sit on that? We know that probably somebody who's watching over an OTT or connected TV device is probably going to have more devices in front of them as we're watching. That's just kind of a something that's come up in research as the type of person who tends to watch not in a linear box or not in a cable box, but with those means tends to be multitasking at the same time. So think about the social video or the other interaction or engagement that you can use, and some of the technologies that you can use to read what's on the glass in front of you and also what's on the mobile device. So I think it's really important to kind of look at that holistic video overall when you decide what pieces and then how you want to implement them.
Yeah, and I think CTV, that conversation has morphed out of a young person's conversation now, right? It's not just about the younger skewing brands. So the role that CTV is playing in each of our plans moving forward, when we think about what happened during the pandemic and you're looking at 50-plus-year-olds, they showed the steepest decline against linear television in the last year and the greatest adoption of CTV. So when you're looking at brands, it's not just an 18 to 34 conversation on what role CTV plays. It's for brands that are 18 to 49 or 18 or 25 to 54, because your audiences also are embracing CTV at a much higher pace at this juncture. So I think the conversation around CTV, where it usually was more towards the younger skewing side of the demographics, now it's encompassing across the board. And what role, again, does it play in your overall audience strategy?
Yeah, I agree. I think with, on the LG ad side, we see all of these trends, right? We've seen over the last 18 months, a huge acceleration of adoption across all generations, across sort of all types as well. It's not just for watching movies. People are now discovering, sports and other content on streaming. I think consumers are no longer, deciding sort of where they're watching. They just want to watch content and they want to watch it now. So if it's on live TV, great. If it's not on live TV or linear TV, let's find a way to watch that on streaming. And which means all of these, smart TVs have to get smarter in terms of how to, make that content visible and available, discoverable more easily, right? And I think that's certainly the focus for how we are thinking of innovation, going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And that leads right back to what we said about flexibility. If the world you're describing is an on-demand world, I get the content when I want it and how I want it. So our media, as we progress moving forward, needs to be flexible and responsive to where consumers are consuming a piece of content, where they're utilizing it. And it goes back to that. So to me, the partners that are going to benefit most in the future moving forward are the ones that are the most flexible with us, that are most adaptable to what consumers are doing out there in the marketplace.
Great. Susan, how are your clients thinking about multicultural media in today's environment?
Yeah, so we've had a multicultural specialist group at Group M, and then also embedded into each of the agencies for, I don't know, like over 5 years, right? Like this has been something that's very important to us. I will say in the last year, especially with the the marches and what happened last summer with George Floyd, there was definitely a resurgence from the industry, from our clients, from our employees. Like, what are we doing to embrace more combination of multicultural and also news? Because we understand how important it is that diverse voices are heard, they're supported. So we've really done a reboot, I would say, over the last year in terms of having very close partnerships with properties that either were owned by diverse audiences, Hispanic or Black, Asian American, LGBTQ, because they tend to get left out when so much of the money goes to some of the larger, whether it's networks or social platforms or streaming partners. Those voices, right? Like the developing up and coming properties have a tougher time. So what we did over the past year is to work very closely to make sure that they're introduced to the right clients, that if they, for example, didn't have a programmatic capability, that we had a small team internally that were able to, like, in addition to their regular jobs, like counsel in terms of getting up and running programmatically, We've built discrete marketplaces for Black audiences, multicultural in general, Asian American, LGBTQ, and many of our clients have leaned into it, right? But the reality is a lot of the properties are small that we're putting together to activate programmatically. So it can't only be a digital programmatic activation, right? It has to be, what are we doing with, whether it's audio partners, some of the new up and coming YouTube, either creators or influencers, that's important as well. So we're putting this all together for our clients so that it's a very easy turnkey way to quickly get up and running with more diverse audience owners and creators, right? Like, of course, we've always been reaching and targeting, but that's easy to do in platforms. So again, we want to make sure that it's going beyond platform spend to reach multicultural audiences to like very specific, whether it's broadcast, television, broadcast radio, streaming audio, and then streaming TV, and especially digital. So, what we've seen a lot of progress. We've seen a lot of clients that have upped their goals and percentages about supporting multicultural audiences, but it's not done. I mean, it's not done by a long shot. We have a lot more to do, and we want to get so that it's not something that we are constantly, benchmarking and having to say, you know what, you're running a little under, okay, you're doing fine. Like, it should be every day. It should be, and I don't know, is that going to take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? I don't know, but I'm hoping that it's more like 2 years and that we're not having this conversation in 5 years, because it's something that we're just looking at every day. And we've grown our partnerships with important multicultural properties every day, not just when something happens in the news.
Yeah.
And our clients have been really supportive. The media partners have been tremendous and awesome. And I'm very hopeful that we're going to see a real sea change.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been refreshing to see that attitude. Traditionally, people have kind of stayed away from areas that they thought were, either controversial or, didn't appeal to them. But, I think this year brands have embraced that and said, we are going to, speak out about this, and we are going to show our support. So I'm really glad to hear that, you guys are driving this forward in such a forceful manner. Switching topics slightly, I think, brand safety, wanted to hear sort of what are your thoughts about that, and, especially with regards to sort of news, and, is there anything that specifically we should be looking at from a brand safety aspect there?
Yeah, so I mean, listen, like, we fight that good fight every day. And we have from the beginning when, Group M was, the company that insisted on, brand safety, third-party verification. We started with viewability, but quickly moved over to brand safety. And we do that with, all of our digital partners, streaming partners, social partners. And I think that we've done, and listen, this is like Joe Barone, John Montgomery, they've done a tremendous job in moving this forward with industries like GARM, among others. But a place that we're taking a special look at in addition to multicultural is journalism. And in addition to the private marketplaces that we're having for multicultural, we're also building private marketplaces with key partners for ease of programmatic activation in local news, right? And I think everybody knows that, over 2,000 newsrooms have closed, in the last, I think, 10 years. And there's just, what we call news deserts across the US, where there's like many towns and even small cities that they don't have local news anymore. And we think that that's harmful on so many levels. And part of the reason we got here was in the switch from newspaper to digital. There were many, many brands that didn't want to be associated with digital news because, it was tough to avoid some of the more controversial or harsh news or news around violence. So we've worked very closely to identify with news properties, if a client doesn't want to be on like the front page of, the site, that maybe we can be in the sports section, the entertainment section, the money section, the travel section, right? There's lots of ways to support so that we're still supporting, the properties that need to retain their hard-hitting journalists to make this world a better place. And this is another area where we've had lots of interest from clients, to take a look at what is their news strategy, right? There's certainly more neutral and safe news properties, but as you go into digital, we want to make it really comfortable for our clients to support it. And that's been a combination of our inclusion lists of, these are news sites that are not filled with disinformation or extreme opinion pieces, but really just like report the news and then do good investigative journalism. Our job is not to be censors, but there are certain standards that we want to support that are the standards of most journalism society organizations, right? So, do you monitor comments? Do you retract when you make a mistake? There's some basic things that, we want to make sure that the sites that we're supporting meet those common standards. And again, a place where we've seen a lot of buy-in from clients, but I hope in a year that we're not having this conversation all the time. And it's, of course, we should be supporting responsible news journalism, of course, and that it's part of our day-to-day versus special conversations.
I mean, I totally hear sort of what you're saying, especially, on the digital side, you can do more precise targeting. You can have those inclusion, exclusion lists that can be changed quite often. Are there issues on the television side, like on the linear TV side? Like how do you decide, whether the client wants to work with a particular network or not as views change, right? And is that something that you're constantly kind of evolving as well?
Yes, and that really does vary from client to client, right? Because there's clients who might be most comfortable in, early morning news and late night news, perhaps local news. Some are very comfortable being in the cable news environment, but have very particular choices of what they do or don't want to support. So we do take their leads, but we do also advise in terms of like back to the, ethics of journalism, who does things like print retractions or broadcast retractions, when they're wrong, is there basic fact checking, right? So again, it's like, it's up to the clients to decide, what they're comfortable and not comfortable supporting. So what we try to do is help them navigate what's more neutral versus what's more opinion-based, which is the tougher places, and that what areas they should definitely stay away from, because they do promote whether it's disinformation or they don't fact check or print retractions.
And what I've found is in the last year, putting out this sort of game plan to our clients across different media types for TV, into digital, into their social platforms. That is something that we do regularly now. So it's almost as if we've become this look-see into what's going on in the news and how our clients need to be ready to react or not to react to it. So it's happened more often in the last year than it has in my entire private, career before that. Where now we have to be more, hey, we are hearing that there could be a big announcement today, or whether it was the recent verdict in the Chauvin trial. How does our media want to play out in that space? And doing a lot more of that lean forward. So, we actually have to be more in tune on what's going on in the news and how our media can have a rub-off effect by being surrounded in that media. And that's happened a lot more over the last 12 months than it has ever happened before. And I don't see that changing moving forward, where we are partnering with our clients to, as Susan mentioned, giving them a playbook as to, here are the different things that could happen. We're certainly not playing the role of censor nor making decisions. It is a client by client decision, but giving them sort of the lay of the land based on your different media opportunity or the media that you're participating in, how it could be affected by a certain news cycle or a news story.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to the tone that we were talking about earlier. I think there's the general best practices that Susan and Group M have laid out, but then it is a client by client specific conversation, because you have to take a look at the creative and the campaigns that they're supporting at that time, and make sure that you think about them in specific environments and with, as Denise mentioned, specific announcements. I mean, the world has been very volatile over the past 14, 15 months. And so just making sure that, your messaging is If it runs right after, a big announcement, how does that message look and feel as opposed to in a different environment?
I think we are almost out of time, so let me kind of pose a final question to all of you, and some of it we've been covering here already, which is, as you look at sort of audience-based buying or planning versus more context-based, where the ads are appearing, what's the surrounding media of that. What is the balance, or how do you see that changing between linear TV, digital CTV? Is one more important than the other?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to the long-term investment strategy that I mentioned earlier, right? What role does long-term investments, which to be frank, normally includes a big bulk of that is linear television. What role is that portion of your business going to play when you think about your overall audience strategy? So I think that's a big part of the conversation we have with each of our clients. And it's going to be dependent on the client. I've used a visual of a puzzle piece of a long-term investment strategy, and the size of that puzzle piece versus your audience strategy is different depending on the client, right? So the richness of their in-house data, their richness of the targeting against who they want to talk to is very dependent on how large a piece a long-term investment fits with your overall audience strategy. So I think it varies by client, and that's why all the conversations we're having are so fascinating and interesting to us, because I think it goes across an entire spectrum as to how they want to play in this space moving forward. And frankly, I'm super excited to be in this business right now, because it's a huge inflection point, and how we move forward is being decided, frankly, by the people on the phone right now, right? So we're actually setting standards on where we think this business should be moving forward and what role targeting plays in that strategy. So lots more to come, lots more questions to be answered, but exciting time. And when we're looking for partners that want to partner with us in the truest sense of the word of figuring it out, where no one's claiming to have all of the answers, but really want to partner with us in terms of finding what those questions are and what the new way of working should be.
Yeah, and I think when determining sort of the answer to be addressable or not to be addressable, I think there is a place for addressable on every plan, but I think it's really important to look at the size of the audience that you are trying to address and outweigh, what the price point against that target is. Sometimes it's actually better to have what we call a little bit of waste, because those could be potential new consumers. And sometimes it's really important to be very specific with your message and very targeted. So I think, as Denise mentioned, we talk about dialing that up or dialing it down, depending on the universe of the different audiences that we're trying to target.
Great.
Yeah.
Susan?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think in the world of, addressable TV, right? Like that's the holy grail of, the intersection of, household, content, data, tech, like it's all there. But, to Liza's point, like what's the actual scale that's available? What's the price point that's available? And, that's what we're constantly evolving and testing.
Great. Well, thank you all, and that's all we have for today. And it's been my pleasure to have you all on the panel, and I really enjoyed the whole discussions, all of the discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So much, Raju.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys. Again, Raju, Denise, Susan, Liza, really wonderful having you all join us. I mean, even going back to the beginning of your conversation, talking about, some of the big impacts and the areas of growth like e-commerce and streaming. I feel like I'm alone responsible for, and if everybody else's behavioral, changes, mirror mine in some ways. And I could see how those categories would be very easily exploding with no signs of slowing down. But this is a really wonderful and insightful conversation. I know we're all looking forward to kind of changes in the measurement side of the ecosystem that you were talking about on digital video. So hopefully we'll have you back again soon with some, after some of the changes have happened, to kind of talk about what they mean for the industry and as this all continues to move forward. But it's been a pleasure having you, and thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Of course. Of course. All right, we are going to get ready for our next session. We have Brand Innovators Media Council member Mike Solet, Vice President of Media at Danone, and Patrick Gutt, the Head of Advertiser and Agency Sales at NC Solutions, who are going to be joining us in just a second. We've been close with Mike for a number of years now. We're thrilled to have him back on our stage. I think at this point, not only have we had Mike joining us, but we've probably had around 5 or 6 different members of the media team over at Danone sharing their insights at various events. So we've been, really thrilled to, get into the weeds with them. Patrick, welcome. How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Is that a Peloton I see behind you?
It is. Not sponsored, but trying to get my not steps in, but rides in between meetings when possible.
I love that. I'm not a cyclist. I just got the it's like the Peloton of boxing. It's called Fight Camp. I only just got it, but I just couldn't get my head around cycling, but I figured maybe that's a little bit more doable. But maybe you will get sponsored after this. Who knows who's in the audience, right?
We'll see how good the reach of Brand Innovators is if I can get a sponsorship off this.
Well, we've got Mike here from Danone. Speaking of, so Mike, how are you doing? I think you're on mute, by the way.
Hey, thanks. And can you hear me now, David?
We can. How's it going?
It's going good. I brought something for Patrick that he misses from the old office days. This is
thank you.
If you don't know, Patrick one time came to pitch us in my old days at Nestle, and instead of using a computer and dealing with 10 minutes of IT issues, he just jumped up and whiteboarded out every single slide essentially on a whiteboard like this. So it's just my daughter's little whiteboard. Getting Patrick excited to return to work in the office one day.
Yes.
We get seduced by technology. Sometimes it causes more problems than it solves, and sometimes it makes sense. Let's go old school. Let's map it out together, right? I love it. So, guys, I know it sounds like you got a good history, a great rapport. I'm excited to see where you guys go with this conversation. So, Patrick, Mike, the stage is all yours. I'll be back in a little bit when it's time to wind down. So, take it away.
Thanks, David.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing great. You?
Good. I wish I had that whiteboard, but I guess people just have to hear us talk instead of seeing me make some really bad pictures that I do sometimes. So I guess, when we think about media buying as a whole, it's such a broad spectrum. You can get tactical, you can get granular. I want to focus maybe a little bit more upstream and around some of the, if you would, like foundational principles of media buying. And as we go upstream on that, like the first question that comes to mind, and I was hearing Susan and Denise and everyone just talk, is about the importance of being in market. Like we've done some sessions last year. We were on a panel with ARF. They said for every quarter you're dark, it takes 5 more quarters for you to regain the share of voice that you lost. Our data showed over the past couple years the past year that as clients, those clients that went off have been struggling to gain market share back quite a bit. And it's tough in uncertain times. We had the pandemic, we had a bunch of social unrest. Things are evolving. Like what is your Danone's take on just being live as a whole in uncertain times?
Yeah, totally aligned with that. I mean, it is absolutely critical to maintain sufficient campaign continuity, to drive the business. And I think the key word in there is sufficient. And, oftentimes brands these days, especially with big CPG portfolios, have a lot of budget priorities, and it's important to maintain your media campaigns at the optimal weights, especially during times of disruption. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, if you start to see, declines in your share of voice, I mean, basically it's like, for every, 10%, gain on share of voice, you should see over 1% gain or even up to 1.5% gain as a leader in that market. So there's a lot of research out there, as you just cited, that brands with higher share of voice relative to their share of market are going to grow, and those that are below are going to shrink. So that's important in this world where we're all trying to grow. I think, that's obviously the sales side of it. And as many of us are working with brand marketers or product marketers, I think we also have to emphasize that there's not only that short-term impact, but there's also, impact on, brand health. So we've got baseline sales, equity funnels that we're looking at, our brand health trackers, right? And then there's that impact on base velocity and the longer-term impact on incremental sales and profits. So all of that, is easy to forget when you're in the heat of a moment. I would also say, like, just the latest example we had of the big Stop Hate for Profit boycott with Facebook was an example where a lot of marketers might have taken money out. Over 1,000 marketers participated in that, but many of them may not have reallocated those dollars during that time. Maybe 1 month isn't that material for brands that might have long national campaigns, but it could be material for shorter brands, or if that's their peak season. So it's important. I mean, we've seen some really scary headlines, as a country over the last year in particular. This year alone, you look at the Capitol insurrection, you look at the Chauvin trial, and then we had a massive storm hit the South and Texas, and a lot of companies had supply chains disrupted by that, and so all of those caused disruption and caused some panic, or caused people to want to just turn off paid media. And in those moments, sometimes you have to look to what are your protocols already in place. And then, there's some great examples that were even more, I'd say, controversial in the past. I mean, you think about someone like Colin Kaepernick and the Dream Crazy campaign that Nike put out. I mean, that elicited such massive polarization and backlash from even members of Congress, threatening the company. Right. I mean, if you're an executive in that situation, wouldn't you feel the fear to just turn off the campaign? But in working, I think, through their partners and their agencies, are able to see a lot of that sentiment and that conversation volume shift in real time. And after a couple of days, it kind of balances out. So I think, Gillette had a very similar example with the toxic masculinity case. So, really referring and leaning into some of those partners can give you great guidance to also not pause in the heat of those moments.
Yeah, I think that that speaks a lot. Is there's and this past year, uncertainty has been paramount. I think I've done a couple of these, and we've talked previously about pivots and uncertainty and trying to plan when you don't know what's ahead. And keeping media in market is one of the things that we've seen on some of our brands that are maintaining and gaining voice in this CPG spend that is up year over year. Media has been a huge component of that. And it sounds like you're aligned and Danone's kind of run that route too. Can you talk through some of the things, like from a standpoint on your end, or as a leader of a media division or media of a brand, like what is needed? What are some of those fundamental themes across your organization that you need in order to stay in market? Because you have to pivot and you have to adjust, but you need some foundational elements instilled upstream across the organization, I would assume, to enable you to do that. Can you talk through a couple of those themes, and maybe we can go deeper on them as they come up?
Yeah, absolutely. It's maybe more administrative in nature for folks, but it really is the operations behind media buying and all the big glossy campaigns. I'd say flexibility financially and also operational agility. Those two keys will really enable us in this really challenging world of a lot of spontaneous unrest at scale to operate and manage our campaigns in a way that will deliver on their goals. Again, I think it's really important that teams, and this was something that we did, last year in preparation for 2021, just anticipating there will be a lot more macro unrest and issues that will disrupt us, whether they're internal or external. As we mentioned a few examples before, Chauvin trial, Capitol insurrection, supply chain disruptions, all just this year alone. And that's just pretty much, 4 months, right? So it was really important for us to have a readiness mindset and go through some of these flexibility requirements or these operational agility requirements. So, we formed a media issues response team. It's cross-functional. We looked at media more holistically than ever. Consumers don't necessarily know the difference between what's showing up from a paid side of the house versus an influencer with your brand creative versus organic versus even, retail customers who are doing a ton of, advertising on third-party sites and apps. I mean, to them, it all looks like your brand. It's your advertising ultimately as the brand owner. So, we really had to look at, are we able to communicate quickly to all of those stakeholders from below the line, like shopper marketing, all the way up to the big brand campaigns? Do we have visibility into what's in market at any given time? Our agency team has a rolling firm flex report we get, so we know what media is liquid and what has constraints. Like if you own media units, from the upfront process, you can't just quickly do much more than maybe push some of those out a few weeks within the quarter, right? We had to think a little bit more about, not only that internal Marcom to, alert people when there's an issue being monitored, but what are those kind of escalation processes? When are we comfortable pausing with, let's say, organic, but when it gets to a point where we have to pause with paid, what are we going to do if we own some of that inventory or it is more firm? So we've had to look at things like, do we have backup creative that we can rotate in? Like if a brand supply chain's disrupted, we obviously don't want to drive demand to get consumers to go to a store when the product's not on the shelf and piss them off. So we have to think about that from a consumer's perspective and reallocate, that budget. And just, those are some of the key things that we're looking at when we buy media today is how much, agility do we have? Do we have backup plans? With the Stop Hate for Profit boycott, our team did some really awesome analysis with our analytics group to basically say, hey, look, many of us know Facebook's a top volume or ROI driver for many of our brands. So we don't want to forgo business. Like, how do we find our dual purpose, in this challenge? And so the company's analytics team was awesome in showing, hey, look, these are the other partners that you've invested in, deliver comparable volume or ROI during the time that you have to shift, for the values that we want to uphold. So I think that is now a part of our standard operating procedure that at any given moment, we have the ability to reallocate within 72 hours. Depends on, that's for a full campaign. Some partners, you can hit a button and pause, or you can update your keywords and block, but that's really a very different world than, just backtracking a couple of years ago when YouTube first had headlines for brand safety issues. Many of the world's biggest global advertisers, many of us, I'm talking about my days back at Nestle, had these massive JBPs with them, and they're excellent leaders and partners. But, these were some, platform issues that companies took a stand against and just said, we're not going to invest. And none of us knew at the time how long that was really going to last. And guess what? By the time that ended, we were still sitting on cash in the hopes that we could hit our JBP investment targets, right?
Yeah.
But other people had other ideas what to do when they saw that cash sitting in the budget every month. So finance brand reallocated that. So the brand's campaigns underperformed. We missed out. YouTube's a great partner for many brands, right? And when brand safety issues resurfaced a couple of years later with them, and there was some serious issues there, we reallocated that money within 48 hours to different partners. And surprisingly, they were new partners and they did exceptionally well. So it's really important that, marketers and brand teams have preparedness through all of those items that we just ticked off in order to be flexible when stuff happens, because it will continue to happen at pace and scale that we've all been dealing with.
Yeah, no, I think the flexibility and agility, loud and clear on that. And some questions that are coming in, so I'm going to ad-lib a little bit on this. Okay. But one of the questions is talking about budget reductions and sitting in the space, there's pauses, but then there's reductions, right? Yeah. CPG as a whole had a great year last year, right? Where many other industries slowed down, and so now there's a rebound. CPG is expected to kind of keep growing. But margins are getting tighter, and we're seeing the first budgets when margins get tighter because of the PPE required and all of that, operating margins, marketing gets cut. So when budgets get cut, one of the questions is asking us, how have you gotten more, or how's the flexibility been enable you to get more creative in terms of your strategies? Is there certain channels are your efficiency bucket where you're going to maintain reach, or is how do you start prioritizing when budgets get cut, where you need to start reallocating?
Yeah, that becomes a complex situation. It involves a lot of people getting together to do that analysis. And we would say these are financial scenario plans or exercises. They happen all the time in big CPG. So I think there's kind of a muscle memory now that a lot of the agency teams, the partner teams, and the media teams have developed, for good or bad, to deal with this. I think, we have some guiding principles that help us, start those conversations. We try to understand, is there an actual target, that the business is trying to achieve? Maybe there's an initiative that needs more funding that they have to invest in, and they're looking for budgets. You go through kind of an initial checklist to qualify the ask. sometimes it's really important within big CPG companies to maintain your working to non-working budget ratios, right? So if you have 10 million bucks as a brand, ideally there might be some guidance or benchmark that you have 75% of that in working, campaign dollars and 25% going into non-working, whether that's, your creative or some work that you're doing on your website, so on and so forth. The second thing we're going to do after we ask for that target is, we're going to ask, can we scrub for non-working? Can we scrub other budgets, right? Like, we love to defend the spend, but we will also obviously collaborate and give the business transparent guidance on where there are dollars that if we come down to it, hey, look, we still absolutely need to know what options we have if we go and scrub other budgets and we can't, meet whatever that target is that we need to fund some other initiative. Then we go through our firm flex with them at the portfolio level. So we'll say, here's how much money we have by month, by channel, or by partner. We call out what's really at stake. I mean, the context is really important because then we're talking about stakeholders who are pretty far removed from what's at stake with these campaigns. I mean, we have some brands that are launching entirely new extensions into different categories, or they're restaging and they need to, support, the new pack designs and new positioning with that really heavy awareness driving campaign. And, if that's a big bet, or we've got certain commitments with certain retailers, we need to call out that context for the decision makers to know what the trade-offs are. But we can quickly show them where there's money at the channel level, by partner, by brand, by month, and also forecast what we'd say is kind of that actualization rate. So the timing is super important. Somebody might be looking at data today, but if you as the media owners are not calling out, hey, look, this is the value that we have today, but we know that this is going to decline by 10% or 5% every week, you need to call that out. Otherwise, they might make a decision and come looking for that and make a call. And if you don't deliver that, you're really going to be dealing with some additional headaches. So I think that's really, really important. Another really important guiding principle being sufficiency, right? So we talked about all these other constraints, the context, is there target? Can we go scrub other budgets first? But ultimately, if it comes down to it, we need to really see what are the campaigns going to look like after we take this, scenario. And there's lots of ways to visualize that for different stakeholders. Obviously, if you're used to looking at flow charts, you can say, here's the line items that are liquid, or we have flexibility. We can either shift these into different quarters, or we can cut them. We can reallocate them if brands need to. Maybe they ran into creative issues and they got delayed, they can't launch. So, you kind of look into the flow chart view as well as just, are these dollars delivering the volume or the reach that we need? And if not, we have to call that out. I mean, we have benchmarks for every channel these days for sufficiency. And if we're not at those, that's a big part of the decision that goes into it. In addition to what are the sales that are at risk? I mean, because sometimes, sorry, real quick, last point is somebody might say, hey, look, I've got $1 million that is unallocated today in the workbook, in the budget, but you might know that's going to be put on top of another partner plan that already exists, and you're just waiting to get through some details. And if you were to take that $1 million back, but that campaign partner has worked with you before to deliver a certain ROI, you have to look at it holistically, like, well, what are the sales I'm giving up? Then take away that $1 million, right? Because it's not, for finance folks looking at this quickly, you're not getting $1 million cash to the bottom line if you're cutting media that's a proven ROI driver. You have to look at the net impact, right, of what sales are coming off the table. So going back to our very first topic around, it is so critical to maintain campaign continuity at sufficient levels. And if you go below that and just take cash out, you're going to deplete your share of market. And that's really, really critical for us to call that out too.
Yeah, I think I love that evolution of, like, it's not just important to maintain continuity, but it needs to be at sufficient levels. Oftentimes, you get the flow down effect of, this is how much you have to spend, go spend it. And then as a brand, you're like, well, I want to maintain budget, but like I'm going to miss all my targets on this front. Like, and you have to be able to be armed with data to have that conversation back up and have organizational alignment on that.
Yeah.
One thing
I
want to,
all that, by the way, that I just went through, like we today as a media team, so both internal stakeholders and our agency teams, when these scenarios come up, the expectation is that we can provide that guidance same day, and you're doing that across a very large portfolio. And insofar as you can put some of these guardrails in place, like here's what the value is as of this date, and we would need a decision from you by this date if you want to take it, because you have like, if you're trying to get out of local TV, you've got to do that with 2 weeks notice, right? Like you've got to be able to manage stakeholders the way you are going to have to manage the execution or implementation of those shifts or cuts. Like you need to bake that in to their framework of how they're going to make that decision and make it very clear for them. But that's the last thing. Just it is super fast these days. You have to move same day on these decisions sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, speed has never been more important, right? And then the impact of those decisions have ramifications throughout. I think you started off this entire session by saying some of the things you're going to talk about might be perceived as administrative, but they're so fundamental in having that framework set up in order to have the brand be nimble enough to not lose its share and be able to have the right conversations internally. Question that came up, and you mentioned this, there's some new brand packaging and innovation that's coming out. I'm going to put two questions in together that kind of came up is over the past year, overall, spending is up, people's life, day-to-day engagement has totally changed. New channels are emerging, new media consumption is coming up. As you are fighting to stay in market or coming up with plans to stay in market, what new channels have you come out or are you finding more adapt to do so? And how are you able to maintain strong brand connections while managing the budgets that are there? Like what role do channels and connections play in this overall ecosystem you've been laying out?
Yeah, I mean, I hear a couple of things in there, so I'll try to address them. No doubt we've seen two major trends in the US, that started last year in March and April. I mean, there's obviously the rise of streaming services at home. I mean, how many partners are out there now with a plus after, not just running 90-second spots at the Super Bowl, Paramount Plus, but, every other pitch I feel like I'm getting these days is somebody plus. Not just video streaming, and consumers on average have like 12 streaming subscriptions at home, not just video, but across multiple, content genres, if you will. And, there's a lot of churn in this, kind of emerging space. So there's a lot of trial going on, and that means a lot of trial and error opportunities for us as marketers. But the second mega trend that we all observed, right, was the shift to online grocery shopping last year and a massive surge in stock up. I think we saw something like 40 million more Americans do online grocery shopping in April of last year alone, year over year. I mean, we had great partners in Google, and they came back and said, hey, look, in your categories, there's been like an 80% daily query surge on average through the month of April, year over year. Like, okay, so like that's really important, super clear data signal, like there's consumer shifts happening here at scale that we need to adapt to. And the business did extraordinary work to improve its, again, thinking more holistically about its quality scores on Google. And they had an awesome task force that moved at lightning speed to improve those mobile page landing, the mobile landing page quality scores. We started to do a lot more optimization, started to connect a lot more of the data across our various sites into our Google stack in order to really start optimizing some of our paid search media too. So that's a really basic example there. But for us, I mean, one of the things we also really wanted to explore, knowing as many of us do, like there are synergies in media channels that when they're on together, they're a force multiplier, right? I mean, we all know that multi-channel is the best way to drive incremental ROI. And so we look for those force multiplier opportunities. So we did some cool testing at the end of last year in two areas that are kind of here in this convergence that we're talking about. One is a real simple optimization that came up. Like, so a lot of our brands have P&Ls that they try to manage, their budgets within the brand. But we got some under delivery budget back at the end of December. And we said, we don't want to sit on this much cash going into the holidays. I mean, everyone was on break, agency shut down that week. But we had one person who was, willing and able to say, we will reallocate this money, because we said, we've got to invest this money, going back to our very first comment, stay in market. And, we put that money in, but instead of going in at the brand level, and I'm talking about a deal we did with Instacart, to ride this wave of consumer demand shifts to online grocery shopping, we put all of that money into Instacart, but instead of doing it at the brand level, we did it at a higher portfolio level. We added some constraints like, hey, don't optimize too much to this brand because it has lower ROIs and we don't want to dilute the returns. But we saw such significant lifts in sales in doing that. And that was just in 5 days. We delivered in full and we saw a huge lift in sales. All of that hits that portfolio P&L as opposed to the brand. So everybody wins as a team still. But when you take that and you forecast it out across the year, if we did the exact same thing at the same tough market constraints, higher costs in Q4, right? We did easily see in the forecast, I have it in an Excel file, shows we would generate more than 10 million plus in retail sales. That's just optimizing the budget one level up. You're not asking finance for more money. You're just saying, give me the authority to shift reasonably with good judgment, with the P&L in mind, and we'll generate higher sales. Another awesome test we did was around this convergence of streaming video and online grocery shopping between Kroger and Roku. We did a test to really understand, can we use those deterministic segments from Kroger's loyalty cards, match those up to Roku subscribers, and then target them, and then see what kind of impact we get through their closed loop sales reporting. And so that was really awesome. We had a great partnership with our global team to help us, explore this initiative. One of the big learnings we took away from that is, we were really focused on, hitting sales goals and driving ROAS. Right. And this brings up like a real important, topic around optimization, which was, let's just say we had, 4 core segments in there: current buyers, lapsed buyers, competitors, everyone loves a good conquest, right? And then, categories. So we, if we just let that system run, it could auto optimize, or we could put constraints and say evenly weight that budget 25%, per each. But one of the key things is if your goal is to drive sales, and you stay that way, you're never going to hit that sales target because some of those segments are not going to really respond. Right. But if you're also trying to drive household penetration, you have to suppress those current buyers in that segment and, put all of that 25% that they were getting into the other, new buyer segments, and you would increase household penetration, but your ROAS will go down, right? So there's that scale you need to be mindful of. And that's a real risk in a lot of this work, is you have to be mindful still of these fundamentals of, creative dilution, but moreover, too many audience segments and not tying those audiences impression delivery goals against, the campaign goal. I don't know if that helps.
I think all super helpful. One thing that I'm kind of latching onto, or trends that we're seeing too, is it costs much more to get a new buyer in than it has a current buyer buy more, right? And so we see brands often in this, they start off the campaign of we're going to drive X% penetration and maintain Y% ROI, right? But then as the campaign moves on, all of a sudden they realize the ROI is below because they didn't take into account how low the ROI is going to be, or ROAS is going to be from trying to acquire new buyers. And then the budgets swing all the way to loyalty and retention. It sounds like on your end, in order to maintain both, there needed to be some pretty strong collaboration or alignment organizationally, internally. Can you talk through the process of how you go about that to make sure that everyone's kind of swimming in the same lane, in the same direction, and understanding how to interpret what's coming back in as signals?
Sure. Yeah. And I think we all know as marketers, again, a lot starts with a great brief. And one of the biggest things still, like I hear, our teams or other teams at other organizations struggle with, is when you audit, that top part of the brief, after who your audiences are, what are your business objectives or your marketing objectives and your campaign objectives, is, what are those KPIs? And you'll usually see in some cases 2 things, like too many KPIs and goals, right? Or a misalignment between what the primary campaign objective is and what the primary respective KPI is. So like if the goal was increase household penetration, then we'd be looking for, household penetration lift and incremental sales lift in, our campaigns and optimizing accordingly. But if it's, to increase the buy rate, we've got to hit short-term sales goals, then we'd be optimizing like crazy towards certain other segments that would boost the ROAS. And that's really important that we take a look at that, and we have a step, I would say, where we want to force alignment even before someone has to audit that. So in our briefing templates to the brand managers, they're empowered. They want to be authorizing and authoring these briefs before they get in front of the agencies. We just provide a little bit of that guidance in that field, essentially on the template itself. That helps, a lot in terms of us getting things off to a good start. And then I think just as you go through those typical planning junctures, right, there's a major strategic milestone. You look at the strategy plan. Then there's another major milestone, which is looking at the tactical. At those places, you want to constantly be reinforcing this is what you are aligning to as a brand. People are rotating through roles, and they may not always be aware that at one milestone, they're signing off on the audiences that are going to be set up in groups or bought and activated against. So you don't want that, to go unnoticed. Like you have to make sure there's explicit confirmation on a lot of these major approvals throughout the process. And it's important that you have a strong agency team who just reinforces that, has great relationships with the brand and product teams to be able to go through that checklist and make sure the brands and product teams are aware that's what they're signing off on, essentially, and giving the authorizations for.
Yeah, no, I think that's super helpful. And then one other thing I want to touch on, and we're starting to see this again in our data set overall, is clients trying to shoot for portfolio level investment, right? Yeah. And so, I think your Instacart example was great, and the results clearly spoke for themselves. But the process to get to it, like as a whole, you hear a lot of advertisers or marketers that refer to themselves as consumer first, right? But they're always brand first and trying to talk to the consumers. What I think is interesting about a portfolio level approach is it really is consumer first, and then you allow the brands to shape that. What are some of the processes, or how do you manage the brand requirements with the level up of portfolio? Like how do those dynamics work, and how do you get past some of the tensions that arise?
Yeah, you're right. It is a balancing act. I think you've got to have really good open dialogue with the brand teams, the general managers and the finance teams, like and the analytics folks. I generally find, when we bring data to the dialogue, that really helps people make decisions. And oftentimes, going back to some product marketing days from Amazon, there's a mindset that comes from the product teams of ship small, ship fast. So I heard someone earlier say, progress is better than perfection. It's very similar. Like when we want to try to affect or influence optimizations at a portfolio budget level, we will oftentimes go small and bite off things that people will, easily feel more comfortable digesting, because we have a great culture of wanting to encourage agility, testing and learning, taking risks with good judgment. So like, those examples I used before, I mean, none of those were more than $500,000 on a $5 billion business. If you come to the table, to the finance team with some great analytics that shows, hey, look, if I make this optimization or I take this bet, here's my forecast. A lot of times I just, say to all of our partners out there, and we have a lot of new awesome emerging partners that we've met through Brand Innovators who will come to us with a proposal, right? And what we oftentimes see is what the input is. If you give me, $500,000, this is what your plan would look like. But what we also need to see is the output. Give me a forecast. What can I expect? Just, simple back of the envelope math. What can we expect? Obviously we need to manage stakeholder expectations, but that is how we were able to, within the same 12 business hours where that Instacart example happened, we were able to just basically check the box saying, hey, look, we're going to move this money from brand level to, business unit portfolio. We believe we'll see a higher return, and it's a limited test. It's a reasonable risk, and no risk, no reward, right? So we were able to move through that one quickly. Other larger big bets that you want to move, like, do require a lot of that getting alignment with all of your key stakeholders first, understanding some of the political dynamics, what are the business priorities and goals, and just mapping it back to those plans. But I really think when you're asking for investments and big investment shifts, you need to have that output forecasted. It's really, really important. Also, I would say just, we have talked a lot about ROAS and you just mentioned ROI, and that's really critical for all of us in the world touching media to be able to distinguish that in the marketer's P&L terms. Like we don't go to finance saying, hey, look, I'm going to generate X amount of retail sales. Like they want cash back, right? So we can find out from all of them, and we should all know this, like what are those take rates, or what are the P&L cost of goods sold? What does that bring us down to in terms of the net? And then I subtract my media investment. That gets me to the pure profit. That's super critical. If you can deliver that, you are self-funding, and you will get people behind you who want to invest in you all day long. So that's critical. We show that impact.
Yeah, Mike. Well, I know we're at time. I see David coming on, so I appreciate that.
Cool.
And Mike, really thanks for the time. I think it was really interesting. Again, media buying is so broad, and focusing on some of the main upstream components, and not the administrative, if you will, but the required tactics and the themes that I heard: flexibility, staying on in market, having the right scenario plans, the data assets, and working holistically organizationally. Like, you got to get the foundation right before you can make an impact. And it sounds like you and the teams there are doing that. So kudos, and appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a great conversation. Hey, David.
Hey guys, no, this was awesome. Thank you both. I didn't want to interrupt. I mean, Mike, I think there's something to be said for the value that we all get for you kind of opening that doorway to give us some insight machine to make the relationships between all different pieces of this media investment ecosystem just work that much more efficiently and productively, because we all have the same objectives. We all can work together to make great things happen. So I think the more that we understand about the nuances and those conversations that go on with you guys internally, the more we could all be better and more productive and efficient. So I love it. Thank you both for your time. Next time we'll be in person, and we'll get you guys a whiteboard. I promise. Maybe a beer or something too. So I love it. We're going to keep the show rolling. So thank you guys.
Thanks all.
Again.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, we're going to keep today's program moving. We have Molly Spillman, the Chief Revenue Officer at Oracle Advertising and Marketing Cloud, and we have Christine Warner, the Vice President of Partnership Management and Business Development at Facebook, joining us for a discussion around personalized advertising in a privacy-conscious world. So let's bring up Molly and Christine. We're going to keep these conversations going. We have this is a pre-recorded discussion, but it should be really insightful. And then we've got our next group of speakers ready after that. So check it out. Here you go.
Hey everyone, and thanks for tuning into this fireside chat about personalized advertising in a privacy-conscious world. My name is Christine Warner, and I'm the Vice President of Business Development and Partnership Management at Facebook. And joining me is Molly Spillman, the Chief Revenue Officer of Oracle Advertising. Now, personalization and privacy are often presented as two concepts at odds with one another when it comes to digital advertising, but that isn't the case. People can see content that's more relevant to them, and businesses can reach people who are more likely to take actions that they care about, all without compromising people's privacy. Now, we're in the early days of this, and it's a large movement in advertising, one that looks to preserve valuable, personalized experiences and people's privacy. And it's going to take a lot of effort and collaboration over the next few years to get this right. And today we're going to talk about how. And for more than 4 decades, Oracle has delivered innovation upon which entire industries have been built. In fact, more than 30,000 organizations of all sizes rely on Oracle Cloud applications to run the most important front and back office business operations. Oracle Advertising Solutions works across audience, context, and measurement to give marketers the data and tools they need for every stage of the marketing journey. And Molly is here with us today. So excited to have you here, Molly.
Thank you, Christine. I'm so glad to be here. I am the Chief Revenue Officer at Oracle Advertising, and now added new responsibility for the marketing side. I have been in the advertising industry and the digital part of it for over 20 years. I've also been a CMO myself. So for those of you out here who, are navigating this new environment, I know some of the questions and challenges that you're trying to address, and hopefully this conversation will give you some insight into how Facebook and Oracle are thinking about the world. And, this is just one of many conversations. And we know that change brings uncertainty, and there's definitely a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the future of reaching addressable audiences. But there's a lot of innovation, and with change also brings opportunity. So Christine and I are pretty excited to share some of our thoughts with you today.
Absolutely. And as far as the opportunity, I think maybe before we even get into that, we should talk about the change that's going to happen, Molly, and what we're seeing from our seats. So for those who aren't as familiar, can you break down why this conversation is so important now for advertisers and businesses? What's happening? What do you see from a consumer standpoint?
Yeah, so if we start on the consumer side, there's been a movement for people to be more in control of their own information, their data. They want transparency, they want to be in control. And really what's kind of accelerated this is the global pandemic. So over the last 13 months, there's just been an intense rise in people's online habits and behavior, time spent. So you think about how much more you're shopping online, how much more you're working online, how much more you are consuming content online, because we've been in lockdown for 13 months. And so there is a increased need for people to want to understand what's happening with their data. They want transparency when they shop or when they consume content, what's happening with their data. But there's a really interesting balance, and you might even say friction, with how consumers are thinking about content and advertising. Because on the one hand, they want to understand what's happening with their data. They want to be controlled of sharing. They want to be in control of sharing it. But, consumers, we hear from our marketing partners and other partners, as well as in feedback directly to Oracle, is that they get frustrated. Consumers seem to get frustrated when they see irrelevant ads. And so that's frustrating because they want advertising and content to be the most relevant and personalized. But then on the flip side, if there's advertising and content that's too personal and too relevant, then it raises all these alarm bells. Who's got my information, and how would advertisers know to show this to me? So it really is a unique balance that marketers need to embrace, really, because how do you do both and create this personal connection to an audience or to a person without crossing any type of boundary?
Yeah, and I think the industry is moving to meet these new consumer needs now for privacy, while still offering really incredible personalized experiences that they value. So how do you see the industry evolving? What do you see happening, and how is that actively impacting the clients that you work with?
So there's a lot of change happening in the industry. So that's the consumer side. On the business side, we have increased regulation. So most people listening in know about GDPR in Europe and those restrictions. California CCPA is another restriction on the use of data, all with under the guise of privacy. Then you have the advertising identifiers, which are being restricted by Chrome or Safari, iOS 4, Firefox. A lot of providers have really restricted the use of third-party identifiers, which makes it very difficult for advertisers to reach these audiences in a third-party manner. So at Oracle, we've been working with our customers. We have data-driven products. We have a measurement product under the Moat brand name. We have contextual-based solutions. And so for our audience and data products, privacy comes first. And so we have our own proprietary ID graph, which is anonymized information. We're not sharing anything. We don't store it. We don't use it. So we're using some of those techniques to work with our clients to reach those audiences and those prospects. For our measurement and our contextual solutions, they've never used third-party identifiers. So those were built without reliance on those third-party IDs, and they will continue to not need those identifiers. So we're really working with our clients in that manner. And what I've seen in working with our clients, and I'm sure you've seen this too, Christine, is that there's a small amount of people who are just kind of wishing and hoping that this won't be a thing and third-party cookies or mobile IDs won't go away, and we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. But for the most part, and I'm guessing most of the people on this call are really embracing change and making a plan for a future without these identifiers. And so we work day in and day out, not just with those clients, but with industry bodies and others to try to navigate this new kind of normal in advertising.
Absolutely. And, I think with a lot of these changes that are happening, for example, the iOS 14 changes coming up, how do you think, or what kind of guidance could you give to businesses who are watching this today for what implications we see for data loss now and how they should plan for the future? And what are you doing for that as well?
Yeah, so with iOS, for Oracle, just speaking tactically, we have such a diverse set of partners and partnerships that we're not reliant on one particular platform or operating model or operating service to deliver our business and outcomes to our clients. So to me, that's just, what Apple's doing is just an evolution of the further tightening of data restrictions. But how we're operating at Oracle is that we're just assuming that third-party cookies and mobile IDs, third-party IDs are going away, and we need to plan for a future without them starting yesterday. And that there's going to be more restrictions on the operating systems. And so we should plan for that, and we should work together as an industry and between partnerships, whether it's platforms or direct with brands, to plan for that, reality that's coming sooner rather than later. So that's pretty much how we're operating. So Facebook has built its business around personalized advertising. So there could be the existential question in the room, how is Facebook, navigating around this change in the ecosystem?
Yeah, as a business, we're focused on how we can ensure people's privacy while still supporting a free and open internet. And we want to make sure that we're enabling businesses of all sizes that they can still continue to reach their customers. We're continuing, and we've been doing this for a long time now, investing in transparency and control. And we also know that the rest of the industry will and should continue to regard these principles around transparency and control as a foundation for privacy. But we also recognize as a business that there's a lot more to do. And, there's one reason, that's one of the reasons why we're actually investing in privacy enhanced technologies. And who doesn't love a good acronym when you're talking about the business, but PETs, which allow us to provide personalized advertising while also processing less personal data. And in fact, over the past year, we've been working very closely with the academic community to develop new technologies and methods that leverage PETs that will enable advertising use cases. We've also opened up some open source technologies that industry constituents can leverage to build privacy-focused advertising solutions. And I won't get into a lot of the technical infra that supports this, but we're looking into areas like blind signatures, private matching, randomized controlled trials. And that's to enable advertising. But when we're talking about signal, there's also part of this that's associated with measurement. And so we're also participating in industry initiatives like the WFA's Cross-Media Measurement Initiative, which will help to build privacy-focused measurement systems that enable advertisers to measure their outcomes through advertising use cases. So this is just a part of the solution. As you said, we're very much in early days, and it is really going to take the industry moving forward together in order for us to continue to align with the industry changes, privacy needs of consumers, and regulation as well. Those are the areas that we're investing. But where is Oracle taking it now with these industry changes? How is Oracle navigating through these issues?
So we're taking a similar approach, and we're looking, I talked about some of our solutions already that don't rely on third-party identifiers. We're also building out, continuing to build out our ID graph, which I said before is anonymized. We're working with industry bodies just as you guys are, IAB Tech Lab, Project REARC, Partnership for Responsible Addressable Media, the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, and really anything that just promotes, any group that's looking to promote consumer privacy. So working with industry bodies, working with our clients, anything that can help protect consumers' personal information while at the same time help marketers reach the audiences they need to reach at the right time in the right place with the right message. And so, instead of avoiding, what's going on in the industry, really embracing it and coming together and collaborating with everybody who's open to it, honestly, who has an idea about what the future might look like.
Yeah, and I see that as well. We talked about some of the ways that we're collaborating with the industry. I guess, are there any technologies that Oracle is leaning into as well for this future state that we're all mapping to?
So, again, we're looking at expanding our ID graph. We're looking at other ways of identifying audiences and people through registration-based approaches, through panel-based approaches that, were used widely in the past, and using more approaches using machine learning, and looking at the connected TV space and how you connect between CTV and over-the-top connections. And so really kind of digging into all of those areas and trying to double down on our innovation that we could bring to the industry.
Yeah, and I think we're talking a lot here in broad terms around the technologies, the ways that we need to collaborate across the industry. Do you have any specific examples that you can share for how Oracle is working to drive this privacy enhanced approach to bringing your business to your clients?
Yeah, one sweet spot for us is in 2018, Oracle bought Grapeshot, which is a contextual intelligence product. And it really was kind of ahead of its time. And it wasn't kind of the contextual based advertising of the past in a lot of mediums, and advertising in environments that seem like somebody might be interested, that they're somehow related, but really using data-driven approaches, looking at the content on the page as well as the mindset of the consumer on the page. And so we've done a lot of innovation since we bought this business in 2018, not knowing that, that between privacy regulations and all of the technology restrictions on third-party identifiers were going to be a thing. We've been developing this product over the last 3 years, and we have a number of clients who are seeing, amazing results, just as good as they would with third-party audience delivery and targeting. And so we're innovating, we're using data actually to inform the contextual advertising, the contextual segments that we're using for some of our top advertisers. And, really when the pandemic hit, as well as all these regulations and technology restrictions on identifiers, we were in the right place at the right time as a business, because we had been building these solutions. And we're just seeing incredible growth in that area. And we're going to continue down that road because it's so valuable. And we're really seeing our advertising, as well as our partners, platform partners, really lean in, because it works on the advertising side. It works for our platform partners who are helping us to distribute our products, as well as publishers, programmatic platforms, et cetera. And it's an exciting time for, contextual intelligence.
Yeah, and in some respects, it also points to investing early in strategies that sort of future-proof the business in many regards.
Exactly.
It's amazing to see the fruits that it's bearing for your business.
Exactly. I would love to ask you, when you're thinking about your
clients, how are you thinking about kind of future proofing and building solutions that can help your largest clients and your many, many small clients? I'm sure everybody on the call would love to hear what Facebook is doing.
Yeah, like you, we saw this massive shift of businesses moving from offline to the online in the past year. In fact, more businesses made the digital transformation in the first 4 months of last year than they did in the previous 10. So in many respects, we're in a unique position where we want to help businesses continue to drive we want to help businesses be discovered, help them drive their business growth, and we want to do it in a way that maintains privacy. And in many areas, businesses look to us in order to drive conversions. They're looking to us to drive business results that grow their business. And for businesses that are really invested in areas like web conversion campaigns, we created a tool called the Conversions API tool that is a way for businesses to directly connect from their server to Facebook. It reduces reliance on cookies, which we know are going away as an advertising mechanism. And businesses who are leveraging Conversions API, they can connect directly with Facebook via server-side connection to be able to share information with their CRM, qualified lead information that they may have gathered over the phone, or significant customer interactions happening elsewhere, online or offline. And we do this in a way that makes the business that we're working with responsible for getting the appropriate opt-ins for sharing that data. Now, the reason why this is really important is it allows for businesses to continue to provide personalized advertising, but in a way that protects privacy, because the API is designed in such a way that honors our user privacy controls. So for example, if a customer uses our off Facebook activity privacy tool to limit whether their data gets passed to our platform, we honor those decisions via the Conversions API. And we want to ensure that we're continuing to build products that provide customers with the relevant experiences that they love. You touched on this at the beginning. Consumers and people want to continue to have personalized experiences, but they want to have the balance with privacy. And so we want to continue to provide this through what we build in a way that has appropriate data transparencies and controls in order to ensure that we're walking that balance, both for businesses as well as the people on our platform.
Well, it sounds like from what you're saying that all of this data privacy focus actually can lead to a win-win for businesses and consumers, right?
Yeah, and especially if you have the right transparencies and controls, right? We believe that we can sustain the benefits of personalized advertising while honoring people's privacy. And we're working with the industry, and we've talked about a lot of the ways that we're doing that in order to innovate new ways of doing just that, from the Conversions API tool that I just spoke about to some of the work that we're doing with the academic organizations for privacy enhanced technologies. And while we're working on other ways in order to continue to innovate, we want to ensure that businesses are leading with us and they're taking steps now in order to build better experiences while respecting their privacy choices. It's not just us, we're looking to the industry to move as well. And investing in this work now will make it easier in order for all of us to address future regulatory requirements, enhanced transparency and control requirements that are going to come along with many of the changes that we discussed at the top of our discussion here today, Molly. And I'd love to hear from you what you think is a win-win, because obviously when there's change, there's new opportunities that come from it. So I'd love to hear from you what you see as being win-win from Oracle's perspective.
Yeah, I think, we're able to really put the value back on first-party data. And so really work for the brands, make sure that there are solutions that they can grow their first-party data, that they can protect their first-party data, and create those advertising and consumer experiences that are authentic, that are personalized, and that really can be a win-win for businesses, because our businesses, want to grow. We want our clients' businesses to grow. And if we all take this customer-centric approach, then we're really going to be able to maintain the trust, but create that, deeper trust and win-win situation for everybody, which is Awesome.
Yeah, and it really comes back to what you just said, which is putting the customer first in everything that we do. So beyond building for the solutions that we mentioned, what do you think tech players such as ourselves, the Facebook, Google, Amazon, what do you think we can do to help enable a more personalized and privacy compliant future in marketing?
I think, just really at the highest level, it's just ensuring that transparency and trust. I think Facebook has done a great job of really holding itself to a higher level when it comes to this topic. And so I think really for all the tech players, not just Facebook, but continuing to put the customer or the consumer first and working with the industry bodies, working with partners like Oracle and our advertisers directly to come together as one unit to solve the balance that we talked about before between personalization and privacy, using transparency as a foundation.
So, we've talked a lot about the future. We've talked about the ways that our businesses are readying, but if you could impart any wisdom, both from your role at Oracle and 20 plus years in both ad tech, but also being a CMO, what do you believe that businesses in the audience should do now?
I think there's, tactically probably three things, and I bet everybody who's listening to this call is doing them. One is just take an audit of your data strategy, your policies, the touch points with consumers, whether it's your known customers or prospects, and really take stock of all of those connections and what your data strategy is. I know at Oracle, we actually did an audit with some of our partners in one of our data co-ops, and we reviewed all of the paperwork and their privacy policies and helped them update them so that, it's not on Oracle's, it's not their responsibility, but we look at it as like anybody we partner with, we want to look at we hope them to have the same policies and restrictions and safeguards that we do. And I know Facebook does that too. So one would be like, just make sure you do an audit of your data strategy, policies, et cetera. And then two is do the same for your partners. Make sure that we're only as strong as our ecosystem. So make sure that your partners have done a data audit and they are being respectful of all of the wishes of their customers and prospects, and make sure that the policies reflect, choice and consent for consumers, because those two things are super important. And then, like I touched on before, really, deepen your capabilities when it comes to first party data. I was talking to a brand the other day who never used to be able to sell their products online due to regulations. And with COVID and only being able to shop online for the most part, those restrictions are gone. And now this company can actually sell their products direct to consumer. And they never had a first party strategy. And so now they need to develop one. So I would say for those businesses, develop one. And for those that already have a first party data strategy, I would deepen it because it's going to become even more important to marketing and advertising going forward.
Yeah, I think if there was one thing that everyone took away, what do you think that one thing, just an action item for tomorrow, what would that be?
Breathe. It's, Rome wasn't built in a day, as they say. And, it seems like there's a clock ticking and you hear the clock ticking next to you, but, this has been a work in progress for a pretty long time. And it seems like the door is closing for new ideas, but there are so many new ideas. And so really just take a deep breath and then, map out your plan. And this is who we've talked to this week. Here's who's doing what. Here's what our strategy is. We want to have a buttoned up plan by X date and just map it out and roll up your sleeves and make that plan. And, embrace the change instead of avoid it or stress out about it. I think just embrace it because, as I said at the top, I've seen so many changes in this industry, and at the end of the day, they've all been for the good. And so glass half full, I think that's the case. And so, well, if you had one action item, what would you say to everybody?
You know, I think that there's a simple checklist to go through to think through, and it's almost kind of tied to the audit idea that you shared, Molly, which is there's just a couple of things that businesses can do today to be ready for the changes, but while also being able to ensure that they're driving personalization in a way that helps to drive their business outcomes. And I think the first thing that all businesses should do is make it easy for consumers to understand how their data is shared and used by your business. That's table stakes. The second thing is just to ensure that you understand how the data is acquired, used, and stored, and be sure to have all consent mechanisms in place necessary to use or share it. We've seen the ways that different regulation has impacted this, so it's just so essential for every business to have a handle on that. We also recommend implementing new tools, right? Something like Conversions API that I spoke about, which allows you to establish channels that are browser independent. It's really also important to expand your toolkit. You talked about that as well. What are some of the other ways that you're thinking about leveraging data and also building out your first party data strategy? And finally, explore data collection through valuable experiences, right? We didn't really talk much about this, but there are ways in which you can continue to build out your knowledge of your customers through things like loyalty programs, discounts, VIP programs, things of that sort. So there are a couple of different ways in which you can be ready for the future, but I think the first is taking stock and then identifying how you're going to expand either through partnership or through new solutions that you're building that allow you to better connect with your customer. Before I close, I just want to say, Molly, I've so appreciated your time in this discussion. I think in many respects, we're at the beginning of what is going to be a very large change for all of us working in the marketing and advertising space. And hearing directly both from your experience and the work that you're doing at Oracle in order to ready businesses for this, I think has been invaluable. So I want to thank you for your time for this fireside chat, and thank everybody for tuning in to hear from us. And we hope that you'll work closely with us as we continue to evolve what is the advertising ecosystem. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, well, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for that. That was really, really interesting that Oracle and Facebook, two companies are really playing a huge role in where media is going now, especially digital media and social. And obviously there's, as we learned yesterday, there's a whole lot of conversation going around Facebook. So that was particularly interesting to hear from them twice in the same conference. So very well done. Anyway, but right now, moving on from there, we're happy to welcome Mike Scafidi, who is the global head of marketing and advertising technology at PepsiCo, another huge company, and Jessica Masters, who is the director of East Coast sales at Roku. And they're going to be having a conversation on an incredibly timely topic, the death of the cookie, what's next, and how brands can adapt. So Mike and Jessica, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Alan. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. And hi, Mike. It's great to see you again. I'm excited to dig into the death of the cookie, what's next, and how brands can adapt with you today. So thanks for joining us.
Thrilled to be here. Thrilled to be here.
Awesome. So I'm going to start out with an easy question, one that we can all relate to in these times. So with all this time spent at home during COVID, what are you and your family currently streaming?
Well, it's funny. My son and I both got our second vaccine on Saturday, and we plan to leave Sunday fully open just in case we need to recover. So we binged the last season of Parks and Rec. And so that was a fantastic sort of bonding time between the two, between him and I. And then my wife and I have been sort of catching up on shows that we missed. So we watched Kim's Convenience, which is fantastic. And then going way back, we've been catching up on New Girl, which we never saw, and it's sort of dated. There's flip phones and those types of things, but it's fun that with streaming world, like you can actually go back and catch that stuff that you missed.
Right, like go back in time. I know. I think I need to take your lead and dive into some sitcoms. I've been going hard in the documentaries and dramas. We just finished This Is a Robbery on Netflix. Highly recommend if you haven't seen it. And last night I did start the first episode of season 4 of Handmaid's Tale. So talk about dark. So I think I need to lighten up my viewing behavior and take a page out of your book. So I'll check out those recommendations.
Yeah, my wife has a rule: if it doesn't feel good, she's not going to watch it.
Probably a good rule. And congrats on the second vaccine. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
So jumping into the topic at hand, given the dramatic shifts in consumer behavior due to the pandemic, what are the challenges and opportunities coming out of the past year that Pepsi can take to better serve their customers moving into the future?
The shift towards streaming over the last year, I mean, everyone's talked about it, right? It's like we're in a time machine, right? We're 10 years in the future. And now we're in a world that we can really analyze what does addressable TV look like. And so that is really super exciting. We're very fortunate that before this time, and even before, we were confronted with, a post-cookie world, we've been building a very robust, addressable internal audience capability. And so really our opportunity is, how do we find the channels to most effectively deploy those audiences? And I think, OTT is going to be a huge opportunity as we go forward.
Yeah. So how are you thinking about the shift and how you're changing your investment or strategy approach to CTV? And, it's not easy just to shift everything over. So as you think about the landscape and how you're approaching this, is there a method to the madness or?
Yeah, I mean, there really is. I mean, culturally, right, we have been, doing the biggest and best commercials for decades, right? Half a century, like it's as long as there's TV. I mean, see the shirt, right? Like back in the day, right, when Pepsi was 5 cents. And so the question is, how do we get more sort of precise in the messaging? And when we look at addressable TV, is addressable TV delivering the same capabilities as broadcast? And what's fascinating is we in-housed our attribution modeling over the last few years. And so the econometrics model is really showing that, as we shift towards digital, we are seeing greater performance. And then within digital, we're going to look channel by channel to figure out where our consumers are, right? And how are they reacting and responding to the messaging we're putting out there. So we really let the numbers lead the way, and use the numbers to help us drive cultural change, right? And I think cultural change is a big aspect of it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, in this space, we can be held accountable and we can measure performance directly. I mean, COVID's just accelerated the shift and we're not going back. People aren't going to go back to hook up to their, linear cable subscription that they had historically. So it's really interesting to see this. And then also think about all of these legacy media companies that are now reorienting around streaming and launching new streaming services. So, as we think about more and more viewers shifting to this space and the landscape becoming more fragmented, how is your team thinking about reach and frequency and managing that, as we shift into this more fragmented landscape?
Yeah, I mean, post-COVID landscape too, right? I mean,
right.
Post-cookie landscape, post-COVID.
Right.
So much disruption and uncertainty, is in our future. I think, really what we focus on is how do we stabilize what we know, so that we can adapt to what's changing. And so, with frequency, previously in a cookie world, we would be able to manage frequency across the board. Now we're going to have to sort of look at, these walled gardens or silos and the walls growing taller. And how do we find partners with those ID graphs of the authenticated and addressable individuals? And can we look at frequency across channel? I think that is still that chapter still to be written, of how well we're going to be able to do that. So I think the biggest thing we can lean on is what we've been doing within the walled gardens so far, as well as, so how do you manage frequency within the walled gardens? I think also the question is, what's the right frequency, right? Like, is it once a week? Is it, twice a week? I think that has always been sort of a challenge, and you can report on frequency. The question is, how well can you manage towards the frequency? I think is, the bigger question.
Right. I mean, I think that's how we're looking at it too with our One View platform. And yes, this is on the Roku platform, but it's the largest streaming platform in the US. So thinking about how do we manage for reach and frequency from linear television using our ACR data all the way down the funnel through CTV, OLV, display, mobile, et cetera. And, not only reporting out, and as you're talking about, but how do you pull those levers in real time from a programmatic perspective to be able to manage to that 5 per week or 10 per week or whatever you determine is that optimal frequency.
Yeah, and I think what's also really interesting is, like, are you doing frequency at a household level? Are you able to have individual profiles on that CTV platform so that you can identify who was exposed? I think there's a lot of opportunity as we gain, capabilities around that area. And so, maybe we can lean in because we can see who's watching TV because they can identify their profile versus, previously with cable, like people wouldn't take the time to identify who they were. So I think there's also, a lot of opportunity in the changes.
Right. And historically on cable television, there were no frequency controls between the channels, right? So at least we're moving in the right direction. So yeah, that's great. So as brands are putting more value on data, especially as they invest more in programmatic tools, how does Pepsi quickly optimize campaigns and reallocate spend based on shifting consumer habits or other market forces?
Yeah, I think, in a post-cookie world that is going to become more challenging. I think, specifically you said programmatic. I think programmatic, previously we would use our DMP and we would be able to manage frequency, on target frequency across DSPs. That was cookie based. And so we're really, need to determine that. I think, the key is that we have a sense of who we want to talk to as far as every household in the country. And so how do we address all those individuals? Which media partners are going to allow us to address those individuals? And then we could start to look at sort of probabilistic nature of, what's the probability that this household reached this frequency or the message was reached that individual on that channel. And then you could say, well, you need to heavy up on sort of that same audience on another channel. So I think similar to what Molly and Christine were talking about in the previous session, it's about really owning your data as much as you can and owning your data strategy. So doing a full sort of audit and strategy around who you need to talk to. For us, it's every single household in the country. And then what does that household mean to us? Which brands are most appropriate? And then how do we help find those individuals?
Right. And then how do you partner with those partners that actually have a one-to-one connection with their consumers, therefore having deterministic data, so you can have a more effective or efficient match there between your segments and, while at the same time hitting your entire population that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard a lot, right, about authentication is going to become more and more critical, right? The anonymous viewer or the anonymous reader is going to be incentivized to identify themselves. I think hopefully that reader will also, or that viewer will also benefit from that, right? Though once they identify themselves, they can have more relevant messaging sent to them. And so, the challenge is that going to be a behavior that the viewer or reader takes on?
Right. Yeah. It's yet to be seen. I mean, I think more relevant advertising is beneficial, right? As you're watching.
The frequency management, right? We've all been there when we're on a streaming video platform and we just see the same commercial over and over and over again. So I hope we'll be able to sort of exit out of that kind of.
Right. And that's what we're trying to solve for too, right? Not just on the Roku channel, but across all media, omni-channel, because we want our users to have the best possible experience that they can have. We're user first as well. So talking about, the death of the cookie, the future, how is Pepsi reacting to the changes in legislation that are adjusting the way online identity can be utilized?
Yeah, I think, a lot of it is how do we find the opportunities to build that one-to-one relationship with the consumer? The intention of the laws is to protect the consumer. I think that's very important for all corporations to understand that it is about your relationship with the consumer and the mutual respect. And so the hope is that one-to-one relationship will allow us to have a more relevant conversation with that individual. If they're gracious and willing enough to allow us to understand who they are, then we could really start to determine, are they responding to this product or that product? How do we give them more relevant information around that? So in the long run, right, hopefully it will build stronger relationships between brands and consumers. I think there's certainly a huge reaction to how the industry is going to play that role. And can we find a middle ground where we can still continue to bring value? We've talked about the challenges of frequency management in the post-cookie world could actually make a worse consumer experience, right? If we can't manage frequency because we can't track the cookie, then they theoretically can be getting the same message over and over and over again. And it'll be hard for us to progress the story to the next chapter in that messaging. And so, I think hopefully there's a middle ground that we can find that will benefit both parties.
Yeah, no, I mean, I echo your sentiments completely on the one-to-one relationship standpoint. I mean, here at Roku, that's everything that we're built on, that one-to-one relationship. It's how we effectively target. We're, rooted in that deterministic data. And I think that's why we're looking to the future of OneView, all being rooted in that deterministic data. So you can utilize that across not only your Roku media buys, but across all of your buys, right? So then you understand how many times is that viewer being hit by that same commercial across the different channels, and then not just across the different channels, looking at the big screen, right? So then we can start taking it down the funnel. We can start looking at omni-channel, in the future, dynamic ad insertion and linear. So it's quite interesting about how we can think about that from a platform perspective versus individual channel placement.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, as Pepsi's heavily invested in first-party data, how are you utilizing it to create a more relevant relationship with your consumer? Would love to hear more on that.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned earlier, our audience is everyone, right? Our audience is every single household in the country. And so we have first-party data understandings and we have a large third-party data understandings, and it's where those two meet that allow us to understand how do we probabilistically target everyone? And for those individuals that we have a one-on-one relationship, first of all, how does that third-party data give us greater insight on what their interests could be? And then as we build our first-party relationship, how do we sort of verify that understanding and drive a deeper relationship? And so that first-party relationship allows us to continue that conversation across multiple channels, right? We can bring that conversation to Roku, and then we understand, yes, we told them chapter 1 of a Pepsi story on Roku, and then we could bring that conversation to Facebook and give them the chapter 2 of that story. And so only with the first party data will we ensure that relationship and that conversation will continue.
And having specific messaging, are you thinking about it that way too? Like you have your broad messaging and then you also follow specific segments?
Yeah, ideally, like our business needs to continue to have sort of large broadcast messaging, right? And where's the most efficient place to do that? And then where do we invest in sort of that one-to-one consumer cultivation, that one-to-one sort of relationship where we can say, let's bring you some value. Let's bring you some value with some entertainment. Let's bring you some value with an interesting product or an interesting flavor. Let's bring you some value to say, here's the next product you might think about purchasing.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about that customer journey and how you're interacting with them. And so it's not just about frequency, that's a huge part of it, but then it's also about following the consumer and bringing them down the funnel and engaging with them in different ways across their journey.
I mean, every impression that we give to someone that's redundant, that means that one, that person might start to establish fatigue. And that also means that someone else we can't talk to, right? So we only have so much money and it needs to be spread so we can, talk to as many relevant consumers as possible.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I mean, thinking about it, going back to kind of your measurement topic, how are you thinking about these different channels from a measurements perspective? So we think about the shift and we know kind of how linear television was measured, but how are you really thinking about it from a connected TV standpoint, aside from really the lower funnel performance-based potentially?
I mean, it's really going to where the consumers are. So, as they shift, we need to hit the largest population in the most efficient way, in a environment where we can capture their attention. And so, it's interesting to say, is a skippable commercial where we have the first 5 seconds perform different than a full length commercial where they need to view the entire thing before they continue the show that they're watching. I think there are interesting sort of legacy, strategies in broadcast. Are you in position, the first position or the last position or the middle position within the commercial block? And how do those types of strategies translate over to the streaming world as well? So it's a complicated aspect in how do all of these elements translate into effectiveness.
Totally. I mean, not all impressions are created equal. So, right, you have your baseline pricing, but then how do all these other levers come in and impact performance? And especially as we start talking, about cookies and the deprecation of that, how do you become most effective at reaching those viewers, the empowered consumer, with the relevant messaging?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all I had. I don't know if you have any last thoughts before I flip over to the Q&A.
I'm just really excited. Again, there's acceleration in the last year. I'm a big sort of silver lining type of person, and the shift towards streaming. I watch, on my Roku, I watch on my Apple TV, I watch on my phone. I could pick it up anywhere, and I think it's exciting to be able to pick up that content wherever I can.
Yeah, I agree. It's great for the consumer, and I think it's great for the advertiser. And we'll get there. We'll figure out how to do it in the most privacy safe way, how to manage that frequency. It's just, we're going to have to work together as we evolve these practices.
Absolutely.
All right, let me open up the chat widget here. Let's see what we have. Okay, so many brands have drastically reduced media budgets over the past year. How has your media plan adjusted? If your budget has been reduced, have you gotten more creative and efficient with your strategies?
I think every year budgets will increase or reduce, depending on how the businesses are doing. The question is always, is the investment in the media we're delivering, delivering a return? And so I think, how have we adjusted? It's a balance of efficiency for reach and effectiveness. We have certain media partners that are very effective, but they're very expensive. And vice versa. So I think it is always looking at the overall ROI that looks at the intersection point between efficiency and reach. Whether we have funding cost or not, we're going towards the ones that have the highest ROI.
Yeah, makes sense. I have another question here. Curious how Pepsi has first-party data on consumers, as most all transactions are through a third-party purchase.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct on our purchases, but we're also one of the largest, promotions company in the world, right? So we have direct relationships because we have great brand relationships with our consumers. Mountain Dew really, goes deep into, gaming. And so our gaming promotions with our gaming partners, we determine how do we bring value through our brands to the consumer. That value might be the product itself, but the value could also be sort of Mountain Dew sponsored gaming experience. And so for many, many years, we've had these sort of, rich, consistent relationships with our consumers. It's a great question. And it is a very broad relationship. I think, the depth is coming as we go more into D2C.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, next up, what innovations and technologies are you utilizing to execute your strategies? Has that changed since the pandemic began?
No, I think one of the things is our strategy is to stabilize and know why and be very sort of deliberate on the technologies we use so we can adapt to the change. And so, we have stabilized our consumer data, as I spoke about earlier. And for that consumer data, we have established our activation channels, our data activation channels that bring that data to our partners. That stuff hasn't changed. I think what is changing is, as we're looking at the post-cookie world, is which partners are going to be most resilient in that world. We know that we are going to be looking across multiple ID graphs. So how do we get our head around sort of managing across those ID graphs? I think that's sort of the biggest challenge.
Right. Okay, so dovetailing off that, another question, how are you determining where to spend time on emerging technologies, and which emerging technologies do you focus on?
That's a great question. Really it is not what technology, but what problem are we trying to solve, and then we go look for the technology. So first we want to say, okay, do a full assessment and gap analysis of your existing technology. Know what those technologies are solving for and why they exist, and if they don't have a use case, cut them. And then, so you simplify, right? You standardize and you simplify. Then you go through your gap analysis process, determine, what business needs you have, and then you start looking for the technology. I think, the biggest risk is, we are continually getting calls from, startups and tech companies to say, I've got this idea. It's like, great, but here's my problem. Let me go find the technology. And so within PepsiCo, we have a labs program. And so that labs program is specifically focused on going after the challenges that we're trying to solve. So, personalization is going to be clear, right? How do we sort of, drive greater personalization and greater relevant conversations is one of those opportunities.
Cool. Kind of moving on now, and this is a question that always comes up, in our day-to-day, is looking at content first or context first channels versus audience-based, and how does that relate to a cookieless future? I think, here at Roku, we sell audience-based first and foremost, highly targeted one-to-one. That's what's most successful, and that's all mapped back to our first-party one-to-one connection with our consumers. So kind of interested to hear how you're thinking about that, especially as the shift is happening from linear to connected television, and linear historically has been content first. Any thoughts there?
I think if our consumer is where that context is, I think the context is a huge opportunity. And so, yeah, it is a balance of whether the context helps deliver the consumer, or if we need to look for a publishing location that has the consumer. So I think, if the context comes through in our analytics and says, well, that context is sufficient and drives value, then that context will succeed. I'm really excited about sort of the overlap. So in a post-cookie world, the question is, does a context target become less or more valuable than an addressable target? And then, so we'll see how the efficiency side of the equation runs on context versus addressable. And then the effectiveness side will determine, where our investment goes.
Interesting. So another question here that's really interesting too, and something that we've seen come up a lot, especially during COVID, is direct-to-consumer e-commerce. So how are you thinking about that from a performance standpoint, performance partnerships, or utilizing those types of media outlets to drive to e-commerce?
Yeah, so e-commerce for us is a very broad definition.
Right.
So, direct-to-consumer for a company like PepsiCo is new. And so e-commerce also then extends into our click and collect world through our retailer partners, as well as sort of our retailers sort of e-commerce. So our goal is to drive, the sales process, right? How do we, what's the path to purchase, and how do we facilitate that path to purchase? And so we are learning with our own D2C capability, but that path to purchase, certainly the largest side of that is on our retailer partners, and the logistics behind, how do we deliver our product in an e-commerce world? So it's very exciting, and it's very exciting for us from a first-party data perspective to understand which consumers want to participate with our products in and an e-commerce capability.
Interesting. Yeah. So another question here, does Pepsi utilize a synthetic ID to identify, measure, and target against? And what third-party data is most interesting? So, or sports data or other types of third-party data partnerships?
Yeah, I mean, for us, right, first you want to sell to the people that are buying your product or we think are buying our product. I think that's step number one. And then we have to start to look at which areas are opportunities for growth and which lifestyles and interests have the greatest propensity to growth. And so that's where we would start to sort of look at other data sets. Those other data sets also help us understand of the current purchasers, what are they interested in? Well, so that we go towards sort of lookalike targeting. It helps inform our creative, right? So if we have someone that is interested in volleyball, we start to get a sense of how many people are interested in volleyball, how many pieces of creative do we want to put out for sort of Pepsi in the summer and volleyball. So, so that additional interest-based data not only helps us understand the consumer, but also helps us make sure that we can have a more relevant sort of conversation with that consumer.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, two more questions I see here. Do you see blind cooperative databases becoming more important with all these changes?
So, yes, I think an environment that allows corporations to respect and adhere to the privacy of the consumer is critical. The granularity of the data that passes back and forth is going to be dependent upon that privacy. The ability to establish a safe harbor or clean room or blind cooperative here, I think certainly will be necessary so that we can have the appropriate granularity be passed between organizations to determine the performance of the work that's happening, and again, ultimately to be as relevant as you can back to that consumer. So yes, I think this type of environment is going to be critical. How many are they? How many are there? Because there are all these different publishers and advertisers. How many can a corporation manage? Like, how do we get our head around, like, how many different clean rooms can we manage and set up? So the answer is yes. I think it's sort of to be determined about how corporations can sort of manage that process.
Yeah, interesting. All right, last question. And on a lighter note, have you actually tried Mango Pepsi?
So my wife's allergic to mango, so I can't have it else. We do love mango, but she can't have it anymore. So no, unfortunately, I haven't. I imagine it is delicious. No, our favorite right now, so we're big bubbly fans, and so the favorite bubbly is grapefruit bubbly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. All right. Well, Mike, this was great. Thanks so much for taking the time, and thanks to the audience, all the questions. Really enjoyed the chat, taking away kind of what the future holds, the one-to-one direct connection with the consumer, building out first-party data. That's really, really important.
Yeah, Jessica, it's been so good to talk to you, even if it's virtual. Thanks so much.
Same. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, well, back to me now. That was a great conversation, Mike and Jessica. Mike, I need to give you props for the Pepsi T-shirt, because I don't know how many people caught that. He's got this great old school Pepsi T-shirt, and the first of our speakers to do branding. So on the call, so that good for that. And just overall, it's a really interesting conversation because you do have, Pepsi is, as you noted, your audience is everybody, and how are you? It's really interesting to hear how you're looking at this new world where everything seems to be hyper targeted, or at least somewhat targeted, and how you deal with it. And then also, the cookieless future, and then how that's relating to TV, which is interesting. Our TV Rev research, for what it's worth, has shown that consumers, anyway, are not overly concerned with people knowing what they watch on TV. They sort of feel like, okay, in digital, that's like where it gets super invasive. But on television, hey, best case is like they won't cancel my favorite show, or, do I really care that somebody knows that I watch, The Tonight Show and Parks and Rec? Probably not, so that's okay. And if it leads to better recommendations or more relevant advertising, all the better. That may change as sort of hype and awareness go up. But for now, TV seems to be on a slightly different place. So it's interesting sort of just take on it. So I want to thank you and Jessica very much for all that. Jessica, we are big fans of Roku, so thank you. And now we're going to go over to the next session today. We're going to have Christopher Thomas Moore, who's the Vice President of Media, Digital Marketing, and Product/Menu Development and Global Marketing at Domino's Pizza. I don't know how this guy doesn't run the company, given that he has all those responsibilities. But here he is, and the session is going to be moderated by Sharon Silverstein, who is the U.S. Head of Vertical Sales at Snap. So Sharon is here already with a lovely background behind her. And waiting for Christopher. He's probably sort of solving the latest topping issues over at Domino's, given his multitude of roles, but I'm sure he will show up shortly. Here he is. Christopher.
There he is, the man with 5 to 6 jobs.
Maybe. Hello, everyone.
Well, thank you for the intro. Shall we get started? I think our last speakers took a little bit of our time, Chris. So let's get started. I'm so excited for this fireside chat with you. We absolutely love working with you and your team. You're amazing. Domino's is a staple in our household. Those lava cakes are insane. I would say probably #1 dessert for our family. And so, I think something that both Snap and Domino's have in common is this continued investment in innovation. And over the past few years, Domino's has been delivering to customers at beaches, at different hotspots, places with no addresses, physical addresses, driverless cars, so much innovation that really is continuing to show that Domino's is a tech company that makes pizza. And so now, as you think about 2020, and that forced everybody to navigate our business realities in a totally different way, what did the reset of 2020 reveal to you about your business and consumer behavior that you weren't expecting?
Yeah, so first off, thanks so much to the team at Brand Innovators for the invite. And Sharon, it's so good to chat with you and catch up, see you virtually. We haven't seen each other in person in over a year. But 2020 was a crazy year for everyone, right? And it was no different for Domino's. And it really, it was, I remember walking to the office and, having the meeting of we have to really kind of just scrap everything that we were thinking we were going to do this year and start over. And it was important that we did that because what's most important, if you think about all the innovations that we've had over, the many years, 60 years that the brand has been around, they've all been anchored in our customer and the needs of our customer, the benefits that we can provide to our customer. And with the pandemic, there were big questions around, safety and how can, I receive in this new environment that I am in, food for my family, and a lot of questions swirling. And so we had to do our part to, one, inform our customers on the safety practices that we've been doing for numbers of decades, and how we ensure a safe exchange of their food. But we also had to invent new processes like contactless delivery, right? Like that was new. And so we came up with a pizza pedestal, which is a small cardboard box that we would put down on the ground, so that way your pizza's not sitting on the ground, that there's a barrier in between. But like small innovations like that, and also larger innovations like our entire car-side pickup process and other things that we've added to the system, were a result of this new environment, the new pressures and concerns that our customers had. And at the end of the day, what was most important is that we wanted to ensure that we, could maintain our relationships with our customer, but do so in a safe way for both our customers as well as our team members. And so a lot of our innovation was just thinking of new concepts, new approaches, rethinking everything that, we again had planned for the year, to really hit the messages and the conversations and build the processes that were going to be most needed for our customers.
That's awesome. I've definitely gotten the little box where my pizza sits on top. So that's a great innovation that I certainly wouldn't have thought about. And so when you do look back, what are the big bets that you guys took pre-pandemic that you really feel were able to set you up to be so nimble going into when the pandemic started?
Yeah, I think what was really important and what the pandemic, highlighted was that one, we were in a new environment that forced us to think and do things differently. And so for us, part of that was sending the whole organization home, and how do we do that in an environment where we're extremely collaborative at Domino's? You'll see whiteboarding and people in huddles and corners, talking about the next thing. And, we had to understand how we can maintain that collaboration in a new environment. And so that was a change for us, but one that we were able to manage through. And the bet that we made before that was that we were already investing more in technology to help facilitate those type of environments. The organizational structure was important in having, our organization really has alignment against our goals. So my peer on the IT side, my peer on the analytics side, we all have the same goals and objectives for the year. And as a result, that helps us since we pivot, we all pivot. It's not just one part of the organization pivoting and the rest trying to catch up or having, conflicting plans and objectives. And so, that organizational structure also helps support, a movement in the directions that we needed to based off of what we needed to do and accomplish. So the organization, was already structured for a world of agility and responsiveness. And I think that was just amplified as we went through the pandemic. And it was a test, can you do all of that, but add a whole bunch of other pressures on top of it? And so for me, I walk away from 2020 and first hoping that this pandemic finally ends. But then after that, I, am just so proud of, the organization and the teams that were just so resilient, effective, and really managed to drive the business in, unprecedented times.
Yeah, I think for us at Snap, virtual working realities have truly allowed for just a more inclusive and equitable culture. And so when you take a look at Domino's, which is, a very innovative organization, but traditional and, sort of the way we were of coming to work every day, there was no work from home policy. How has virtual really impacted the culture?
Yeah, I think that, virtual has a lot of benefits, right? Because one, we have a pretty big building and that walk is a lot.
I've been to that campus. It's amazing.
And so that walk is a lot. And it's probably why I also, added weight during the pandemic because I wasn't getting that walk every day. But the time saved and, just being able to rotate through meetings and conversations, leveraging, chat functionalities and things like that to ping people, to substitute, drive-bys that we would normally have and check-ins and things like that. They've all kind of been nuanced or new ways to do the same kind of things that we've done. But I think at the end of the day, I'm a people person. And so I enjoy seeing people in person, giving a good hug and all of that, high five for congratulations. And it sucks that you can't do all of that, and so I'm just hopeful that we can get back to some level of normalcy where we can kind of still continue to do some of those kind of in-person, personal type of things that I think just help drive a certain energy and excitement when you're in those environments. But the team has just really figured it out, and the organization has adapted. And I feel in many ways, we've been really super effective in this new virtual world.
That's great. The numbers show for itself, right? So I think you guys are doing great. So looking into the future, how is Domino's thinking about 2021, 2022, plans to account for where consumers are at the moment and in the future?
Yeah, 2021, especially on the media side, is going to be a really interesting year, right? Today is D-Day from an iOS standpoint, and we're watching to understand kind of the new dynamic that exists as a result of the changes from iOS 14, how it impacts measurement viewability of performance is, our big questions that we're wanting to answer this year. We still have a lingering pandemic that we're still working through, as a world. It's a globe. And so 2021 is not, just a clean cut year. It's not a return to normal. There's still going to be a lot of nuances. But I think that in certain areas, specifically as we talk about like the evolution of media and where it's going, I'm kind of excited, because not everyone gets the opportunity to be part of, a very dynamic shift in an industry. And I think that we all are, we're here to really kind of set the tempo of what this new world with, enhanced views on privacy from both the publisher side and from the device side, and what that means, and what media means, and how users are actually consuming media and where they're consuming media has changed very drastically from where it was just a few years ago. And so I think 2021 will be a very interesting year as we all kind of learn and understand the new dynamics at play and how they impact all of our respective businesses.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great segue to my next question of, what media buying levers or new levers are you pulling to just stay nimble?
Yeah, I think it's this, constantly evaluating the space that we're in and what the opportunities are. Sharon, very well, like for us, performance of our media is very important. Tracking and measurement of our media is extremely important. We have to ensure returns on our investment. And specifically, as we talk about our digital house, we have a very stringent view of performance based off of incremental return on ad spend. And so for us, it's evaluating that when we're still getting that performance lift and incremental lift from all of our publishers and partners, but then also just understanding the landscape and how it's changing and what else might be out there. So I think it's a constant evolution, constant testing and learning. Especially right now, I think that if there's anything I can tell, anyone, is that if you're not out testing and understanding your media, you need to do it as soon as possible because the dynamics are shifting and you need to understand how that's impacting your brand. And so, we are along that journey with everyone else.
Yeah, and the sophistication Domino's has there. I mean, we learn so much from you guys. It's incredible. So definitely a leader in measurement and conversion lift. It's really great. You challenged us, so we like that.
And it's been so important for us because our franchisees are investing in our advertising, and they're expecting a return on that investment. And through our lift testing and view of incremental return on ad spend, we're able to have more comfort in the areas that we're spending, that they are actually having a meaningful impact on the business versus paying and praying that that you're going to get a result at the end. And I've been on that side too, so I very well. And so I feel really I feel really privileged in having the benefit to be part of an organization that has had a very stringent view on performance and really has partnered with organizations like Snap to identify how we evaluate media, how do we understand the effectiveness of it, and then how that then impacts the brand and the business. And so it's been a fun journey, and I really see such value in how we approach things. It means that we're not doing everything with everybody, but we know that what we're doing is actually making a difference.
Yeah, for sure. So the disruption in consumer behavior that we all lived through in 2020 will definitely lead to a wave of innovation and new thinking. At Snap, we've always been known that AR is just a powerful tool to engage new consumers. And in 2020, this knowledge was an unlock for many of our partners. Today we average about 200 million Snapchatters who are engaging with AR every single day. So I know you have tapped into augmented reality as well. So I'd love to talk a little bit about how you've innovated in that space and other technologies.
Yeah, and specifically for us, our biggest dive into the space was probably 2019 when we launched our Points for Pies program. where we built a feature, an AR feature within our app that allowed you to scan for the incident of pizza or the occasion of pizza. And, we built this in-house and through some partnerships, but it was a big learning exercise for us. And we like to embrace new technologies and lean in so that we can help, define what those strategies and tactics mean for our brand, help, steer them in the direction that is driving performance benefits. And so we, are in many ways are early adopters in many areas. And and for us with AR, it was, a journey. From the fact of, we were scanning all these pizzas because we needed thousands of variations of pizza because pizzas come in 5 million different ways. And the whole premise of the program was that, we at Domino's love pizza so much that we're willing to award our loyalty points to anyone that eats pizza, regardless if they buy it from us or not, just because we love pizza so much and we want other people to enjoy it. And so in order to have a device scan every type of pizza, it means that you have to train it. And so going through that training process, understanding how it works and in the back end, how we overtrained it to think that like tables were pizzas too, because we had so many images with tables, like great deal of learning. And so I think that, when you have those opportunities to try out new technology, and maybe even not new technology for the world, but new for your brand, kicking the tires and learning how it works for you is always just a fun undertaking.
Yeah, I love it. And we definitely feel your pain on the training of the camera. We definitely have that down now, but it definitely is something we continue to innovate on. So let's talk about the
table. And I was like, ooh, that could be it.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about all the roles you keep taking on at Domino's. I feel like every time we talk, you have a new responsibility, and I don't know how you fit all those hours in the day. But I'm very intrigued by the new role you've taken on to include product development. Can you talk a little bit about your involvement there, how that came about? I think that's such an exciting area that's I haven't seen before in terms of somebody who's running a whole marketing organization.
Yeah. Yeah, take the digital guy and put him on product. But it has been an amazing and exciting journey. I've personally learned so much through this process, and taking my experience on the digital and e-commerce side and applying kind of the transferable elements to product, and from evaluation, testing, and decisioning, all of those things, you find kind of what the overlays are, but there's a lot of stuff that does not overlay, and so there's a lot of learning, and it's been really fun to be in with our amazing R&D team and test kitchen, and watching the things that they do, and with our product marketers, and as we launch new products. And last year we had our two new specialty builds that were launched, our chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas, which if you haven't tried them are phenomenal. You gotta get those, as well as some other work. And it's just been really fun to see that ideation process turn into the reality of a new product, and then to watch people enjoy it. So I really now feel like I have full circle of kind of the experience of, and kind of intimate exposure into the mechanics of, from the acquisition to the purchase through to the actual, enjoyment of the product, and kind of how it all works together. So it's been a super, super fun ride so far, and I'm looking forward to what's to come.
Good. Well, me too. I'm excited to see what's coming and what's new. I'm sure you can't share, so I won't ask you.
Can't say anything.
No? Okay. Well, I'm sure it will be good. And that test kitchen is one that I have wanted to get into for a very long time. I thought I had a chance there for a minute, but that was a no. One day.
We'll figure out, maybe not in the test kitchen, but maybe we'll figure out some good snacks to bring you.
All right. I love that. Okay, so let's segue and switch gears a little bit, talk about target audience. Gen Z, young millennials, their role in shaping culture. Snapchat's grown alongside this audience, this generation, and we're now up to 280 million daily active users reaching 90% of 13 to 24-year-olds and 75 of 13 to 34-year-olds. That's a mouthful. And I know you're very familiar with this Gen Z millennial audience as they're graduating high school, college, starting families, et cetera. When you think about the target, how are the new behaviors altering the media buying approach? TV at home versus mobile, media advertising. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's just important for really any brand to just kind of have a good understanding of who your customers are. And, you know, for Domino's, our customers, we have such a wide range of different customers, you know, from the Gen Zers to the baby boomers and beyond. And so it's really about just being, you know, relevant in messaging and being at the right place at the right time for those audiences, you know, and, you know, driving the inspiration of a pizza occasion that maybe you weren't thinking of, you know, and that's why, you know, we do things like advertise in Snap and in Instagram and all these other places is because of the fact that we know that, you know, we want to be part of your everyday life. We want to be part of the conversation as you're kind of going through. And so, and that's really applicable for all generations and all segments. And so I think that what you find is so much commonality in consumption. And you're seeing that that's actually growing, right? That some of the more underpenetrated demos are growing with their consumption of digital products and things like that, you know? And so, you're finding a lot more symmetry, but there's still nuances. And for me, it's really important to understand where the value sets and where we can drive, you know, performance gains, because every tactic doesn't work for everyone. And so that's why, for me, as stated earlier, you know, testing and learning is just such a big part, because we can't assume that we can just take a tactic from one platform, hit it here, and it's going to function the same. Audiences are different, the environments and the user experiences are different, so the consumption is different. And so really just kind of tailoring your program based off of what works, and ensuring that that's where you're placing your bets and you're leaning in is really what's been most important for us.
That's great. And so I think one thing that's really unique about Domino's in the structure of where you've brought all your social media buying in-house, right? Which is probably no small task. So I'd love to understand from you what you feel like the big advantages are there, and maybe some of the challenges that you weren't expecting or you're seeing with that structure in buying.
Yeah, I think that, you know, there are a number of advantages in having, you know, access to the intricacies of campaigns. You know, there are so many factors that go into the dynamics of an ad and the audience tracking, the overall platforms, and to be able to understand the nuances of that internally and not have the dependency of other parties to kind of tell us that story has been, I think, a big part of it. But I think that as we've been very laser focused from a performance standpoint, you know, being able to connect the dots back into, you know, our internal, you know, data systems and things like that to do the evaluations and really understand the performance, you know, gives us a little bit of an advantage when we have all of that internally. You know, we're not trying to connect the dots to all these different third parties. And so, you know, it's good for us. You know, I think we are challenged with, you know, every day with trying to find what's next, what's new, what can we do to continue to optimize. So it forces us to stay well versed and to keep strong connections with our partners and publishers. And so I love the fact that we do it internally, the conversations that it drives, the way that it's driven kind of other aspects of the business to think about testing and performance monitoring. You know, it's just been really beneficial to have that skill set live within the organization.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna ask some questions that are coming from the audience and then save a little time at the end for a fun little lightning round. Very excited about. All right, so just going to read through the chat here. And the first question is, the past year, we've seen incredible innovation across all industries. Tell us about new innovation ways your brand is connecting to consumers today.
Yeah, I think that, you know, there are, I think innovation for us is such an important practice. We have, a chief that oversees our entire innovation practice that thinks about how we connect the dots and all the different experiences that a customer has with the brand. And I think it's easy to think of innovations in like one area, like just technology. But there are innovations that we need across the full spectrum of the touch points with our customer, as well as within the operation. And so I think innovation is so broad for us and for many organizations that it's not siloed into kind of one tactic, one area, one focus. But I think understanding where you add the benefit, where you can improve the value of the relationship is really where I think those innovations most pay off.
All right. So what is your favorite marketing campaign that you've worked on?
Probably I think Points for Pies was my favorite because it was just such a ballsy campaign. Like, who says that? Who says I'm going to reward you for buying from our competitor? Like that's just something that just no one does that. So for me, that was really fun to participate in such a bold and ballsy campaign.
Yeah, I love that campaign. And I love pizza, so
There you go. It's a win-win.
All right. So how do you approach emerging media channels and how do they factor into your overall strategy?
Yeah, for emerging media channels, the first step is to really test and understand those platforms. So for us is ensuring that there's a lift platform sitting behind the infrastructure of those platforms that gives us the ability to understand the true incrementality of those platforms. And then many times we've partnered with those publishers to actually build those things out so that way we can do the evaluations and be comfortable with the investment. So for us, it really comes down to performance and, how is this, platform providing benefit for us and looking at the actual revenue performance or incremental return on ad spend generally is where we put a lot of our weight.
All right, so many brands have drastically reduced media budgets over the past year. How has your media plan adjusted? If your budget has been reduced, have you gotten more creative and efficient with your strategies?
I can't lean into specifics on our budget, but I will say that, that it is really important for us to just continue to push where we can. And so that might mean, shifting from one area to the other, looking at where opportunities exist, looking at all of our efficiencies across our entire media landscape. And so all of that is part of kind of for us evaluating what makes sense for us from a media standpoint. And also I think what's a big part of that is just not thinking of the traditional silos that have existed, your traditional brand media and your digital media, those worlds are blending, as you look at, traditional linear, there's such a migration to full episode players and, OTT that the world is just changing and this completely, definitive line of, traditional and digital is now very much blurred. And so, understanding what that means for us in testing and evaluation is just a really big part of it.
Yeah, I mean, we see the same, right? And the investment we have in content, the foundation that I always talk about with our partners of laying that foundation of DR and driving business results first, and then layering content and brand on our premium content programming that we have. It's all sort of blended together. And so,
it's the world we live in now.
It is, and we do see that when our clients are activating on all of those different areas, that's what's really driving the best results. So one does work with the other. All right, so curious to know what Christopher sees as being a focus for the year ahead. Smart speakers, podcasts, direct-to-consumer channels, etc.
Yeah, I'm really excited about a number of things. I think the shift of the overall media landscape and a lot of changes that we're facing is just what really excites me. But I'm really excited about our campaign, which hopefully many of you have seen that we launched this week of our partnership with Neuro in an autonomous delivery vehicle. And I think that's like such the future of the world we live in general. And so for us to be part of that, and this is not our first autonomous vehicle, this is actually our second. Years ago, we were in the game very, very early. Now we're back and with this Neuro partnership have the coolest little self-driving robot vehicle that you'll ever see.
Yeah, it's awesome. Awesome.
The perfect size and everything, but I think autonomous in that world, but also the Noid, hopefully you saw he was a big part of the release as well. And so bringing back our Nemesis and figuring out what kind of crazy stuff he's going to be up to is going to be fun too.
That's awesome. Yeah, I saw that car. I can't wait to see it live. Haven't seen it live, but it's awesome. All right. So given focus on driving performance media, which we've talked a lot about today, and I know as a partner, I know that's core to the business is driving results. If and how are you measuring the success of your performance partnerships?
Yeah, it comes down to again, incremental return on ad spend is a big part of it. Understanding, reach of audiences and how we're penetrating specific segments of the business is really important evaluation. But, again, I think that what's important for us to understand is that, it's not like every tactic under the sun, under a publisher that has to work in order for that relationship to be meaningful. There might just be one small component that works really well for you. And so for us, it's understanding all of those dynamics, so looking at the partnership in totality is absolutely important, but understanding the individual tactics, placements, and opportunities are an important part of our consideration.
And the next question kind of pivots a little bit away from performance and really is about the dollars spent around tent poles, specifically sports sponsorships, and how you're measuring the effectiveness and impact of those dollars spent.
Yeah, I mean, all of our investments are measured from, the typical media mix models and things like that. And then we always are trying to find ways that we can glean more insights in the performance of every dollar that we place.
Okay. All right. Last audience question for our fire or a lightning round. So with delivery being such a key driver of Domino's business in 2020, how does takeout play back into the Domino's business model with the return to somewhat normalcy?
Yeah, so hopefully you've seen that we have a new product that we launched called our Carside Delivery, where you can, pull up to your Domino's and we'll bring your order out to you. That has been an exciting addition to our carryout business and offering. And, who really wants to get out your car? Kids back and everything else going on, so to have that ability to, have a carryout experience in a different way is really fun for us.
Yeah, and I think, and this was probably very useful during the pandemic, but Domino's infrastructure on delivery has always been A+ leader, right? And so having that infrastructure already in place and then adding on the layer of that drive up pickup is awesome.
Yeah, I love it. It's such a huge benefit.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm not going back to not getting delivery because I mean, now that there's a world that everything comes to me, like I don't know if I can ever go back. The grocery store will never see me again.
I mean, the convenience of delivery is just it's undeniable. Like to be able to multitask while you have your pizza and all the great other side dishes ordered and on their way. It's just such a convenience. And so, no, I agree. I will continue to deliver order deliveries from now to the future.
Absolutely. All right. So our little lightning round. So you and I share a passion for the Real Housewives. So I gotta ask you some questions about that. The first one is favorite and least favorite character.
Oh, Sharon, you can't put me out like that. I would say that I'll say franchise. I really love the Atlanta franchise, and this was interesting season. Least, I don't know. I don't know least, but I wish they would bring back Miami. I really like the Miami one.
I liked Miami too. I love Miami in general, so it was really cool just kind of seeing the places they go to.
That part.
And I don't know if you saw, but now they're like spinning off and taking housewives from each different city and putting them all together. So that's going to be really interesting. I will send you that if you haven't seen it already.
House Big Brother, like.
It seems that way. It seems that way. They picked some of the good ones too. You know it's going to be good.
Oh.
All right. What would be your Real Housewives tagline?
Oh, I should have thought about that.
Or you can tell me the favorite one, your favorite one.
The next one, and then I'll well, my favorite one was the Candy when she was like, there was like a little run that she did in one. I love that one.
Oh, yeah. She's awesome. All right. A little pivot to pizza. Favorite pizza topping?
My favorite pizza topping is sausage.
Okay. Favorite Domino's side?
Favorite Domino's side is the stuffed cheesy bread. Oh.
Ooh, I haven't had that yet.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I need to put that.
Get on it. Get on it. It is so good.
All right.
Yeah.
This is a big debate. And actually, my daughter came home the other day and they debated this in her 5th grade classroom. Pineapple or no pineapple?
Dun, dun, dun. You know, it still cracks me up how like polarizing this question is.
I know.
It starts fights and arguments. I'm like, whoa. But I'm all down for pineapple. So yeah.
Okay. I asked her when she came home, because you're right, it did get this full debate going in a 5th grade classroom. And she said that the winner was pineapple. So
you can't go wrong. Like a good, Hawaiian pizza is a win.
The sweet, the salty, absolutely. All right. Last Amazon purchase.
Last Amazon purchase, I bought, I don't know if you guys have seen the commercial of that lint. It's not a roll.
Oh, yeah. The shaver?
Yeah, the little shaver.
I got that. It works too. Have you used it?
It does.
It really does.
I pulled it out and I was like, this is not going to work. And I was shocked. I was like, all right.
My couch was looking brand new.
But my arm was like, didn't need to go to the gym that day.
Yeah, that's the exercise for the day.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Outside of the housewives, you and I also, I think, share a passion for fabulous shoes. And I can't see you in person right now, but every time I do, you're wearing amazing shoes. So what amazing pair do you have on today, or will you pull out from behind you? Because I see all of them there.
Yeah, no lie, I have on absolutely shoes right now.
Okay.
Chilling, barefoot.
Right, me too.
But yeah, I'm definitely a Nike fan. I love a good Jordan.
Awesome. Do you have one that's on your upcoming list?
I have one that I have my eye on, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or not because I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend that, but we'll see.
All right. So TBD on that. And the next time we chat, I'm going to ask you to see them or not see them. We'll see. This has been so lovely. I always love talking to you. We love working with you guys. And I hope we get to, continue our partnership, and thank you to Brand Innovators as well for having us.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. It's fun. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to leverage this platform just for us to catch up.
Yeah, seriously, I was going to say, you guys, again, you should have your own show here. I've learned so much, not just about pizza, but about Real Housewives and
we could go on for a long time.
Yes,
really go on for a long time.
Pineapple pizza and and I was wondering what was in those boxes behind you. Now I know it's all shoes. Wow. So that's great. I do want to tell a nice story about Domino's, which I had prepared, was that just what a part of our life it is. I remember when my son started college a few years ago, we were talking, he's like, oh yeah, we ordered Domino's last night. I was like, yeah, we used to do that when I was a freshman too, all the time. And it was like this nice, across the generations sort of thing about how much Domino's has become part of our lives for all that, which is pretty cool. And it's great to see, and great to see what you guys are doing with the brand and how well you have sort of played off reaching out to the next generation, making yourselves relevant for them. And then also, benefiting from this delivery boom, which I completely agree with you, Sharon. Like I used to sort of look forward to going to the supermarket. It was kind of like no kids, nobody to bother me. And now it's like, yeah, just fresh directly. And I don't know how much of it is because it's like kind of still creepy to go. Like I've been vaccinated for a while, but it's still sort of creepy to go in the supermarket and everybody's got their mask on. They kind of jump away from each other. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't fun. But hopefully that's going to get better real soon. So.
Well, I'm not going back, Alan, but.
Yeah, I don't.
Decide.
The online I have a Amy, when you were like, what's the last thing you ordered from Amazon? I was like, today? Because it's like, constant, and then you have that, what do they call it? Amazonnesia, where the package shows up and you're like, what is this? What did I order?
Always at midnight too.
Yes, exactly. Well, anyway, guys, thanks so much for being part of this. You're really great. And now we're going to move on to our next presenter, who is no stranger to the Brand Innovators stage. Please join me in welcoming Jim D'Antoni, who's the Director of National Media Sales at Dish Media. And Jim's got some really cool stuff that he can talk about here. He's going to surprise us with his presentation, but given his background, it's going to be something worth interesting to talk to, and I'm just going to keep spinning until he shows up on the screen. Here he is. Okay,
Here we go.
Yes, here you go. And he's even got, wow, look, this is an impressive background.
I came prepared with a background. I did indeed. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. That is a nice looking, like so many of the corporate backgrounds are not, or like, but this is a really kudos to your designer.
That's great. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to providing a nice keynote. Just want to just looking to share my screen here.
Okay.
1 second. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. The addressable inflection point.
Terrific.
Okay, I'm going to sort of fade out in the background and take it away, Jim.
Terrific, Alan. I really appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. Thrilled to be here. As Alan said, been involved with Brand Innovators for over 2 years. A big believer in what you guys are doing. So good stuff. And today there's a lot of conversations about media buying. How do we prepare for the future? How do we best position ourselves? And it's amazing. The marketplace, there's so much change. The rapid change over the last 12, 18 months have just been incredible, unprecedented. And we all need to adapt and evolve. We at Dish Media have been kind of leading the charge when it comes to advanced TV, particularly when it comes to addressable. We've been at it over 9 years, developed a specific expertise. And amongst all these changes, certainly 2 developments we're seeing, major developments are, just the continued transition to more data-driven tactics when it comes to media buying, and then the need for greater accountability from TV buys. And that is at the agency level, that's at the client direct level, and that's really what addressable TV provides: better targeting on the front end and better attribution on the back end. So. When you look at the current state of the TV marketplace, ratings erosion is no longer new. Obviously, it just continues, particularly around the linear side. That migration of viewership from linear to the OTT space was happening already. It got accelerated, obviously, last year, and clearly ad dollars followed the eyeballs. And there's also increasing fragmentation out there. That just continues to be the case, which makes things that much more complicated to piece together and look at holistically. So we've been a big believer in addressable for some time, as I mentioned, and we really made it a point at the end of last year to really not only take a look at the current state of addressable, but really, and maybe more importantly, the future state. What needs to change? So we partnered with a number of key players in the marketplace, Cadent, Warner Media, among others. You can see them on the bottom. And we decided to commission Forrester Consulting to do a deep dive on the addressable marketplace and what's out there, what needs to change. We interviewed over 500 brand and agency executives in doing so. So we're excited about the white paper. So what do we learn? We learned a number of things, but we learned first and foremost that the future is bright. There's a lot of enthusiasm in and around addressable. There is that need for greater insights for ROI. There's a lot of waste in my buys, my linear TV buys, how I want less waste. But equally, on the other side, there are challenges, most notably greater education across the board, particularly when it comes to operational logistics, timing, just a lot of the back and forth, and then data, question when it comes to just a greater education on the use of data, your first party data, sharing that with other players, second party data, third party data, and then clearly another challenge is ease of use. We need to make it easier for the marketplace to transact this way. And then lastly, a need for a collaboration for sure, and a commitment. A lot of people want to boil the ocean overnight. The people who have most success in addressable are people who do it on an iterative basis and learn and optimize. When you look at the number one priority in terms of brands out there is to optimize addressable strategies, according to the study. 52% are unsatisfied with the way they're targeting on the front end. They want that to be more effective. 47% want to improve the back end attribution, attribute their TV buys to business outcomes. And then 44% want to deliver more relevant ads and more personalized ads to their consumers. So clear, all these things line up with well with addressable. And so we feel there's a clear and distinct need. The other interesting thing we learned was addressable is not only being used for lower funnel tactics. Certainly it still is. And that's kind of like the old misnomer that it's just for lower funnel, but it's being used for branding. It's being used for consideration. So upper middle funnel tactics, that's an absolute lenient for a lot of marketers, as well as the lower funnel. So when you look at those numbers to the right, when it comes to addressable, clearly there's a distinct kind of desire to learn to use it more across the entire consumer journey. As I said, there's certainly challenges. They do exist. I mentioned education. That's an ongoing thing, kind of element. I think there's a lot of misinformation about addressable. Some people think OTT is addressable, as one example. That is advanced targeting, but it's not true one-to-one addressable. It's also just learning the nuances, the complexities, and developing an expertise, as opposed to just more of a broad understanding of it. Obviously, the marketplace thinks it's a little complex. There's fragmentation in the addressable space, and then lastly, the need for more of a unified measurement frameworks is absolutely needed out there to help it scale and become more uniform. When you look at fewer than 4 in 10 executives interviewed felt very confident they could execute an addressable buy right now. That's obviously a problem, and that's actually better than it used to be, and it continues to improve, but it needs to continue to move in that direction. And when you look at just these 3 areas, interoperability, increased education, and then measurement, look, all of these, it's 2 out of 3 executives out there are seeing the need for this, and seeing the need for, and pardon me, I'm in New York City, there might be some sirens in the background, but a need for simplification. Again, I mentioned scale. Can't be done in a silo. There has to be better, kind of multi sellers working together. Education has to increase on an ongoing basis. This is a great opportunity for agencies to take the lead and continue. And we do see a number of agencies doing that. And then as I mentioned earlier, from a measurement standpoint, we just need to, to just substantiate the ROI and attribute, better outcomes to TV buys, and then obviously a more unified approach in terms of measurement solutions. Dish Media in its own way is trying to do our part in these three buckets. We have a number of conversations in the marketplace. We have what we call an open approach. We are a data partner and DSP agnostic. We will work with anyone, whoever our agency partners or brand partners want to work with. We'll plug into that to their ecosystems. So we're flexible from that standpoint. We're also on the leading edge of national enablement. The other 14 minutes of time, whether it and that's also on the cable marketplace as well as broadcast marketplace with our partnership with Ad Creatio. This white paper is just one of many different initiatives we do in terms of increased education, and in terms of measurement, we're aligned with many industry groups. We just recently joined the TV Data Initiative, which is again looking to find solutions for more uniformity, more ease of use, and just better and increased conversations across the board in terms of the industry. But we all have to play our role. Everyone, whether it be the MVPDs, media companies, we need to make it easier. We need to align for scale. Brands need to lean into it. They need to get more comfortable with their first party, using their first party, sharing their first party in obviously a very safe and compliant way. As I mentioned earlier, great opportunity here for agencies to lead. And again, none of them are, but we need to see more of that. And in terms of tech and data partners, just reduce the silos and obviously a more standardization across the board. So in summary, if you want real attribution, which you're only getting from the digital part of your media buy, but if you want real attribution from your TV buys, we suggest start testing, start learning. You have to commit. You have to be prepared for a learning curve. But the results you'll get are undeniable. We see it again and again. And then obviously the need to collaborate. There's just got to be more of an ongoing industry-wide conversation to make addressable truly scale. So we're seeing more and more brands and agencies, use and embrace addressable to help solve for a lot of these issues and help increase attribution. But we know there's still a lot of room to go, and we know at Dish Media we will continue to evangelize for the power of addressable, and we look forward to the upcoming year, and particularly as we get into the upfront of addressable being a bigger part of that. So appreciate everyone's time. I think I've run my 10 minutes. Alan?
Here I am. Okay. So thank you very much, Jim. I want to thank you particularly for mentioning the TV Data Initiative, which TV Rev is a part of. So that's a really important thing that's going on. So those of you in the audience, keep your eyes peeled for more information about it. And Jim, thank you for having Dish be a part of it. The other thing that you had mentioned, which is something that we keep banging the drum about at TV Rev, is that that there's addressable and there's addressable. Yes, OTT is not sold on a sort of day part basis, but it's very different than actual addressable, where you're using first party data or other data to actually specifically target an audience. Doesn't mean you can't do that on OTT, but a lot of it is just sold off of Nielsen, off of sort of broader Nielsen day part. So glad that you brought that up, because you're helping us in our awareness campaign there. So right now, though, we have a special treat. We're going to bring to the stage with us our next guest, who is Ben Jankowski, who is the Senior Vice President and Group Head of Global Media at MasterCard. And Ben and Jim are going to be having a priceless fireside chat together. Get it? priceless. Jokes keep coming. Okay. Anyway, Ben, are you here?
I am.
And here he is. Okay. Take it away, guys. I will be back after.
Awesome. Thanks again, Alan. Hello, everyone again. Again, Jim D'Antoni, Director of National Sales. As you just saw, we specialize in addressable. Very quickly, Ben, shameless plug here. We also own and operate Sling TV, which is leader in live OTT and has the best in class programmatic solution. So enough about me. More importantly, I'm joined today by Ben. Very thrilled. He probably doesn't need any introduction, but we're going to get into a number of really, really interesting topics here. Current state of the television marketplace, sports, how sports have evolved over the last year. Ben has a lot of really great things to talk about on that front. And so why don't we jump in? You've been buying TV for a few years. You've seen your number of upfronts over time, right? So is the current way we're transacting, whether it be upfront or scatter, is it still working? And if there are other areas that you want to change?
I mean, I think parts of it still work and parts of it don't work, right? Just like great politician answer, right? I think the fact that, we need a marketplace. We can't have a situation where it's just random. So the idea of a marketplace is great, right? It works for everybody because everybody has information and can make decisions and things like that. Some of the things that we work around, whether it be timing, this goofy broadcast year, which was, a legacy from the 1960s when car companies were coming out with new model years. We're buying inventory. If you stretch it all the way out, we're buying inventory for 18 months in the future. Go tell my CFO I got to make a decision on what my spend's going to be in 18 months. He looks at me like I'm a Martian. So, there's parts of it. I'd say that the timing is a big part of it. I'd say that flexibility, and this is both ways, right? I don't mean to sound like it's a one-way street and just marketers wanting, concessions. We have to really have a partnership. Last year was flexibility last year was a big problem, right? A lot of people got stuck and a lot of people got burned. But when I think about other media that I buy, if I can buy video on YouTube, Facebook, a million other places, and I can make a decision within 4 weeks, to have to make a decision, that's 50% flexible after, with 90 days out. It's just a little bit archaic, right? The way we look at ratings, the way we think about the way we look at audience guarantees today and how ratings are sort of overestimated because there's no, and it's not a fault of the TV suppliers because they don't have an upside, right? If they have a hit show, they got to get paid for it. And today's model of just only having a one-way street, I only get paid for under delivery and I don't, the networks don't get paid for over delivery. So there's a lot of things like that I think are just they're kind of beyond their time in today's market and it's especially compounded by fragmentation. Average primetime rating now being a 2 doesn't help tell the story about the ability to scale reach. It's still the best place to drive reach, but the differences are a hell of a lot smaller than they used to be. It's getting more and more condensed and more, pulled together or, torn apart. The differences between media are a lot more condensed than they were, 10 years ago. 10 years ago when it was when cable, I'm going to sound really old because people are like, what's cable? It was a difference of you're buying, some things are doing a 12 rating and some things are doing a 0.2 rating. It's easy. Right now, everything's kind of smushed together a lot more than they were today. So a lot more than they were then. So things like that.
Yeah. So in terms of upfront, you mentioned, so it's not broken, but it's certainly the flexibility factor in the two-way street. I think that's very interesting. That's, you don't hear a lot of marketers, take that position, but I think that could be part of the longer term solution.
Right. Because today it's you don't, it takes sort of uncommon collaboration to figure out where the real pain points are and work together to fix them. It doesn't mean it's just, again, we can't have, I get in a lot of conversations with a lot of whether they be fellow marketers or even, other people in the industry. It's just like, it can't be like, I want to solve all my pain points and I don't give a damn what everybody else's pain points are. It's like, it's just illogical, right? So we have to think of like creative ways of how we're going to solve it.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. How about measurement? I mean, clearly, a lot of problems there, a lot of opportunities as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of silos, there's agendas, there's, people holding on to, their past, they have more to lose than others. And so that sometimes limits collaboration. But just love to hear your thoughts in terms of measurement and, what needs to happen. And I know it's not a short-term fix.
Yeah, it's not, right? I mean, yeah, and you talked about it. We could spend the next week talking about where the measurement challenges are. And even in COVID, the measurement challenges that we have with COVID about like, how do you service equipment when you can't go into people's houses? I mean, there's so many things that you could talk about. I mean, the North Star is, needs to be, if we think about the user experience and the consumer today, the user experience is broken, right? If anybody watches a lot, does a lot of streaming, and I'm a sports guy, right? And a couple of my teams aren't good enough to be on, big grown up national ESPN. So I got to end up watching ESPN Plus. I see the same ads dozens of times in the same game. And we wonder why consumers get pissed off. So if we think about the consumer's got to be like the center, right? Because it's like ultimately like that's who we're trying to target. The user experience doesn't work, right? So how do we figure out how to create a better user experience? And that gets into everything from how do we create an environment we can truly do cross-media measurement, right? Today, in the connected TV space and the OTT space, there's just too many people, too many inventory sources, so I can find stuff, right? Maybe coming from Dish, it may be coming from, Samsung, it can come from so many different places. It's not a criticism, it's just we can't manage the consumer experience with it being as fractured as it is today. So I would start with cross-media measurement. And again, I'm not objective because I've spent a lot of time working with the ANA and the WFA to try to help the industry move things along. And it's hard, right? It's really hard. Some of them are technical. A lot of them are, legacies, and people are afraid of change. But I think I would start with, we got to figure out how to drive the true consumer user experience in cross-media measurement. And that's not just like between linear and CTV and, all the artists that we formerly known as, video. It's like YouTube, Facebook. I mean, that's what consumers do. Consumers don't think about, well, I'm going to go watch an ad on YouTube and then I'm going to go watch an ad on, on Sling, and I'm going to understand how they all kind of, they're separate and unique. They don't care. They just consume, right? So we have to figure that out. And I think cross-media measurement is the gateway to that. Again, like you said, really hard though.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's talk a little about OTT. Obviously, just it was just kind of sea change. It really was from a viewership standpoint. But talking about just the revenue and just the the media value placed within that. So that presents opportunities. It absolutely presents, obstacles as well. But I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, and you talked about a lot of the things that you talked about in your presentation before this and in the white paper that you guys did. I mean, they're there, right? The pros of targetability and a better way to measure are certainly like opportunities to have an enhanced experience. The part about, some of the things around user experience and around, I think copy, it's not, you kind of sort of touched on it in the white paper, but I think that especially in addressable, the ability to have copy, especially in a day and age of, and maybe who knows whether I'm thinking about this in the right way, especially as data laws become more and more, I call them restrictive, although I'm not trying to make an editorial comment about governments, right? Well, it becomes, the privacy laws become tighter and more difficult. I think true contextual relevance at a really broad level, whether it be around, MasterCard, we spent a lot of time trying to be contextually relevant around things that matter to consumers: sports, music, cinema, travel, culinary. So I think that our ability to, and inherently TV, video is inherently contextually relevant. So our ability to be able to deliver messages in that space will be really, really powerful. And today I can't deliver, I can, but it's really hard to deliver a sports benefit message to me and a culinary benefit to my daughter who's a foodie, or a travel benefit to my wife who likes to travel. So, I mean, I think that copy is a big one that we have to figure out. In the digital space, it's easier with like DCO and things like that. Video is really hard. So that's the one thing I think that we don't spend enough time talking about the opportunity, because it's going to solve a lot of problems for us in terms of like a lot of the challenge we're going to have with data and things like that. I think that we can still, there's ways to work around that through like really broad conversations around contextual relevance and things like that.
Great, that's good stuff. All right, let's toggle over to sports.
Yep.
Clearly, MasterCard is a big believer in, in the power of sports, connecting with fans, build a brand. You guys have been involved with, your MLB, obviously for a long time, PGA Tour. These are, massive properties, massive media commitments, non-media commitments as well. So you're obviously placing your bets there, but it's working, obviously. So has it changed in the last year? Clearly, a lot changed in sports, but how do you see sports differently? And then ultimately, are you using any different tactics now, or social media more, or whatever that may be?
I mean, sports work. Again, I touched on a little bit earlier, like we're MasterCard. I won't make it give too much of a commercial about MasterCard, as wonderful as we are. We work really hard to be contextually relevant, because we're trying to drive, if I can reach somebody, if I can drive experiences matter more than things, is kind of a keystone for the Priceless campaign. It's, Priceless is not about material, I'm going to use my card to go buy stuff, and more about enabling and empowering our customers and consumers to live a better, deeper life. So how does that translate into like the media choices we make? Sports, culinary, travel, they're really, really solid in, the ability to be able to drive experiences. People love to have experiences around sports. And if you're a sports fan, you can remember all the moments, and I have a couple hanging on my back wall. I have a music experience on this shoulder and a sports experience on that shoulder. So we remember that stuff, right? I have, we spend time and attention to really drive those experiences. And from a business standpoint, we figured out that it works. Not in a warm, fuzzy way of, ooh, people will love me more. We've proven the more people have experiences with our brand, the better customers they're going to be. In a tangible way, they're more loyal, they spend less money in cash. So we've proven in a lot of different markets around the world that experiences matter. Experiences are really, really important. So how do we take that? So, and sports are a cornerstone of that. How do we move that in this new environment? Obviously, stadiums are empty. Doesn't make me less of a sports fan. It killed me to watch, like, you can't watch, too many hours of, cornhole or, arm wrestling. It's like, now sports are back, and where I haven't been in a stadium yet, but it's not that far down the path. So we had to think about, how do we deliver that in a virtual way? And through technology, we were able to do not just across sports, but all of our other passions. We were able to do a lot in terms of digital experiences. Instead of getting Ian Poulter, who's one of our golf ambassadors, to do a lesson for 20 or 30 cardholders at an event, he'd do it online, right? So so using that technology, and actually, it helped us obviously manage an environment where people couldn't get out, couldn't get to, to see somebody in a live event. It also helped us get to scale. It's one of those things where the previous group, where Sharon and Christopher were talking about what are the things that you're not going to go back, you're not going to go back from. And they both talked about, I'm not walking into a supermarket again. I don't think brands are going to go back to not utilizing digital experiences. It brought us scale in a way that we would have never imagined before, right? It got us millions of people instead of, tens and hundreds of people. So I think it's going to be a blend. There's still no replacing that live experience, but the being great at virtual experiences, not just a function of I have to because people aren't in stadiums, but how it really helps me drive to scale. That's something that really radically changed and isn't going to go away, I don't think.
Yeah. No, I love the creative, the Justin Rose creative, the Alter creative. It's been great for the brand. So clearly, sports TV is the number one, bar none, way to drive immediate reach and drive ratings. But that comes at a cost. I mean, the rights fees, they just seemed. I was stunned when the last round 6, 7, 8 years ago, and I'm equally as stunned now. Yep. I don't know how it all adds up. I don't know how you're going to be able to, sustain this. I'm sure that, clearly, Disney's not out there, putting X amount of money on the table, not, without knowing that I'm going to be able to exploit this. They're going to exploit this in streaming. That's a whole other outlet. But, you and I had a, interesting conversation just about the whole, the interconnectivity between consumers and, and brands and networks and ultimately leagues. And then at the end game, how does an average, kind of 3-point shooter in the NBA, they're making $19-20 million a year. And that's because of the TV rights, but that doesn't start with the TV rights. So I'd love to just have you kind of just share with the audience a little of that.
No, it's funny. We think about every year we talk about rights fees, and today's a perfect day because today we're going to find, they're going to be 32 freshly minted multimillionaires after the NFL draft tonight, right? So it's a great day if you're young and a good football player, which I'm neither. Yes, and we've always said like rights fees they're too much, they got to stop, but they never stop. And we've seen it. We've seen the NFL just went through, NHL just went through, NHL just got huge increases from ESPN's back. Obviously going to put a lot of it on Disney Plus. Turner's back. Turner added back. I shouldn't say back. Turner's getting the first piece of NHL. I think they're going to be the first one to broadcast a league championship not on linear TV when the Stanley Cup Finals are going to be on. It's the first time ever, but it's inevitable. We've been talking about it for a while. You talked about it, Jim. The amount of money that flows between consumers and brands and leagues and media owners and players, it hasn't slowed down. And the more, it's not even just money that comes in from media or brands. You think about some of these new categories, like gambling was not a category, and gaming is to me a really stark example. 10 years ago, probably even 5 years ago, the thought of having a competitive, a major league franchise in Las Vegas was just like, there's no way that's ever going to happen. And, we joke about people who, make sort of casual inferences about like, that play was overwhelming when the people went, over the point spread. And now, ESPN's got a studio at Caesar's Palace. It's not a bad thing, but it's like, gaming is now legalized in, I think it's 19 states. That business is just completely blown up. And as media owners and looking for new revenue streams, the amount of money, and I don't know Dish's situation, who you've partnered up with, but like everybody and every media owner has found a way to build a really powerful partnership with DraftKings and FanDuel and BetMGM and all those guys. It's just like the money just seems to never stop flowing. One of the cool facts was Nevada, which is, people would think the only state where you can do gaming, isn't even in the top 5 in terms of the amount of gaming that happens, because it's just like New Jersey and Pennsylvania and all these big states with all the online gaming. It's just so much money. The money hasn't stopped flowing, and it's not going to stop. I don't think it's going to stop flowing. And whether it be gaming or, the NBA was talking about, expansion. Are they talking about expansion because they think there's a lot of good players who could stand to get some attention? Or are they doing it because, expansion right fees aren't part of the collective bargaining agreement? It's like all these things kind of like work into it, where it is super complex. It is super expensive, but it still flows. It's still, like you said at the very beginning, it's the only place to get a number. It's virtually the only place to get a rating and get impact.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to slow down. I'm it's like the little boy who cried wolf. For 15 years of me saying it's got to slow down at some point. I don't see any reason why. Again, we've just gone through another cycle. Maybe after we see the true potential of streaming and we see how many I think I saw a fact the other day, a third of Disney Plus's subscribers, maybe it was ESPN Plus's, subscribers are from outside the United States, from one country outside the United States. They're from India because they all want to watch, Premier League, India Premier League cricket. It's like there's so much going on. I think it'll be really interesting to see 5 years, 7 years of the potential of how much are consumers really willing to pay for streaming and how it impacts. And then maybe things will slow down, but I don't see any reason why it's not gonna keep growing for the next, immediate period of time. Sorry if that was a rambling answer.
No, please. No, it's absolutely true. And to answer your question, we are aligned with DraftKings.
Yeah.
And they're literally,
they're amazing.
They're integrated right into the Sling and Dish interface.
Yep.
That's
probably turned into, Jim, and without putting you on the spot, that's probably turned into one of your largest advertising categories overnight. Whereas 5 years ago it was nothing.
Yeah, it is in the process of doing so. It is so it has been scaling and will continue to do so. Yes, no doubt. I don't know. Is there anything else you want to touch on sports?
I mean, there's so many things going on. Again, in sports, I think it's, there's so many things going on around, rights fees and opportunities. I think that, it'll be interesting to see how fast, stadiums ramp up. And, again, NFL drafts tonight, the schedule comes out in a couple of weeks. It'll be interesting to see what happens if stadiums become full this fall. And I hope they do. It'll be interesting to see how fast things get back to, from a participation standpoint, back to normal. I think it'll be really interesting to see what happens with, continued rights fees and the role of streaming in terms of driving audiences. It's just a fascinating time to be in our business, right?
Yeah, I was in
never a dull moment.
Yeah, no doubt. I was in and around the Madison Square Garden Tuesday night, and it was, probably only 4,000 fans they let into the Ranger game, but you could see the Ranger fans kind of descending down, and it was kind of a nice, kind of shadow of things that once were, and hopefully we'll be back to that. And I don't know if there'll be full stadiums by the end of the year, but certainly closer to 50% or higher.
I'm from Philly. I'll resist temptation to take a shot at the Rangers.
We'll leave it at that. Me being a Giants season ticket holder as well. But I
have a virtual background of myself with the Super Bowl trophy. I decided not to, it was only a couple years ago.
So just to pivot off to I'd love to get your quick opinion on addressable, where you see addressable fitting within the video marketplace, just real quick, and then we can move on to another couple of subjects.
Sure. No, I think from a targeting standpoint, I think it's great. I think that, again, we have to sort through, the user experience part. I think the opportunity of how can we figure out the creative side? How can I figure out how to create enough good content for a premium video experience where I can, again, I'm keeping it, the simplest form is like, I can show a sports benefit to a sports guy and a food, to you and I are sports guys, and a food benefit and a travel benefit and a shopping benefit. I mean, when we figure out how to deliver messages to create a better user experience, I think that's a huge opportunity where addressable will kind of leapfrog some of the other things that have, some of the other elements that are out there. But I think, today, big opportunity from a targeting standpoint, bigger opportunity once we figure out how to deliver better content, contextually relevant content.
Great, appreciate that. All right, we're gonna take some questions from the audience. Here's one. How do you see media partnerships, especially in TV, evolving in as we get into the 2021, 2022 upfront?
I think the more it depends upon the marketers, right? There are some marketers who are more inclined to look for different types of relationships than others. Again, as I talked about before, there's no right or wrong. We spend a lot of energy trying to be contextually relevant, trying to build relevant experiences for customers and consumers. And in a lot of cases, we tap into media partners to do some really, really cool creative things. And I'll spare you the list. So I think for those marketers who see the value in really building powerful relationships to kind of help drive experiences or drive cool content, integrations, things like that. I think it's going to be more and more the case. I think the market, the way we think about it, I think the market is going to turn into two pieces. It's going to be bifurcated into two areas. On one side of the coin, you're going to have a group who is only going to be pushing on those relationships, whether they be around content, whether they be around experiences, whether they be around other forms, and that's going to become more and more aggressive. On the other side, it's all going to be commodity. It's all going to be, and I suspect, sorry for the media sellers in the crowd, it's all going to be programmatic soon. It's, and I'm not going to like give you a brash like claim it's going to be the next 5 years, as some people in the industry did 15 years ago. But I mean, it's going to happen. So the market's either going to be all about experiences or all about like commodities and programmatic. And I think that we're going to split in that place. And I think today the industry is kind of like stuck in the middle. We do a little bit of programmatic. We do a little bit of like experiences and things like that, but we need to, and again, that sell from a media owner standpoint, really understanding your marketer's business and creating programs and things like that. It's hard, man. It's heavy lifting for your average media seller to really kind of dig into what a client's trying to accomplish and how to create, cool programs. It's not plug and play. It's not cookie cutter. It's really hard, but I think that's where there's a huge opportunity.
Great insight there. There's a question here. Have you changed your data strategy over the last 6 to 8 months? And I read a little blurb the other day that I think MasterCard's like the 11th or 12th most trusted company in the world, which is incredibly important when you're dealing with data privacy and all that. But love to hear your insight in terms of your data strategy.
Yeah. So, I mean, without getting into too many gory details, data, we have a huge opportunity, right? It's kind of like a lot of the things we talked about with some of the different media choices. We have a huge opportunity because we have a lot of information, right? There are 2 billion cardholders out there, and we have a lot of information about specific uses. Because of data privacy laws prohibit us from the ability to be able to to use that at a really direct, precise level. We're very sensitive about consumers and customers and their right to know how we're using data, when we're using data, and we're very, the safety and security of our consumers and customers is super important to us. Has our strategy changed over the last 6 to 8 months? I would say it subtly changes as laws change. Again, we would love the opportunity to do more. There are now, new privacy laws in Europe. Hopefully we won't have 50 different privacy laws in the United States. It's just, it would become onerous. Some different countries are coming up with new privacy laws. I mean, I think it's going to be continue to evolve. It hasn't radically changed in 6 to 8 months. And you could go on to, we've written a white paper about, our data, philosophy and how we, make sure that consumers are aware whenever we're using data. They have the opportunity to, opt out of us using data. They know when we're using it, why we're using it, who we're using it with. We're very protective about the consumer's right to their own information. And if you really wanted to, you could go and, get a white paper, on the MasterCard site. But so we're super protective. And it hasn't changed radically over 6 to 8 months. It changes subtly as laws change.
Sure. Here's another question. I asked you just to limit it to the United States. What behaviors, trends, and consumer expectations do you expect to stick as we emerge from this particular time? I mean, I personally believe there's this pent up consumer demand that is just going to explode. Whether I want to go to this place or I want to buy that car or whatever that may be. But I'd love to hear what you think will stick and then ultimately, conversely, what might change and evolve for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what my favorite fact, and again, it's somewhat self-serving for MasterCard, was e-commerce, the growth of e-commerce. It took 10 years to move 10 percentage points in the amount of transactions in the United States that were done in e-commerce. It took 10 years to go from 5% to 15%. It took 8 weeks to move the next 10%. So the speed and the rapid escalation of e-commerce is something that's going to stay. Will it continue to be at 25% where it was at its peak? It'll probably go. It potentially is going to go down a little bit, but it's not going to materially change. People like the experience. People like the convenience of being able to shop at home and have things delivered to them and things like that. So I think that things like e-commerce are going to be here to stay. Maybe not at the same levels. It might retract a little bit. I think some of the other behaviors around passion, eventually, we're going to move around. We're going to be back to like the culinary business, which morphed from, a dine out experience to a, DoorDash experience. No knock on DoorDash. It's just a different experience. I think that'll come back and people will eventually go out and about and go out in restaurants and stadiums and airplanes and things like that again. So I think maybe not at the same level. I think that some of those things that really took a beating, and for us in our business, travel and culinary are probably the first two. They're eventually going to come back, and we just announced earnings today, and we didn't get into real gory detail by categories, but I mean we're seeing travel, especially in a lot of local travel. If you see advertisers now, you're seeing a lot of local travel now. You're seeing airlines. I see a lot of Southwest ads now. I see an occasional Delta. So people are starting to come back. I think they'll start to come back. Maybe not. It'll take a while to get back to the same levels. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, no, it does. And we see that for sure. Cruise lines, tourism boards, it's ramping up. And probably will only continue to do so. Another question here from the audience was there's been a lot of marketers who have cut back on budgets this year, and without giving us anything proprietary, the question is just: have you changed? Have you pivoted beyond just the OTT? Or have you have any of your strategies changed from a volume standpoint, or no? I'm just curious.
I mean, I think we're a public company, so we have numbers that we report to the financial community, and we're a publicly held company. And if we have a certain profit margin, our shareholders expect us to keep the same profit margin. If your business is down, and again, business was down between 2020 and 2019. Business was down. Our ad spend, if you look in, I'm not telling tales out of school. If you looked in the competitive tools in this country, it would look, our spend was down. So yeah, there's no masking the fact that for a lot of marketers, spend was down. And we think that it will recover when business recovers. So our spending was definitely down. It's not just a function of recalibrating how we're going to take the pie and slice it up. Yeah, the pie got smaller. This is no way to mask that.
Sure. I appreciate that. All right, just on the leadership front, I'm sure you've been asked this question in the past, but I'd love to just get your take. What is the last year like? What has shocked you? Like, take us back to last April, May, and I don't know if the sky's falling, but clearly things are changing. And how did you kind of pivot to remote working? Were there any learnings? Were there how did you?
I think it's twofold, right? The first one is a genuine surprise, because I haven't done a huge amount of remote learning. Occasionally I'll do it. For me, a big surprise in how much we can do remotely. We had to. We didn't have a choice, right? So the amount of stuff that we can do, and the amount of tools that we have, and everybody's got their, not everybody, but most people have their home. If I were to turn my camera around, I have my big screen and a couple of my laptops, and all sitting in my basement, which we didn't have before, right? So the amount we can accomplish remotely is a surprise to me, and probably most people. It catches up on people. There's fatigue. There's a lot of things going around about Zoom fatigue and people wanting to kind of recalibrate how often. I mean, I used to have somewhere between, depending upon where I was coming from, somewhere between a half an hour commute and an hour commute, just to kind of a way to decompress and wind down. and now I have a 2-story commute. I walk down 2 flights of stairs and I'm in the office. It's like the amount of time when you're on, I've had some really long days. So, so I think that I'm not alone. Everybody, we've all worked harder when we didn't think that I'm going to work from my basement. Of course, I'm not going to work as hard. I worked harder than I did this year than I have in years past. I think as we think about going back, it's not a long-term solution. I think that we need to be cognizant of there are parts of this, as many Zoom calls as we can have. There's still parts of doing our job to its full potential that still requires being together, collaborating as, face to face, whether it be our teams or whether it be with customers and, partners. I think we have to get back to some kind of model where there's a little bit of interaction. I think that to say that we can completely replace the old way with work from home, I don't think that we're quite there. I think that figuring out that balance is important. So I think that it's important to learn, surprise how much we can do. And it's important to realize we got to get back so we can kind of, get back up to 100% capacity in whatever form that looks like.
Yeah. Certain companies just said you never have to come back. I personally, firmly believe that's not the answer.
I don't think it is.
You have to go back 5 days a week, but time will tell.
It depends on your job, right? So some people have, some people might have jobs where if you work in the call center, you work in an environment where you truly are doing your own stuff and you're not dependent upon working with people, maybe you can do your job from home. But for a lot of us, in most of our jobs, we talk about, most of the people on this call, marketers, media owners, agencies, et cetera, we can't do all that from just sitting in my basement. And my basement's lovely and all, but I gotta move around and see some people.
Sure. Just here's another question that came in. Who are some of the marketers that you look up to, brands that you look up to who are doing it right?
I never have a good answer for this. Yeah, I think I never have a great answer to this. I really admire brands who can really kind of juggle the balance between brand and performance. I think some of the telco companies have an opportunity to do some really cool things because they have, they're cognizant of their brand, but they still have to, still have the ability to be able to drive performance. A lot of retailers in today's environment, I'm jealous of some people who can get more direct performance, like a lot of retailers who I can find out next day sales. Like when I was an agency guy, I used to have work on a retail client, and 10 o'clock the following morning, we got a dump of like sales in every single store. And, so I'm sort of jealous sometimes of people who have that much immediate, research, because in today's day and age of being more data driven, things like that. So I'm more, envious, because our model it's a very different model, right? Because we're dependent upon, we're basically a network, right? So while there are 2 billion cardholders out there, we don't have direct relationship with a lot of them, right? That comes from every MasterCard you have in your wallet doesn't come from us, comes from Citi or Bank of America or Capital One or, whatever, in this country. So we're not as strong in the B2C space, so we don't have as many consumer interactions. So I'm kind of jealous of that sometimes because I can get more data and information.
Okay. Here's another question. They keep coming in.
I think it's a good thing, or we're either not answering questions straight or we're being interesting. I don't know which.
So once we get through this, how will your company or maybe more your vertical change? What will change permanently? Like, what do you think you've shedded, and I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
I think the parts around e-commerce is going to, the way we think about some of the products and things like that. Because people used to think like our company people used to think of like legacy of, it's a piece of plastic used to buy stuff. And not that long ago, I had somebody who wasn't terribly informed come to me and be like, gosh, you guys must be threatened because people aren't using plastic credit cards anymore. And it's like, if you think that's the only part of the business that we're in, we consider our MasterCard is a technology company in the payments industry. So I think that for us, it's like the more we can branch out into all those technological places to, help consumers transact smoother and easier. We still have an environment before COVID, and I haven't seen a number since, probably around the world, about 70% of all transactions were still done in cash. And you may be like, there's no way that was done. But if you really think about it, and we started to have a deeper conversation, you'll be like, holy cow, there's still a lot of, so a lot of cash displacement. We'll continue to grow. We'll continue to be there in whatever payment platform, in whatever shape and payment platform that people need to be in. So, that evolution from like, a credit card to a technology company to help people, in the payments industry, that's kind of where we're going.
Okay. I'm the sort of the hook there. Yes.
Well, go on,
you
please.
wrap up. No, wrap up, please.
No, I was just gonna say, no, appreciate, Ben, great insights. Really appreciate your time and the prep work. And want to wish you the best luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you. That was a great conversation. It's really interesting to hear from big brands like MasterCard. Did want to point out one thing though. While sports the interest in sports is not dying, there's a lot of research out recently about how younger fans in particular, aren't watching full games. Not so much the NFL, but NBA, MLB.
That's right.
They'll monitor it on Twitter or some other, so ESPN.com. And then if it looks close in the fourth quarter, they'll tune in.
No, Alan, I think that's right. And I think as a marketer, you have to figure out a couple things. One, you have to figure out different platforms. Your sports investment today doesn't just consist of putting your ads onto that big, monitor that's sitting behind my back. It's like, how do you stretch out over all those things? We've made a small but important investment in gaming, which is hugely underutilized, undermarketed, unless you're endemics. There's a lot of endemic brands in there. And there's some brands like Wendy's comes to mind who's doing some really, really cool things in that space. Gaming is just taken off. And, and we've done a small investment. So Alan, I think your point is right. But we got to be there in all those different platforms. And the platform mix is way different than it was 10 years ago. But you're right.
Oh, 100%. And then as everything moves to streaming and you see things, gaming and gambling too is getting huge. That deal with Sinclair and Bally's to bring all their RSNs online. That was a huge game change. So it's great to see that you guys, that you're so on top of it. That makes me happy. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for being a part of this. And we're going to bring on our next panel here. And we have Brian Pruitt, who is the Vice President of Media Strategy and Planning at Inspire Brands, and his moderator, Matthew Doherty, who is the Senior Vice President at Teads. So I see Brian here. Oh, wait. And now we have Carrie King, who I guess is the replacement.
That's correct. Hi, thank you.
Hey,
Hi.
Carrie, how are you? You are with Teads though, right?
I am with Teads, yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so we got that part right. Anyway, guys, I'm going to fade off into the background here. You guys have a good chat. See you soon.
Thanks. Sounds good. Thanks so much. How are you doing, Brian?
Well, how are you doing, Carrie?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I am excited to be talking to you today and hosting this fireside chat. And I know I thank Brand Innovators for having us both. I am a last minute change. Matt Doherty, my colleague on the East Coast, was going to be here, but it's you and I, and I'm very excited to chat with you. And I'm excited to chat with you about a lot of the things that are going on in the industry. And where I would love to start though is, can you just give us a little bit about you, your background, how things have been the past year?
Yeah, absolutely. Carrie, thanks for the setup. So yeah, I'll kind of start maybe with the boring bio stuff, and then we can talk about what's been going on the past year or so. So I've actually been with the organization for a little over 10 years now, well before it became Inspire. We became Inspire 3 years ago in February. So that said, started with the Arby's brand, and as the portfolio has grown over time, including as of December of last year, we've now effectively become a portfolio of 7 brands. So Arby's, Buffalo Wild Wings, Baskin Robbins, Dunkin', Jimmy John's, Sonic, and Rusty Taco. But that's a little bit of what I do. I was an agency guy before that for much of my career, and spent a couple of years at Coca-Cola as well. So agency, client side, and kind of everything in between.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just, and just, I mean, this past year, I think you kind of incorporated that too. Looking back, I'll tell you, and I was thinking about this morning as sort of a setup to this conversation. A year ago, a little over a year ago, actually, it was obviously for everybody, not just us, but a very, very different climate. One of which, frankly, I would not have prognosticated the performance that we saw rounding out the year, and frankly, the performance that persists. Some of which is definitely aided by some tailwinds rather. Economic stimulus, certainly being one, the proliferation of vaccines and therefore the ability for, across the country, restaurants to reopen, for in-restaurant dining where applicable, bearing in mind, state and municipal regulations, but nonetheless, really key point there is, a very different outcome than what I was thinking we would have seen this time last year.
When everything happened, and everybody kind of shut down, what were your first, what did you think? What did you anticipate was going to be the year for you, given you are in the restaurant business?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the very first thing will acknowledge is, as an organization, we are directly linked to operations and what's happening at the customer facing end. So meaning, the restaurant touch points. So that said, it really was sort of a calibration of what needed to be done, including CDC compliance to say, are we shuttering and for how long? Also acknowledging that, is sort of a first line necessary services, if you will, restaurant categories applied to that. So for us, as it relates to marketing and specifically media, what did we need to do, right? So a quick assessment of the landscape to do a few things. For example, looking at our upfront video investments, what message were we going to run? And typically something that was pre-planned months in advance, pre-produced, is not necessarily indigenous to the environment, right? So it was a quick assessment of do we need to change the message, which we did, which, again, if we all kind of recall to the state of how things were, it really became, sort of a beacon to say to consumers that were seeking means for dining occasions to say we're open, right? Kind of the basic messages. And then as the situation sort of played out into April and May, still, again, kind of looking at it across the country, some areas hit more dire than others, assessing that. And the immediate learning that started to rear its head, kind of the immediate term, but then also the longer term, was setting up a greater need for fluidity and flexibility. Certain things that are levers in which we would need to pull, again, as I mentioned, messaging, right? What product or even utility we needed to focus on, the fact that we're open, or we're open with drive-through only, or on order ahead, things of those message points, or in terms of the distribution of how we're communicating, and looking at partnering with various video distributors to say, based on what we've laid out, the ability to maybe take down those investments, reassess our financial balance situation, and lean into something that might have been more fluid, right? So think digital messaging, paid social was a big part of it. Again, almost for utility reasons, based on what consumers were quite literally asking us, even through our own social listening. Are you open? Or when will you open? So basically kind of moving from sort of basic communications to assessing the situation to essentially satisfy demand that was out there. But then importantly, kind of looking brand by brand, and I'll use Buffalo Wild Wings as a, kind of key example, probably the hardest hit, a year ago, if we all recall, which I'm sure we painfully do, sports all but disappeared for a period of time, right? And so that being a key conduit for Buffalo Wild Wings, coupled with the fact that at the time, most of the business was really geared towards in-restaurant dining, right? So if dining rooms are also closed, it really eclipses the opportunity. So a big pivot for that brand, again, kind of catering to a need was leaning in towards off-premise delivery, and also leaning into the absence of activities in the case of sports programs, some of which pre-existed, for example, Wing Tuesday or even Boneless Thursday, today being one of those, is reminding consumers to again, kind of satisfy that demand, or in some cases create the demand to then capture it.
So it's interesting as you talk about Buffalo Wild Wings, because you have a portfolio, and as you were making those decisions, talking about the need for fluidity, flexibility, you're changing messages on the fly. I love that it's very interesting to know that you're listening to your own social channels and helping inform that messaging. How helpful is it, because you have the brands doing different things, to learn quickly and adapt across the portfolio? How does that help you?
Yeah, the short answer is it's tremendously helpful, and we could talk for hours on this. I'll kind of acknowledge that it was helpful in the situation that was a year ago, right? To say, how are we handling the situation for Sonic? Do we need to handle it in parallel with Arby's? Potentially even the ability, or at least setting up the question, if we need to offload inventory because of, let's say, a more compounded business situation for one brand, but let's say, Sonic, which if you could design, a brand that's set up to withstand COVID, Sonic is probably a prime example. But my point is this, is the ability to say, if we needed to offload inventory, we could approach it in inventory, meaning media inventory, we could approach it that way. So that's kind of a, in the moment way to sort of real time address the situation. But I think largely to your point, Carrie, it's looking at, even present day to say, if we have, let's say, a learning agenda, and it's focused on cross-channel reach and how that's driving the return to, quote, normalcy, right? If we're starting to see more traction and foot traffic going to the restaurant, if the learning apparatus that we have in place is set up, let's say, with third-party attribution partner that we're running for that brand, but yet we have, let's say, I'll be honest, a competing third-party attribution partner with another, it allows us to kind of cross-compare, right? And understand the efficacy and the scalability, if you will, to say, if we fundamentally are, which oftentimes we are, solving for the same thing, it gives us that leverage point, right? And I think importantly, which is really important to me, to be able to have a transparent conversation with either entity in that case, the third-party partner, to say, here's what we're seeing versus the other, and if we are to consolidate more of our deployment through one, it's explaining to the other why there's a competitive advantage or disadvantage in either case. But again, there are multiple abilities to learn. But as I think ahead to, what we're forecasting for next year's upfront as an example, or just the business state in general, the need for a learning agenda is never going to go away. If anything, I think it's becoming more important, and the ability to cross compare and kind of learn through the portfolio is infinitely important. And that, that kind of plays into one of the fundamentals that we set forth with Inspire is this notion of, the ability to do more and offer more through the value of a portfolio than what maybe a single brand can get and learn on its own. And so I think through cross learnings, especially through media, is just an example of many, and hopefully how we can pay that out.
Yeah, I think that's just one thing I want to dive in just a little bit on, which is, as you're as you're seeing things in the media buying planning thing specifically, the strategy that you're putting forth, what's an example of something that you can learn from one of the brands that you can then pivot and apply? You mentioned obviously your cross measurement solutions, but in terms of media and like and risk taking, and do you try new things? Like, how does that look as you're doing media buying?
Yeah.
Really last year, and then now, how has that changed to segue into 2021?
Yeah, so I'll give you, and again, this is a little bit of a recall of last year, the learnings, and I'll caveat by saying we're not unique to this. I mean, I think we were one of probably all, if not most verticals, looking at, sizable investments that were put in place throughout 2020 as part of whether it was an upfront investment or even scattered to a degree, is this notion of fluidity and flexibility, right? And again, I'll just underscore, that's not unique to us, but as a real learning, we're thinking ahead to what it is that we need to do for next year. How do we bring that forward into our terms, and how we're not only thinking about fleshing out the plan, but ultimately activating through it. The other thing that I would emphasize, within that, is the idea of measurement piece, right? So this is where it comes together with what we're doing in terms of collective reach and how we attribute that to primarily, in restaurant traffic, inclusive of drive-through, but at the same time, really applying learnings that we gained this year as it relates to the importance of digital sales, inclusive of delivery, either be it first party or third party delivery. So that behavior, how much of that either slowly deprecates or just becomes kind of the normal, right? That people are saying, hey, I'm kind of used to this. I'm still working from home. I may continue to be working from home. And the value of the convenience factor, let's just say, is really important to me. So that becomes a big part of what we're doing, and frankly, part of our ongoing learning agenda. I think that's going to be key. And so, just to kind of recap and simplify, I think the fluidity, and flexibility, but also the ability to hold funds closer in if we need to pivot, I think is going to be key.
And also, as a part of that, again, a little bit more of a deep dive, we talked a little bit about linear versus OLV, and how you navigate that. So as you have flexibility and fluidity, like, how do you think about if you're holding things back, at what point are you, what are the criteria that sort of has you move and lean in this year versus last year was kind of obvious, right? We have to pull because the event isn't happening, et cetera. Like, what kind of things will drive decisions this year? Is it's specifically the learning agenda and things you want to figure out and kind of following that potential deprecation curve, or how will you think about that shift back and forth this year?
Yeah. I mean, great question, Carrie. And I think it is to a degree the learning agenda. Absolutely. Like many brands, we are probably less reliant on, call it a market mix model assessment from last year, just because of all the noise. But nonetheless, still inferring what we knew to be true. Video is critical to what we do, within the restaurant category, both CDR as well as QSR. But I think it's a matter of, in what form and when and how people are consuming it, right? So the utility of linear television, it's for a number of years, it's been mission critical to what we're doing. And obviously, I'm not saying anything that's also unique to us or proprietary, but as we watch the ratings erosion continue, it really is about, and this is kind of a different fluidity and flexibility. And by this, I mean not just the investment, but rather how are we moving to where the consumption is, so that we are staying top of mind. We're delivering out on what we believe to be key as it relates to a reach metric. And when I say something like that, that too is somewhat unique and bespoke to each of our brands. Some brands, I think we probably have rolled up our sleeves more on the TV reach factor and creating a, we believe we need to be here to drive X level of awareness, which is then correlated to traffic and transactions. But it's fair to say that that model, it broke last year. I would also submit that it right now probably breaks every month, right? So my point is it's not in a vacuum, and we have to apply, again, a little bit of a recall to say, if most of our transactions or a large offset of our transactions are being driven by traditional TV, what's a fair futures market projection of what we think that's going to be, and how do we pair that up against learning in real time, right? And that's so it's kind of that learning agenda, but putting things out there to say, is it working? Not losing sight of your question to say, how do we pair that with the idea of OTT and let's just call it digital video companions, here to stay for sure. And I think that mix is continuing to evolve and graduate. And if we're really paying out on the idea of audience-centric planning, is again that level of flexibility and fluidity over time, which for us, as we're approaching sometimes each month with a different limited time offer, it's fair to say that that audience and who we believe is going to be more receptive to responding to that demand that we're creating against that platform, that can't be static month to month to month, right? So
right.
All that to say, flexibility, fluidity is absolutely key.
So we're coming up on the Q&A that happened so fast. I feel like we just started talking, and I want to make sure that we put it out there that we can start to take questions from the panel. It is going to just be such an interesting year, and it seems like everybody is going to have to just, as you mentioned, it's almost a month-to-month reconfiguration. What kind of, you have an agency, you have all these different touch points. How do you, if something's going month to month, how do you create consistency and reduce swirl, if you will, for everybody? Is there a way that you can do media buying that has it's anchored, but yet, as you say, there's flexibility is key.
Completely fair, right? So I want to be clear that this is not a free for all. It begins with anchoring to an objective and a foundation, and that begins with an investment. But I think what's upon us, which we're doing in partnership with the agency and general direct conversations, is to understand how publishers and partners are also adapting, right, and selling for that matter. So I think as we're approaching it, it's really on us to be planful in our approach, but also to be very clear on what it is that we're solving for and saying these are the we must do's. And so if we're concise in that, how do we then put that forth to say this is how we can build a plan with investments tied to it, but investments that have the ability to scale up and scale down relative to those objectives.
That makes perfect sense. So we have a question. This first question is, it feels like every day there is a new app, a new device that marketers need to pay attention to. How do you make sense of that fragmentation? And how do you evaluate these channels and determine where your consumers are and where you need to be?
Yeah.
Great question.
It is a great question. And one that I'll be honest, we grapple with. And not to kind of just sweep it into the learning agenda box, but it could end up there, but I would really kind of come back to what I mentioned, Carrie, tied to your last question, which is how are we approaching our plan? And that really comes, what do we think we're solving for? So if there is an app or a publisher or a new solution in general that has a capability, or at least a capability that seems to be drawing a circle around what it is that we're after, we may be dabbling in it now, but we're not seeing critical mass or results that are indicative of a path forward. If said solution seems to maybe get closer to an unlock, then I think that becomes kind of our filter criteria, right? So anyway, it's really tied to an objective first.
Just an additional question from that is, how do you then, for new forms of media as they're coming into the mix, what kind of inputs do you get before they reach that, critical mass? Does that make it to you in your role? Are you having your agency partners test things out? Like, how do you look at new forms of engagement with consumers early on?
I hope this doesn't sound like a generic answer, but I think that the way that we're partnering with our agencies is for them to be an extension of our team. So said differently, it is a combination of them hopefully bringing partners and opportunities to us, but on occasion the other way around too. So it's a joint effort in that sense, but it really centers back to sort of root issue and where do we think we need to be focused.
Another question is, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
How are you currently tracking with which creatives are the most consistent and effective across your brands so that you can cross measure and compare in the business?
So the question was with creatives?
Yes. How are you currently tracking which creatives are the most consistent and effective across the brands?
Yeah. It's a good question. We measure, I'll say this, our greatest proxy to creative measurement is tied to day-to-day performance in terms of sales and transactions. That's the most simplistic, rudimentary answer. There's a longer one which involves creative copy testing polls, which happen as well, but I'll maybe stick to my first answer as the most effective.
And that makes sense. So the question was across brands. Is there anything, especially from the messaging that had to shift last year to that you learned across the brands that was the most effective in terms of driving foot traffic, et cetera, again in 2020, and then as we push into this new?
Yeah, sure. Okay, got it. Yeah. So I think not blending, let's say, creative message that needs to be on brand, but rather the type of message and the manner in which we're doing it. Yes, I mean, last year in particular, and actually the year prior, there's a certain term we use for it. I'd rather not say, but rather it's a very quick activation that can be scaled to market quickly through digital channels. It's typically very time bound, meaning that we're inciting customers to take action on it to the restaurants. It's a very, as evidence would support, it's a very efficient way to go to market, scaled nationally. And from that learning, which really began with one brand, we've now applied it to several. So it's a little bit of a playbook that I think is extensible. And that's certainly something that I think we'll continue to look at moving forward. Same would be true with a publisher as it relates to connecting to an audience. I think that's something that we'll certainly keep our antenna up to try to identify down the road as well.
Great answer. We have another question. Have there been any commonalities across the portfolio for tactics to support off-premise versus on-premise? Are there brands that will focus more on one than the other as the world opens back up? I guess that probably a little bit of who might stay more with delivery.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I'll answer it with, and I'll again kind of reference Buffalo, which I said earlier in the session, realizing that some folks may have missed that. The hardest hit brand, right, which was also the most dependent upon in-restaurant dining. I think as we read the situation now, kind of real time, is how do we, try to get back to in-restaurant levels that maybe we saw 2 years ago, but at the same time not cannibalize new customers. And I think that's a big factor that we are identifying and solving for. And this I would actually submit is somewhat agnostic to the portfolio, that if we gained new users, and that's, let's say it's knowable based on in-app opt-in, if we gained them last year because other restaurants may have been closed, or it was just a matter of just kind of general circumstances, but if we've been able to retain them since, that lifetime value is absolutely key. And then importantly, how are we learning with them, through them, to keep them in the equation? I think is something that's going to be key for us that we'll continue to evaluate over time.
Did you have to, as the pursuit of the audience to download apps last year obviously exploded, did you have to do specific media buying or advertising that you were promoting that message more than you had been in the past, or was that sort of a kind of an organic growth?
Great. Sure. Great question. I mean, the general answer, it was a little bit of both, but I would say organic just because of necessity. I mean, people were seeking it out. And I think it's also fair to say that, with third-party delivery partners, that too has been somewhat of a conduit, right? Introducing people to brands that subsequently, as they were introduced to, let's say, one of our brands in that environment, that they have since opted to download. So there's a little bit of organic perpetuity as a function of that as well.
Another question is, how important are interactive ad experiences for your brands moving forward? Like using QR codes in media creatives to incentivize app downloads or drive consumer to loyalty programs?
Yeah, I mean, I think the importance of it, a little bit tied to what is the objective, is kind of key again to the size of the objective. So I'll just address it this way to say that we're using it, and I think, like everything, continuing to evaluate what part of the mix, the marketing mix, do we want to continue focusing on, which probably varies a little bit brand by brand.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much, Brian. I can't believe we're at the end of our time already.
Anyway, yeah, it was
went
great,
by so
Carrie. I
super
appreciate it.
fast. Hi, Alan.
Hey, how you doing, Carrie? This is a great conversation. It's really fascinating, Brian, especially because, you guys were sort of front and center of everything that went down over the last 15 months, however long it's been. So it's just really interesting to hear how you dealt with it, some of the strategies you used and all that. So thank you so much for participating. And thank you, Carrie, for asking such great questions. So we're going to move on now. And our next session of the day, we are happy to welcome Joshua Nathman, who's the Global Director, Digital and Media at Diageo, and Ted Flanagan, Head of Customer Success at Habu, who's going to be the moderator. They're going to have a conversation on data overload, how marketers can avoid becoming data rich, but insights poor, which is a great topic because God knows what we hear all the time is I have so much data and I don't know what to do with it. So that's a pretty good insight for you, Ted. You're looking for the unmute button. I can tell it's sort of, if you're on a Mac, it's all the way to your left.
I got it. I was looking for where I should be changing to my virtual background, but if you guys are okay with it, I'll keep going here.
Yeah, the fan is a good look, man.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, and I'm out of here. Take care, guys.
All right. Thanks for the intro, Alan. So Josh and I were lucky enough to have a chance to catch up last week, just in anticipation of this conversation. And so we got a few interesting topics we want to cover today. We'll start with a couple quick intros beyond sort of the gracious intro from Alan. I am Ted Flanagan. I lead customer success for Habu. We are a data clean room software company, and we're really working very closely with brands to help them adapt to the changing marketing ecosystem, a privacy-first internet, and collaborate with their strategic partners. So as Alan mentioned, I'm joined by Josh Nathman, Global Director, Digital Media at Diageo. Josh, tell us a little bit about your role at Diageo, and I'll try to get my virtual background rolling.
Sure. So my role at Diageo is kind of unique. I'm responsible for media buying and media operations globally, in addition to our global consumer data strategy. There's a lot of things to unpack in that. So everything from ad ops to how do we buy, what do we buy, brand safety, viewability, the ad tech and MarTech stacks attached to that, and a lot with regards to media effectiveness measurement and reporting.
You timed that perfectly. I got my virtual background up. We're good, just like we drew it up. So when we talked, we started with this premise, and I think it's one that we've heard in a number of the other sessions. But would really be great to get your perspective, given sort of the multidisciplinary nature of your role. The state of data-driven advertising, data-driven marketing is clearly in flux. It's something that a lot of brands are struggling with right now. We have a rapidly evolving privacy landscape, which is in turn creating an evolving technology landscape. And so love to just start with, in your role, how are you thinking about that? How is Diageo thinking about that? And I remember when you were describing sort of your function to me, saying, hey, look, it's part of my job to be looking 3 to 5 years ahead. It's hard to be looking 12 months ahead right now, let alone 3 to 5 years. So would love to just get your high level take on how you're thinking about that, and then we'll go from there.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I and Diageo, because I'm operating the consumer data side of things now, view data as the fuel for pretty much all consumer experiences when done well and with consent. And the done well part is the really hard part, actually. Ultimately, our goal is creativity with precision. We think we can deliver this by making sure we have the right people, process, and tools to collect, analyze, and activate consumer intelligence in a channel agnostic way. It sounds like I'm tossing out a lot of buzzwords there, but basically it's just that if you really know the consumer, you can use that knowledge throughout the business. And then the only thing that you kind of have to figure out is, how do you break down the silos between a media department, a brand from a creative standpoint, and sometimes the data and technology teams that exist? And how do you think about the consumer at the core rather than activating in those individual channels? At the same time, we're also thinking through how is this going to evolve over time? I don't think GDPR, CCPA, LGPD across any of the markets or any other acronyms attached to them are going to stop, and we're supportive of that. I also don't think that Apple and Google are done evolving their points of view on what privacy means. So at the core of it, we're really kind of adopting what I'll call data ethics. And data ethics is really around, how do I put the consumer's needs and privacy first, and make sure that they have the control over the data that they need, and make sure I'm providing value in exchange, because nobody likes to be taken advantage of.
Got it. Now, you covered a lot there, and so I'm curious, of all those things that you just covered, right? I might divide them into two camps. There's internal challenges and then there's external challenges. You have internal challenges that you referenced around people, process, organizational silos. And then you have external challenges, regulatory, technology with the loss of identifiers, the movements of the sort of industry behemoths. These are all things that are outside of all of our control. And so I'm curious, when something's keeping you up at night, what's the split between the internal challenges and the external challenges? Do you focus more on one or the other? Are they sort of both equally top of mind? How do you sort of weight those, and which are you trying to confront or attack and solve first?
Sure. So I would say from the external ones, the way that I'm handling those is basically making sure, number one, organizationally, everybody's aware of this is a journey. Again, sounds like a buzzword and kind of sounds like bullshit, but ultimately it's over time, we're going to need to evolve, because consumer needs around privacy, technology requirements, et cetera, are going to evolve. So how do we make sure that we have a overarching strategy, but we're, I would say, testing and iterating on that strategy rather than it being kind of a set in stone thing. I can say I have certain assumptions about where external things are going to go. And that's mostly towards consumers have more control and greater control over the value that they get out of things. As for the internal ones, those are sometimes a little bit more challenging. I said channel agnostic approach can create some tensions. And to give an example is, as of right now, there's conversations of media versus CRM versus websites versus analytics. And I think the right way to view it is that they help each other grow and enrich each other. And so I'd say the way I framed it up before is recognizing that media may be the way in for some consumers, Connecting them to an experience where the media data is enriched is the next piece. So maybe it's on a website, an event, or something like that. Resolving that to an identity if we can, whether it's anonymous or PII, and then ultimately adjusting the messaging to be relevant to the many rather than saying personalization, relevant to more than just one person, and also recruiting the masses. So really, how do I think about it as a system and break down the discussion of, am I going to do this in retargeting in media or segmentations or ad suppression, or am I going to send emails and SMS? It goes, well, we're going to do both, and they're going to serve different purposes, but work together to build up. Another tension I would say is the people that want to collect all of the data on all of the people throughout the entire world. And the people that go, is collecting data actually worth it? Is this something that we want to pursue when it may go against everything that regulators, tech companies, and consumers are saying right now, which is, please, for the love of God, do not track me if you do not have my permission. I personally believe in only collecting data with consent and that value exchange. So ultimately, I would say I'm more in the camp of data minimization rather than collect it all. Also, candidly, storing a lot of data is expensive, and most of the platforms, their costs are based off of how much data you have flowing through them. So it's not exactly beneficial, it might reduce your ROI. Then finally, I'd say the last tension is really between, is it Google or Trade Desk and its unified ID 2.0? Candidly, I'm keeping a close eye on this. I don't see it as being an either or conversation. I see it as an and. They're going to serve their purposes, and hopefully they learn how to play nice together. So I would say if I was going to summarize it, I'm steering people towards keep it as simple and keep it as a system.
Yeah, I think even a company like ours that's trying to sort of build new solutions somewhat from the ground up, knowing that the sands have shifted underneath everyone over the last couple of years. Even now, it's still point in time, and that the importance of sort of understanding that there are still multiple forks in the road, and maintaining sort of flexibility, optionality. That's something certainly that we think about. Certainly that I think obviously you guys think a lot about. A lot of our customers are thinking about. I wanted to kind of come back to some of those tensions you were just highlighting, and especially that idea of data minimization. I think that was something that came up in our initial conversation together, and I agree. I mean, the number of times we get requests around like, oh, so have you found out a way to work around change XYZ? And the point is that there shouldn't be a workaround, that some of the things that are changing for very good reason. And I think this principle of data minimization is really reflective of that and interesting, where I think when we spoke initially, you articulated it well around this idea of really being focused on what is the value exchange, what is the value creating of any given piece or point of data collected for the brand, but by the brand, what is the value being created for the brand and for the consumer? And so when you guys look at that for Diageo, and it may be different for different brands, but what are the points? I mean, I think in years past, right, we all got used to this sort of overflow of data, some of which actually created value and some of which didn't create value at all. So when you think about it go forward, where we have to make each piece of data really valuable to justify collecting it and to justify a consumer giving a consent, what are those sort of points in either your marketing or in your consumer experience that you think data can create the most value for Diageo consumers?
So when it comes to the data points that I think would create, that we're finding creates the most value, the first piece would be connecting, I would say transactional data to our website and our media data. So kind of combining them together. And the reason why is because it's showing people that aren't just from a pure reach or awareness standpoint, but really have intent or have actually taken upon themselves to convert with regards to a sale. Now that's going to tell us a lot because somebody went out of their way to essentially spend their hard-earned cash on one of our products. And just, I would say, analyzing kind of the different points of where did they come in? For instance, did they see an ad? Did they not? What did they do on the website when they were there? Are they a return user? Did they open an email? And seeing what the messages were kind of throughout that and at the points in time and things like that, I would say knowing why that worked and then looking for or optimizing that particular situation is probably the most valuable thing that we can do. Now, that seems like it's very much in the digital realm. Now, how do I take those insights and then actually think about what about in the offline world where the majority of my business is currently done? And so it would be, is it a time of day thing? Is it a person that from a demographic standpoint or psychographic or behavioral standpoint is taking certain actions in a certain part of the US or other part of the world? And how to identify that from a contextual standpoint in some cases, and a more consumer data driven approach in other cases. So it really does go brand by brand and depending on market by market, what data points I have access to. But the most important ones are what are people actually doing versus what I think they're doing. And that's going to be the most telling thing for me.
Yeah, one of the other things, and you reminded me of it as you're just talking, one of the other things that had come up was also there've been, we certainly talk about the changes with privacy and technology, but the consumer behavior changes that were accelerated through that were already happening from a digital adoption standpoint that were accelerated with the pandemic. Has that changed how you think about those points of value and how you think about, leveraging data for engagement? And are you seeing that in working with your own brands that that the types of strategies that might not have been really possible or viable some years ago are now actually open now that consumers are engaging so much more on a direct basis with brands as a result of this kind of massive behavior change we've all lived through?
Yeah, I mean, I would say interesting timing on things is that I actually went out on paternity leave right as COVID was starting, and so I left Diageo when it was a company that was I would say extremely focused on driving unique reach and being real loyal adopters of How Brands Grow by Byron Sharp and really kind of leaning into that aspect. And when I came back and with the kind of the behavioral changes that were accelerated by COVID around consumers now spend the majority of their time on digital platforms. They are more open to audience-driven touch points like search and e-commerce and direct to consumer. I basically came back to what I would say is a more precision marketing organization, where it was really asking how do we optimize those things. Also, just throughout the world, as you can see in the likes of like Drizzly and also just e-commerce sales across the alc bev category, is people became more accustomed to delivery of the product, where historically that really wasn't as popular until COVID. And so I would say that shift from being, I would say, more reach awareness, mass audiences, and a point of view that maybe loyalty and first party data acquisition wasn't the thing to do. Now we're, I would say, swinging, but hopefully not too far, to the other side, saying there's really balance between these two things. How do we have a full funnel point of view on this, knowing that not only e-commerce and direct to consumer is more important, but just consumers are looking for higher quality, better experiences wherever they bump into the brand.
So that I'm going to kind of pick up on some threads from that answer. The interesting thing is one of the hats you wear, as you mentioned in your intro, is around measurement. And sort of the world you're describing, right? The migration to these digital channels, the acceleration of the direct to consumer purchase patterns and things like that, the delivery through Drizzly, et cetera, that opens up the possibility for much more direct measurement, right? It's why everybody sort of moved to digital in the first place, because it was so much more measurable, addressable, et cetera. At the same time, we have the challenges to the ways we historically measure digital, because so many of those approaches were, relying on third-party cookies and tracking that we're sort of rightfully moving away from. And so, and of course, your role, right? You work not just with brands in the U.S. but globally, and so I think many of us that have that work with brands globally, we have global customers, understand that measurement is very different when you try to undertake it in Europe with the restrictions on how you can access data versus in the US versus other markets. And so I'm curious, from your measurement hat, how you guys are thinking about that, because certainly there's that ability to go full funnel measurement, and you've got, in some cases, more measurement possibility than you ever had before because of the behavior changes and direct consumer transactions. And then in other scenarios, you've got challenges to how you do that measurement. So how are you guys thinking about it? And sort of what's the outlook?
So I would say you nailed it. It's from an e-commerce standpoint, we can definitely track through. We can see what the behaviors actually are. We can see the measurement in a lot of locations. My industry in particular doesn't have in the US a connection to Amazon. So it's more of a how am I piecing together the different data capabilities and sales reporting and transaction reporting capabilities across retailers, things like that. But in the most part, I would say we have better than directional information on how a sale was driven and the measurement of it from a performance standpoint, consumer standpoint, and sales performance standpoint. On the offline side, I would say that's become a little bit more challenging. So originally we had kind of more of I'll call it MTA-ish approach with regards to zip code level analysis of, if I ran certain amount of media in a certain zip code or whatever, did that actually end up driving a sale, and what is my ROI defined by increase in sales or defined by increase in volume. And I would say part of that is going to be challenged a little bit more, where I'm going to be more reliant on leading indicators, and I'd say leading indicators, and candidly that makes me a little bit uncomfortable from a metric standpoint. Because I want to know based off of a model rather than a indicator. I try to get as close to what actually happened rather than the assumptions as possible. So candidly, we're still figuring it out. It's going to be an evolving area for us. The good news is that because of the marketplaces and things like that, and the places that we are working with, we are seemingly going to be able to get to a good outcome where measurement, where we're not flying blind, I guess is a good way to describe it. But I'm optimistic about it going forward. Kind of have to.
Yeah. listen. So are we. I mean, it's. I think the changes are forcing a rethink in a lot of ways, and anytime you sort of step back and really think about changing approaches, I think there's an opportunity to sort of do it differently with fresh eyes. Yeah, we've found that to be some of the most interesting, the real measurement focused work to be some of the most interesting work we're doing in clean rooms, but then even sort of with ancillary things like, experiment methodologies and approaches like that. So cool. I'm going to come back. I think it'd be kind of, we're getting a little short on time, and I'd love to come back to the data ethics point. Because, again, it's a very interesting topic. There's a difference between sort of adhering to regulation, right, in complying, versus actually sort of, right, really infusing what you do organizationally with that sort of spirit of ethic, data and otherwise. And so I'd love to just know, sort of, as a practitioner, and I again, sort of your role, right, where you are sort of working and driving best practices out across different brands, different different teams globally, how do you drive the ethic out, right? It's one thing to say, here's the new process, follow the new process. But sort of infusing like a mindset, which data ethics is a mindset. How do you think about that? And how does that look when you go to work with your teams across the world?
I would say so. It's twofold. First is there's a lot of stakeholder engagement, just having the conversation about where is our ethical line. It's not just me from a global standpoint saying this is what we're going to do. Global down doesn't work. Market up works. So what I do is I work with a specific market, let's say North America, Europe, or any of the other markets, and basically have conversations with them about what do we feel, where are we currently from a regulatory and technological limitation standpoint, and then also where do we feel we should be or will need to be in the near future so we can get ahead. To give an example of something that was kind of progressive at the time was from a programmatic standpoint, we actually didn't use third-party data at all in programmatic in Europe due to just feeling that that was the best way that we could honor GDPR. Now the question is, well, did we see performance drops because we're limiting our ability to use third-party data and things like that? And the answer was no, not really. We relied a lot on second-party data and our limited first-party data in order to really lean into those things. It also allowed us to lean into just full supply chain transparency to make sure that we knew everything that was going into our buys. So just, I would say, starting the conversations there. On the flip side, in partnership with our media agency, I actually built something called Media Operations, where there's regional operators and also a team based out of India also in all of the regions. And basically, whatever ethical standard that we want to impose or buying standard, et cetera, we can push it out that way to the markets, and then once it's implemented, allow markets to evaluate whether or not that's something that they want to do going forward. And 9 times out of 10, it works really well. On the rare occasion that it doesn't work as well, we have that conversation because sometimes markets want to have a higher risk profile, or sometimes markets are, I would say, more progressive in different ways. I think you're on mute.
Like rookie move. Whoa. It's one thing in a regular meeting. It's quite another thing as a moderator. As I was just checking to see if we had any questions in the Q&A, but I'll maybe end with a funny one. Is it unfair to ask you if you have a favorite brand from the family?
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I would say nothing for me beats a nice Guinness in a pub. That's my go-to. So that, and I would say open neat is my other go-to.
Guinness, I would say I'm with you. Last name like Flanagan, you probably shouldn't disparage the Guinness brand. And for those of you out there who don't know, it's fairly low cal and fairly low ABV, so it's in lots of iron.
It's definitely something to enjoy responsibly. It's a session here.
That's right.
Yes. Very, very good. Very good. The enjoy responsibly line. No, that was great. That's really interesting insights into how you guys are using data and across all of the different platforms. I think it's very different on digital and TV and everything else. So thank you very much for that, both of you, and for the enlightening discussion about the nutritional quality of Guinness beer. So there's so much one can learn from these sessions. Well,
that's right.
Next up, we have a super panel coming up, right? We've got a whole bunch of people here. So I'm going to just tick them off as they come on. So we have Felipe Ambra, who is their really long titles here, Global Vice President for Corona at Anheuser-Busch InBev. Richard Oppie, the Vice President of Global Brand for Anheuser-Busch InBev. Tim Ovadia, Global Vice President for Stella at Anheuser-Busch InBev, and Tracy Staller, Global Vice President Draftline at Anheuser-Busch InBev. And the session is going to be moderated by Elisa Grant, President of Consumer and Lifestyle at Rogers & Cowan PMK. So everybody at the stage, and look at this, you all have your little backgrounds in place, so we all match. And Elisa, take it away.
Thanks so much, Alan. Well, thank you to our panelists. We're really excited to be here today. And in some just early conversations we've had, I can assure you, you're in for some really good advice, good stories, and perfectly timed good content. So what I wanted to just do, as Alan said, I'm with RNC PMK. We are an agency that is really dedicated to culture in terms of all things marketing, communications, really bringing brands into the forefront of culture in all ways and shapes and sizes. So there's no better brand to talk about culture than when it comes to AB InBev, and we've got some real experts in the space. So without further ado, wanted to just give each of them a chance to do a brief self-introduction because we're really going to be covering a lot of ground here with the different brands that they've got going on. So Richard, you want to just jump in first?
Yeah, no problem. So my name is Richard Oppie. I work across the global brands at AB InBev. So that includes Budweiser, Corona, Stella Artois, and Michelob Ultra. And I've been a lifer in the industry. I've been with the company just over 20 years now.
Excellent. Tim, you want to jump in next?
Yeah, not quite as long as Oppie, but with the same accent that's difficult to understand from Australia. But I've been with the business for 13 years. My background actually wasn't client side originally. It was agency side, having worked at the Young Rubicon Group and then What If, which is an innovation company some of you might know of, but look after Stella Artois globally now.
All right. Felipe?
Sure. Guys, thanks for having me here today. Felipe Ambram. I lead the Corona brand internationally. I'm responsible for the brand everywhere else but the United States. And I've been in the business for 20 years, working with Oppie, Tim, and Tracy. It's amazing business.
Excellent. And with that, Tracy, you want to go?
Yes, I cannot compete with the number of years of the crew here, but I've been with AB InBev for 10 years, actually more recently on the media side, so it's great to be here on a media discussion. But today I lead Draftline, which is our in-house agency across content and media globally. So it's great to be here.
Excellent. Well, we've got a lot of ground to cover, so we'll dive right in. Richard, let's start with you. So obviously, brands have been trying to nail the content game for a long time. This is not a new thing. And as we talk about sort of brands as media, I don't think it gets any better than what AB InBev is doing. And we'll hear some of those examples today. But when it all sort of first began, how did you really sell this in? And if you can also just share a little bit about what you think makes the work that you all are doing stand out, why it's been a success.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, if you think about it, we've been talking about content is king for years now. But I would argue that it's important more now than it ever has been before. I think our job as marketers is getting harder and harder. We all know that people are bombarded with anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 messages a day. So we're already fighting for people's attention. And then on top of that, we have to deal with ad blocking. I mean, people are paying for a premium of Spotify and YouTube just to avoid advertising. So I think this has been a big mind shift for us at AB InBev and across our global brands. How we evolve from not just disrupting with traditional equity communications, which is still important. There's still a role for it, particularly as you're building awareness at the top of the funnel. But once people are aware of the brand, we're really focusing on building deeper relationships and building greater meaning of our brands. And we're focused on entertaining with content that people actually want to watch, as opposed to be disrupted and forced upon. And I think the team will share a few examples today on how we've been playing in this space with our global brands, how we've been tapping into people's passion points that are relevant to our brands, and then how we use digital platforms to test and learn, because it's a volume game to really see what's working, what's not working. And one thing is, really focused on when we see content that's working, we then fuel it with media, with paid media. And I think this is often a mistake brands make where they rely purely on the content itself. Even if you think about great movies like Star Wars, they still promote their movies. And I think that's probably the best example. And very quickly, I think one piece of content that I loved that we did recently with Budweiser was when Messi broke the record and he scored 644 goals for the one club. We created custom-made bottles that had every goal that he scored, every one of the 644 goals. And we accompanied with a handwritten note from Messi. We delivered it to the goalkeeper he scored the goal against. And one goalkeeper had over 20 bottles sent to him, but it sparked a big conversation. And all the goalkeepers were toasting to Messi. Everyone else jumped in on the conversation. Our brand was at the heart of it. But once again, it was content people wanted to watch. It wasn't something we forced upon people.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point too, and it's sort of twofold. One is that if you can come up with content or some sort of build that is going to really legitimately like engage people and excite them, that they want to talk about it, they want to get their hands on it. I mean, the earned potential of that, right? Like from a PR and buzz standpoint, speaks volumes, and that's so critical. But then on the flip side, there's also a lot of people who I think make content, branded content, and they think, okay, well, now we should only push it out with earned. But actually, your point, would you ever put a film out? Would you ever put a movie out and not actually pay to advertise it? You wouldn't just hope that there's enough good press, right? So it really is the nice balance of an integrated approach, I think, to make sure that once you put the investment into this media, that it's getting the most mileage out of it.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Felipe, I wanted to talk to you for a minute about, why you think that content makes sense specifically for the Corona brand, and just, any specific examples you've done recently that you think bring that to light.
Sure. I believe that Corona, I have the luxury of managing one of the most consistent brands in the beer industry, I would say, like synonymous to the beach, in a brand that embraces a certain lifestyle, right? And we could argue that Corona is the closest that you can get from a lifestyle brand. And this lifestyle is the lifestyle that our consumers have. So branded content for us, as Opi mentioned, when you go beyond the advertisement, whenever people are aware of your brand, you want to go deeper. You want to build a higher level of affinity, right? So how can we do that? The branded content plays perfectly on that. It's the intersection between what the brand believes and what the consumers have as passions, their passion points. So we look at this sweet spot, and then we create content at scale, partnering with hundreds of content creators from all over the globe who are the specialists in those passion points from the consumers. So then we're embracing the lifestyle, and then we are sharing content that the brand is present, but it's actually something that the consumers love. So then they are watching, and then we are strengthening the bonding between the brand and the consumers, increasing the affinity, as Opi mentioned. That's why we are doing it.
That's great. And I'm sure you're, striking the right balance between when you work with these partners, making sure that they are sort of representing and using the brand in the way that you want them to, but also giving them enough creative license so that it continues to appeal to their fan base. That's the whole reason you want to work with these other folks, right? Is not to control and contrive too much, but to let them do what makes them influential in the first place.
Absolutely. Yeah, the model that we created, and we created this structure called Corona Studios that we launched with our first original content series called Free Range Humans, Life Outside the Cage. But actually, the original IP is kind of the cherry on the top, right? But as Opi mentioned, it's a volume game in which you test and learn a lot. You fail a lot, small, but then you succeed big, So it's this test and learn game in which you try, learn, you see what works best. And the only way for you to have this game of volume is if you have partnership with people who are continuously creating that. But we don't brief them and say, I need a project on X. It's those are the passion points from our consumers. Pitch to us the projects that you love, that you embrace, because we know that they are the best ones doing that. They are the ones who engage with their audiences better than anyone. So if we share the same passion points, naturally, the content is going to be fitting to what the brand stands for. And then the way to incorporate the brand is organic. Right, so organic, authentic, and real is key for Corona in the branded content strategy. So if I can give one advice for people in the branded content industry is find the branded content strategy that fits your positioning, right? Because if you try to do that just because it's sexy, it's the right thing to do because it's the buzzworthy aspect that the industry is pushing, it's not going to work, right? Because you're not going to be true to yourself as a brand. You're not going to be building your brand. You're just going to be doing noise,
Absolutely. Such a good point. So Tim, I know, and Richard had sort of teed you up for this, that you had some great examples of what you're doing. I know with the Stella brand in particular, you've done a lot in the food space. So if you can just tell us all a little bit about sort of what, what's the journey there for the brand? Why did you land in that area? And, what are some of the key channels you found to work best as you focus in this space?
Yeah, and I think firstly, food is the biggest kind of occasion within the beer category, and that might sort of surprise some people, but it's a massive occasion, and we've been talking about trying to unlock it for years, and really, I think COVID has given us a catalyst to do that as people's consumption behaviour has kind of changed, right? So I think firstly it was occasion, but we also knew that food was much more than occasion. It was also a passion. People are passionate about food, passionate about going out to restaurants. And then, as Felipe said, the sweet spot for us on the brand was that food is kind of an intrinsic part of the kind of aspirational European lifestyle where people take the time to, it's the way they take the time to connect with each other and save a life, right? So that was kind of, we knew the sweet spot between a consumer passion point and what our brand was about. I think the hard thing then, Alyssa, was when it comes to creating, it's one thing to find that and then say we want to create content to be able to connect with consumers, but then being able to do it within the sea of content is tough, right? So, we work with a company with Winnan to map the landscape of what type of content consumers were consuming in the food space in the digital world. And we found that 80% of people were searching for recipes and hacks of how to make meals at home. And, the truth of the matter is when we looked at that, we were like, it doesn't have a great deal of relevance to our brand, and it's going to be really tough to cut through. And so kind of what we started to look at is what's our editorial lens? What's our perspective on content? A bit like you were to launch a magazine, what would be your elevator pitch around what it's about? And what we dug into is a couple of things. Firstly, we saw that people are also interested in the stories behind the recipes, the stories behind the restaurants, right? It's more than functional. And so that storytelling was something that we focused on in our content, and something that, like Chef's Table on Netflix gave us a lot of inspiration from. And then I think the second thing is we started to look for convergence of passion points. So not just looking at food, but looking at where food, film, art intersect, and what does that look like? And that's where we started to get some interesting content spaces. And a great example of it is one of the series we're running at the moment is called Director's Cut. And pretty much what we do is we pair an up-and-coming chef, like the most recent kind of episode was using Devon Francis from Yardi. And we paired this chef with an up-and-coming filmmaker, and she was absolutely amazing. And literally, we got these two creators on set, and we got them in a very natural and organic way. What they did is the film that we were kind of profiling was a film called Happy Birthday, Marsha. And it was actually about a very brave drag queen. And the whole content was around the whole film was about the battles that the transgender people have had. And we got Devon, the chef, to create a birthday cake. And they cooked this birthday cake together while reviewing the movie. And the chemistry was authentic and it was compelling. And really, when we compare that, which what we felt was very close to what's at the heart of the brand, versus coming up with just another recipe for how you make zucchini noodles and bolognese, it was clear to us where kind of our heart sort of sat.
Yeah, I love how it's sort of every turn you're talking about the parameters you had in check to make sure that you weren't just saying, okay, well, this is resonating with consumers, so we'll do it, but no, what specifically is actually going to align with our brand. And so I think that authenticity throughout also helps you, to be a success in the end, right? Like it makes sense and helps it to work. So that's great. So kind of evolving the conversation a little bit, Tracy, so curious to hear more about sort of what you do with Draftline, and tell us a little bit about what went into the decision to create this in-house agency, the role the agency plays in developing a lot of what we've been hearing about today, and then how you still work with outside agencies if you do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's a few reasons that we started Draftline. I think a lot of times when people hear in-housing, they go, oh, it's about cost, like they're looking to save cost, which is definitely not the case for us. The first meeting I think I ever had with the CEO on the topic, he was like, if we're doing this to save money, let's not do it. We're a beer company. Like this isn't, necessarily our core competency. We need to do things that are really going to drive our brands forward and are going to drive our business forward. And, when we started Draftline, one of the things that was really clear to us was this gap between content and media that we really couldn't resolve. We are a company with hundreds of brands around the world. I know there are several, large brands who have brought content and media into one agency where they kind of manage that together. But most of those companies only manage one brand. So you take the complexity of like, okay, we have, one media agency generally in each market, and we have tons of content providers, like you just heard Tim and Felipe mentioning, that are servicing our needs. How do we kind of close the gap on that, right? So we really created Draftline to find magic between content and media, because we said, anytime we make a decision about content, there's a lot of the learnings that we're using on that come from media and vice versa, right? So how can we create this ecosystem that's going to be able to support that whole thing? So when we talk about what we're doing, with Corona and with Stella, a lot of those things are only possible because we have an in-house team that's helping connect those dots, right? That is actually working hand in hand with both creators that we have in the company and also creators externally, that is actually doing a lot of our digital media buying, that is looking on a daily, even hourly basis sometimes, how those pieces of content are performing, understanding what things are really resonating with consumers and which of them are, maybe not hitting the mark. And then we make a different decision and we pivot, right? And so having that kind of dynamic learning environment between media and content, I think is so critical for us to be able to bring together this sort of entertaining content that my colleagues have been speaking about.
That's great. Yeah, and I think, this obviously has been a trend, right? We see this with a lot of other companies, but to your point, like getting really clear at the outset about like, what's the reason we're doing this and making sure the purpose is valid and still sort of having those outside checks and balances, I think is sort of the sweet spot. So that's great. Felipe, I'll go back to you for a little bit. I know we started to talk before about the role of influencers, filmmakers specifically, and sort of, what you're doing that I think makes that work so engaging. Can you talk a little bit about the measurement of it too? So when you want to look back and say, okay, this worked, this did, and all the testing you're doing, how are you able to look at, what is successful and measure it from a KPI standpoint? And then how do you even plan the cadence of it all so that you're not doing too much, too little? How do you look at that?
I believe that this is a discipline that is evolving a lot as we speak. I would say that probably in the CPG industry, nobody has kind of the perfect answer for this question. But I would say that in the last 24 months, we learned a lot. With Free Range Humans, our first IP, we used that as a very important learning process. We did lots of brand lift studies in the various countries that we were airing Free Range Humans. So basically trying to understand if pre versus post exposure, we were getting kind of the level of brand recall that we would have with advertisement, the level of purchase intention lift, the level of like brand affinity lift, because that was a big question, like, is branded content as effective as advertisement in branding, whatever you need for the brand? And what we learned is that it is. And there are some other things that we can benefit from the branded content, such as, for example, the level of interaction with the content is much higher. So for example, the average viewing time for branded content for us on Free Range Humans was 6 times higher than the average viewing time that we used to have with an ad, right? Which is great. And the second question was like, in terms of cost, is this going to cost us more to air, like the paid media? And what we learned is that it's not, because the quality of the content is higher, the level of engagement is higher. So then the platforms, because it's an auction-based kind of buying, they benefit you, right? Just because the quality of the content fits better what the consumers are aiming to get. So we learned a lot in terms of the testing. I would say that keep continuously testing something that we are doing. As Trace mentioned, Draftline is key for us in this process. So we have an integrated team between media and the creative team that is testing a lot. So as I mentioned in the beginning, it's like failing small, right? We fail a lot. And that's good because sometimes you learn more from the failures on what not to do. And then when you succeed, it's like, okay, this is the right direction to go. And then you bet big and you scale up and you succeed better because then you get better CPM, then you get a better engagement, better average viewing time. So just coming back to the piece on the content creators, but then, as I mentioned, if you need to fail a lot, you need to have a lot of inputs, right? Lots of content. Then you need a big network. And it would be impossible for us to build this network with hundreds of content creators if we were doing that in the, let's say, traditional way, because it's a game of volume, as Oppie mentioned. It's a game of kind of agility, and working directly with these content creators, with the team on Draftline, enabled us to get access to hundreds of contents on a weekly basis that then we test, and everything that works, we then scale up with paid media, and potentially that become the next IP for the brand, you know?
Yeah,
Felipe,
yeah.
It's worth touching on, Felipe, the role that the trailers play in promoting the content, almost replacing what traditional advertising does.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great learning, because if you go for a strategy of only airing a 6-minute film, it's going to be very expensive for you to buy for, let's say, click or engagement, right? But then you translate that 6 minutes into a 15-second trailer, not an ad, a trailer about the content. And then you can integrate the brand in a way that is authentic and that is kind of organic to the kind of trailer that you're creating. And then that you wear for reach. And what we learned is that this trailer is as effective or sometimes more effective than an ad, right? But again, the advertisement still plays its role on building the credentials of the brand. It's product-centered sometimes, right? The branded content entertainment is centered on the passion point, on the emotional side of the brand building, on building the affinity. So it's not a game of one or the other, it's an and.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tim, let's hear your thoughts, because we're obviously talking a lot about how, one of the examples you just gave, Felipe, was how some of the content you had performed 6 times better than a traditional ad. Do you think the 30-second ad is dead? Does it still have its role? And, tell us a little bit about how you find the right editorial angle for content, because it's obviously a very, very crowded landscape, with what brands and non-brands are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that question of, is the 30-second ad dead is probably one that's been asked a lot, and probably people on this Zoom call are sick of kind of hearing the responses. But I think in truth, the way the question is framed kind of provokes a very binary response. But the real answer, which is less kind of sexy, is that it's not 30-second ads certainly aren't dead, but it's very unlikely, and they're probably even now no longer the primary unit of advertising anymore, right? I think, on the one hand, we know the whole ad model is being disrupted, as Rich said, by ad blocking, but also subscription streaming services, right? And I guess, free to air and cable TV are like the spiritual home of the 30-second ad. And we all know that what we've seen is, with audience fragmentation, is that the free-to-air audiences have not only declined, but also the wealth of the consumers that watch free-to-air has declined. Now, the net result of that is the fact that clients are going to be much more reluctant to go and spend $5 million on creating a 30-second ad for a lower demographic kind of profile that you're now getting on free to air, right? So outside of Super Bowl, it becomes very difficult to justify the production expense on something like a 30-second ad. And then I guess in the digital space, the reality is the biggest social platforms are still ad driven in their model, right? When you think about, Facebook and YouTube, it's still an advertising model. But what we see in those channels is the 30-second unit is no longer native, right? It's not a native unit to Facebook or YouTube. And as kind of Felipe said, what we're seeing in those formats, it's either shorter, 6 or 15, or driving the longer in 3 to 6 minutes, right? So I think there sums up the plight of the 30-second kind of ad. I don't think it will still exist on free to air. I think clients will spend a lot less money on production, but the fundamental primary unit of advertising right now has probably shifted to a 15-second piece of film, not a 30-second piece of film, because of those kind of dynamics that we talked about.
Yep. Well, and with so much being out there and attention spans being like increasingly shorter and shorter, it makes sense that you're either really captivating some people in content that's longer form, mean, even I think about like in a different vein, podcasts are being so popular. That's like a serious commitment to sit and listen to a podcast, but the narrative and the storytelling and what you can do there, otherwise it's like bite size. So that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think the only build on that, right, is, and Felipe kind of touched on it. We heard the same thing when we caught up with Lego some time ago, and they talked about the fact that they're today more likely to make an ad out of content than an ad as a standalone ad, right? Which kind of is in line with what Felipe said. I think the biggest challenge that you have, though, is that in reality, you've got to find ways to get your brand recognized and attributed in that process of creating content, right? And I think Felipe does it because he has a very strong kind of distinctive brand, and Red Bull are the masters of it, right? Like they create unbelievably compelling content, but their brand naturally fits into that content. When you think about the recent kind of even, like the F1 Netflix series that's on, it feels like content, but there is the Red Bull brand front and center throughout the whole thing, right? And that's the trick. And that's not an easy thing to do in a way that is authentic and feels natural. And as Felipe said, the balance of, if you start creating ads again, you're going to turn off consumers. If you create content that has no link back to your brand, you're not going to move anything. And there is the challenge that we deal with.
Yeah, you got to find that sweet spot. Absolutely. So Richard, as a beer company, obviously responsibility has taken on a whole new name in this year that we've all been living in with the global pandemic. So, I would just say, how have you navigated that? How has it changed what you're doing, evolved what you're doing? And then also speak, a little bit about the role of sustainability for the AB InBev brands, because obviously that's been an area that you've all been a leader as well.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think big companies like AB InBev and big brands like our global brands, I think we have an opportunity and really a responsibility to use our force for good. How do we use the fact that we're a big brand with big audiences to make a big impact? And I think a good example was actually when the pandemic hit. We took our responsibility to support the community and to support the people we serve, and that's our consumers. And at the time, I was really proud of what the company did. Like, we pivoted our breweries to start making hand sanitizer. We were filling oxygen tanks. We even helped build hospitals in Mexico and Brazil. I think you'd say we went well beyond what you'd expect from a brewer to support the community. And I think as we move forward, we will continue to use our force for good when it comes to sustainability. And maybe if I give just a couple of examples across our global brands, for Budweiser, we have a commitment where we are going to brew all Budweiser with 100% renewable electricity by 2025. And we're already doing this in a number of countries. And we've actually invested with our vendors around the world over $1 billion in infrastructure to support this initiative. And so we really hope that we can inspire other companies and other brands to follow suit, and really to remind people that a brighter future is in our hands. And then with Stella Artois, we often take for granted, but there are millions of people around the world that they don't have access to clean water. And with our partnership with water.org, we've been able to provide 2.3 million people in developing countries access to clean water. And this is something we're really proud of, the impact we've been able to make. And then on Corona, we're looking to take action to commit to a net zero plastic footprint, where we'll protect our beaches, which is our home. We always talk about protecting paradise. And we hope people to inspire people to follow and to reduce their plastic as well, their plastic intake. So you can see here that as a company and across our global brands, we're not just talking the talk, we're really, walking the walk and taking action.
Yeah, and you're doing it in ways that are authentic to the brands. Like even as you're talking about Corona, right, which it would make so much sense for that brand to specifically be, leading a charge in protecting our beaches, right? I mean, it's just you're really linking in ways that I think are going to be meaningful, and I would imagine help build brand affinity. And when consumers are looking to make choices, right, they want to know. At this point, it's like it's just table stakes to do the right thing, I think, especially for younger, Gen Z and millennials, like they just expect it. So these are some great examples.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think that's the key, as you said, is not to do it for the sake of it, even though that's what next generation expect. But how do you make sure what you're doing is having a big impact? But how do you build your brand? How does it make sure it's authentic to your brand at the same time? And that's why obviously it's such a natural fit, as you mentioned, as we're cleaning up all the plastic to protect the beaches. The beaches are synonymous with the brand Corona, and that's something that we do. We look at across all our brands, and for Stella Artois, one thing we really talk about is bringing people together to save a life. And unfortunately, a lot of it's the women that spend hours on hours a day walking just to get clean water. They don't have the time to spend quality time with the people that matter because they're always trying to get clean water. So what we want to do is give them their time back, give them the gift of time so they can have quality time with friends and family and what we call the life artois. So once again, it ladders up to what the brand's all about.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I want to see if there's any questions from the audience too, but Tracy, the last question I'll ask you is just kind of to leave the group with any advice. So, what are a few of the best practices you would say to other brands who maybe are not as seasoned as you all are in this space?
I mean, honestly, I think the biggest thing is like humility and learning, right? So as a team, like, you're talking to some very senior people in our company here. I'm talking about them, not me, but, they spend a lot of time in the day-to-day learning, right? And like, we really believe as an organization in this constant journey that we don't know as much as we need to know. We're constantly trying to find out, what is new on how you buy media today? What is new in content best practices? We sit every couple of weeks and like go through individual pieces of content and have discussions on them. And I think that as a company today, you have to put yourself not just in a consumer mindset, but you have to physically act like the consumer. So we're sitting there, on our phones, looking at the same content the same way that they are and having discussions about what's good and what's not good about it. How would we feel as a consumer? Is this something I would skip right past? And so I think it comes down to really learning humility. And then the other thing that I would just say is you have to design your team and your ecosystem to be able to deliver this, right? If you look at our organization, 4 years ago, we were very traditional as a CPG. We had, people that worked on media, we had people that worked on content, we had people that worked on trade, and so on and so forth. And one of our biggest learnings on, running a lot of the content that we're discussing today is you really have to create a dynamic team that is comprised of, someone who really understands brand strategy, someone that really understands media buying, someone that really understands content development. And you've got to put those people together, and that has to be almost their first team rather than like a meeting that they sit in on, right? They really have to be integrated in their way of work and how they do things together. So I would say that's been another really big learning for us is just breaking down those silos. And that's what we've really strived to do within Draftline, right? Is take down those silos, figure out how we can optimize the ecosystem of what we do so that we can build brands that really capture consumer attention at the end of the day.
Totally. I love that. And I'm looking at some of the questions from the audience now. And I think, Tracy, we'll stay with you because I think you'll have a good perspective on this one. And I feel this. It feels like every day there's a new app or a new device that we need to pay attention to. It's the next big thing. Like one day there wasn't Clubhouse. Now it's all everyone talks about. How do you make sense of that fragmentation? And how do you evaluate the channels to determine, where you should be because your consumers are there?
Yeah, I mean, we're a very data-driven organization, right? So we're constantly looking at like what's rising, what has actual reach, right? Like I know Tim and Felipe mentioned this earlier, like when you do things that are just organic, it doesn't really work, right? You've got to have some type of push behind it. So for us, reach on a platform is critical. And if the reach isn't there yet, we're not necessarily, we're going to sit back, we're going to learn, we're going to watch, we're going to listen. I think, what's great about how the news industry has been evolving in the last couple of years is there's so many great newsletters that you can get every day in your inbox that give you, these random factoids and things to look into. And so I encourage people, go out, subscribe to as many of those as you can and try to find the time in your day, right? If you really think learning is important and you really want to know, you've got to carve, 30, 40 minutes out of your day just to do that. And I think that's something that, inherently as a company, we've always been very good at. And that's how we try to stay on, the edge of sort of where things are going.
That's great. Richard, I think this is a great question for you. So what are some other brands that you look up to and other leaders in marketing that you admire?
That's a good question. And I think when you look at the work, I mean, one thing that we really look at is creativity, creativity to solve consumers' problems and people's problems. And I think when you look at companies that we admire in terms of creativity and thinking outside the square and being more of a challenger, I think Burger King over the last few years have been super creative in a number of their examples, like the McWhopper Detour. And there's lots of examples where they've come up with ideas that I think are more non-traditional, because that was obviously all about downloading the app. It wasn't about a 30-second hero film. But another company that, and obviously Fernando Machado, he's been the brains and the inspiration, I think, for Burger King for a number of years. So I certainly admire him. Mm-hmm. And I think there's other brands that I certainly admire, but right up there, I think is Nike. I love the Nike and Apple for me. I love the work Nike do. And the reason I admire them so much, and we do, is we talk about sort of full funnel marketing, and a lot of D2Cs are very good at the performance marketing and driving conversion at the bottom of funnel. And then big CPG brands are quite good at building the big campaigns and building awareness and cutting through at the top of the funnel. I think Nike are probably the best at the full funnel. You think of their Dream Crazy campaign, which is fantastic. And so they're clear on what their brand stands for across all their touch points. And then they're also very good at performance marketing as well. And I mean, I was watching Kapoji, who broke the record in the marathon under 2 hours. And I was watching all that content on the lead up. And then as soon as he broke the record, I had in my inbox an offer to go and purchase the shoes that they just brought out that he was running in. And so it was just a great example of the way they used their full funnel.
Okay, so I'm the end music here, guys. Thank you.
We see the light.
Thank you very much. This was a great panel because you actually thank you in another way, because you actually made my job of summing up the day a lot easier. I'm going to try and tie a bunch of threads that we heard together based on what you guys were saying. So what's interesting here is so many of the people who are using CTV tend to see it as a sort of almost a direct response funnel, partly because a lot of the people buying it come from digital and it's a direct response thing, and partly because a lot of the ad tech companies that are measure it very much on a direct response level. How many units did you sell? Those are the sort of KPIs. You guys are doing great stuff with branding because you're not selling cases of beer over the internet. And so you have to look at all of these new media choices in a very different way. And the one thing that you had honed in on, which is something that's very near and dear to our heart at TV Rev, is branded content and how difficult it is to pull off. Felipe, you had such you seriously, it's like so many brands would pay you big bucks for you to just explain to them, like, how does this work? How do you build a funnel? How do you test it? And so many brands have a really tough time wrapping their head around the fact that, no, this actually has to be interesting. Like, you can't just slap your logo and like, why aren't I in there? And, or that like Lego and the Lego movie was because it was Lego. That's why it worked. It wasn't like, but you don't have that. And so and we really think that that's going to be a big thing going forward. A lot of this sort of branded content that fits in with the content, especially in this sort of post-cookie world, fits in with the context of the programming that it's around. So it almost feels like a piece of it, like there's not this disruption when the advertiser's message comes on. So that really is sort of the message of the day overall of how to use data and the difference between, branding, which is definitely something you can do in all these new media units. It's just figuring out your KPIs, branded content, and just being smart about stuff. So that was really long-winded, but thank you all very much for this. And thank you all in the audience for your sticking around with us all day. And reminder to join us again tomorrow. We're going to be starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, as opposed to the last 2 days. And we're going to be hearing from a great lineup of thought leaders with brands like PepsiCo, Facebook, MasterCard, Bloomberg, and many, many more. So come back tomorrow. Have a great evening, and we'll